trouble begins over here?
No. No trouble to be had here.
Yeah, that's a lie if I ever heard it. You are trouble.
No one.
Uh-huh.
You should have had a t-shirt that just said double trouble on yours on both sides.
Yeah, on both sides.
So they split theirs.
Yeah. All capital. So we already had an alert to start our day off.
For what?
Oh, that's it?
Over in the pit, somebody had an emergency already?
In the car and he hurt his foot.
Oh.
Well, they need, I'll go home and get my driver's license.
God, wouldn't you love to just even take one lap on one of those bad boys?
Well, I mean, if I'm going to pay
well, give me 2 or 3 laps just to kind of get used to it, you know?
Take 10 laps so far.
Yeah.
So $500, I can pay gas and an entry fee. And I can scare myself shitless for a whole week.
Yeah, can you imagine being out there with your little car against those big things? They wouldn't even see you. They'd get around you.
We'll paint a blue flag right on his front windshield.
You're hilarious. I can drive one. I've been talking to him. Yeah. Give me 10 laps.
What he did was kept Larry to I got a big cup of shut the fuck up. I'm pouring you a big cup of shut the fuck up. We'll pass the phone. All I gotta say is that is the whoop ass being open, and I haven't opened it all the way yet. Boy, you know what? What's wrong with it? Larry. Larry bear.
Brown jug.
This says coffee on it. Oh, hell no if you think you're putting red banners at 12. Here?
I saw it in the bathroom over there yesterday. Oh my, this is more detailed than yesterday. Oh, by the way, thanks for the small beer there. Even though I stole over somebody else, but thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, for the love of God! What happened? Is it even more swollen?
The swelling's not the same. Woo! It hurts now. Did you see your dad?
No, she got a bee sting.
Oh, is that what you were telling me yesterday?
And I thanked the guys last night that were helping you. I told them, I go, I'm going to try to get you a hat or something. That was so nice. They gave me Benadryl and I stuff.
You know what else hurts? I mean,
The August race in Seattle.
I hear that, but time for it night. I'm sure that they have some in the water cooler.
Okay, I will do it.
Find the water butter cooler.
You, me, and Marty.
Sure they have it.
Unless, Jerry smells me around, but then I'll call you ahead of time.
Yeah, and you can do nothing with that.
love.
Love of your life gonna be down there?
I don't know. I'm going down there tomorrow. She was thinking more of coming up to Little Rock.
Ah.
But I will see. She has 4 days off. But when they're not there, it's deader than headlong.
No. Yeah, but she's got to take a look if you get it. Cracking off already. In the wind, the dirt, and the sun. I'm wearing my protective eyewear today.
There you go. That's smart. All of that. I've got
Little side loop.
I got bubble gum. The breathable.
Good morning. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. The Portland International Raceway public address system is on the air. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. It is race day at Portland International Raceway. Track temperature currently 66 degrees, expecting a high of 84 with a nice breeze out of the northwest. A great day for racing as we bring NASCAR back with the NASCAR Camping World Series West cars and the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Race time is 2:10 this afternoon, but we're getting things started here in just a few minutes. Want to lay out the schedule for the day before things get too crazy. This is Bob Acamian along with Dane Pitteresi in the PIR Tower. Phil Baird and Dave Bell watching the action in turns 8 and 3, and Craig Armstrong will be interviewing his way through the day, both in the autograph session and in the pits. Coming up on the track at 10 a.m., the Great American Stock Car Series will have its final practice session for 25 minutes before their race, scheduled for 12 noon today. It is the championship of the Great American Stock Car Series. Meanwhile, in the main paddock area, that's behind the PIR Tower here on the south side of the track, we'll begin our autograph sessions here at 10 o'clock with drivers from the Camping World Series West Tour. Those drivers will be on hand for 25 minutes, followed by the drivers of the Great American Stock Car Series who will be available after that session. Also, beginning at 10 o'clock, we will have Sprint Cup driver and Portland Speedway legend Greg Biffle signing autographs. So the autograph sessions begin simultaneously at 10 o'clock. The Great American Stock Car Series drivers finishing up at 10:45 with autographs. Out on the track following the Gas Series practice, the historic stock cars will get a 25-minute practice beginning at 10:30 this morning. And then at 11 o'clock, it'll be qualifying time, road course qualifying for the NASCAR Camping World Series West. 3 sessions. The field broke into 3 groups for 10 minutes each of qualifying beginning at 11 o'clock. And then race time begins at 11:50. Introductions for the Gas Series race. We go at 12 noon. 25 laps or 50 minutes. That will decide the season championship. Our historic race is scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon. And at 1:30 we begin opening ceremonies for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Good morning and welcome to Portland International Raceway.
And good morning, race fans, once again from the Goodyear Tower at the east end of PIR. Good morning. We've got a great day of events for you today. I want to check in with the rest of our broadcast crew. My name is Dane Pederesi. I will be in the tower with Bob Akamian. And down at turn 1 in the infamous festival curves, we have Dave Bell. Dave, are you there?
I am. I'm right here listening to the dulcet tones from the top of the tower. Appreciate that. It's going to be probably a little cooler today. At least if that's going by what I'm seeing with just a few more clouds and what I'm hearing from the weatherman. But I don't think you're going to notice it in the air or on the track. It's just going to be a beautiful, warm day. Great day for watching.
And cooler might mean a little faster.
Yeah, it could. But again, I don't know that it's going to be that noticeably cooler. Air temperature might be 2 or 3 degrees cooler, but I think by the time the sun beats on the track all day long, it's going to be a pretty warm temperature on the track.
And over in turn 7 and 8 area, we have Phil Beard. Phil, are you on?
Yes, Dane, I'm here. Sorry, your worst nightmares, I realize. Yeah, we're out here in turn 7 and 8. Watching the Cascade Sports Car Club people get their signals all set up. The Speed TV crews out here hustling around, getting their cameras set up to record today's race. And we're looking for, and by the way, I've walked through the motorhome area, and there's some really good breakfast being cooked this morning outside of turn 7, and some real great music being blasted on the speakers. So there's a nice party going on. We've got some awnings up here on top of the berm. People are getting their spots all ready to go, and it's going to be a great day for racing. Weather couldn't be any better. Yeah, a little breezy, but that's going to keep it cool air temperature-wise. But I think, like Dave's saying, the track's going to start baking, it's going to heat up, and it'll be real good for the drivers.
What could be better than breakfast, bagels, and rock and roll at PIR on a beautiful day? We've got cars on the racetrack. They're just being let go now. The Great American Stock Car Series is on for their last practice session before their race this afternoon, and so we have got cars on course. The Great American Stock Car Series is a ride and drive program. These cars look like, I guess we could, the closest thing we have to them would be like a Northwest Tour car. They're 2,800 pounds. They have 400 plus horsepower motors in them. They are all built to the same specifications, so they're much like a spec series race, much like the old IROC race, where all the cars are the same. The only difference is in the drivers. And I think, Dave Bell, you've got the first group of the GAS series coming down in front of you now.
And they're not wasting any time getting out here on the track, getting ready to go, although they are being very cautious on this warm-up lap coming through. No sense pushing things on cold tires and cold track as they come through. A lot of tire scrubbing going on with the cars as they come all the way down the main straightaway. And the first cars are in 4 and headed for turn 5 already.
Sorry about that, open mic, guys.
Oh, that's all right. We expect no less from you, Dave.
Yeah, but I was just texting a little note to you to say, hey, close your mic, because we were hearing some whispered conversations yesterday. So we love you, brother.
You just thought they were whispered.
Yeah.
10,000 people heard that whispering going on.
Well, being away for a year is just, all the cobwebs have to get swept off, and I just have to learn how to switch, push the button. So with the Great American Stock Car Series, we do have some changes. The car number 7 is being driven by Larry Gaylord, and the number 33 car has been added. And driving that car is Dave Pitzenberger. So that's a new last-minute addition to the grid for this GAS Series race. Now, we have no idea how qualifying is going because they draw that out of a hat. So these boys don't go out and qualify. They don't go out and put their head down and try and go as quick as they can for a grid position. They basically leave the grid positions up to a draw of the hat. So it's totally up to guessing at this point. So as soon as we get a grid for you, we will let you know. But these cars are very interesting, and the drivers of these cars are even more interesting, as they're mostly all businessmen who want to get away from the office. Some of these drivers have great experience. Some others have absolutely no experience in these stock cars around PIR's road course. So this is really going to be fun. So this is the last practice session, and actually the first practice session for some of the drivers since they just showed up this morning, put their race suits on, trying the cars on to see if they fit and see how they perform.
Hey, Dano, can you give us those new names again?
Yes, number 7 is Larry Gaylord. And number 33 is Dean Pitzenberger.
Thank you so much.
And it looks like the number 2 car of Jeff Smith from West Lynn, Oregon, in the Snapware car. He is really getting down to some pretty good times, along with our own old friend Gary Bachman in the number 3 car. And in the number 4, someone who has not been on the racetrack in 9 years, and that's Rob Gordon. Rob Gordon out of Portland, Oregon. A lot of sports car people around the Northwest area remember Rob from his driving the IT series in conference in a Volvo. He's sponsored by his own company, Volvo Tech, and he's out. This is the first time he's been in the car. He's a rookie with the series, and he's following Bachman around the course, probably to figure out, how the old pro does it.
Well, if you're going to follow anybody around, Gary Bachman, the instructor for the GAS series, is probably the best person to chase. And he's leading Bachman through turn 7 right now. So that primer gray number 4 of Rob Gordon, the Volt Tech Ford, leading Bachman down the back stretch.
I was talking to Rob just a little bit this morning, and he was going, this is really fun. I haven't done this for 9 years, but I got in the seat. I figured out, the pedals, because the pedal placement in these cars are typical stock car, where you've got the clutch and the brake on the left side of the steering column and just the gas pedal on the right side of the steering column. So you're not going to be heel and towing as the sports car aficionados do. You've actually got to brake with your left foot and gas with your right foot, and they will not meet in between. So there's some logistics to get used to. There's getting used to how to run these cars, because they're so terribly different from a sports car. And he's just having a ball. Rob was telling me, he says, I haven't done this for 9 years. I just, I haven't been involved. I haven't been in a car. I was wondering, I'm older. I'm like 47 years old, and my hair's turned gray, and man,
hey, listen,
I'm not as quick as I used to be.
You're not going to get any sympathy from us back here at that 47 years old track. Talk about older. Go away, Junior.
Yeah, I know. What a young kid. What the heck's he doing? So, and it's interesting is that this series, you've got to be over 45 to even be able to put your money down and rent one of these things. So it's a really interesting formula.
Oh, Dane, the number 88 of Ron Hogan and the number 98 of Kevin Culver going side by side through turn 6. Culver on the outside. He got the dirt end of the deal, but he's able to gather it back up and continue on. But all of a sudden, these gas guys are going too wide through 6 and 7. It's getting a little crazy out here.
Well, I would expect to see the craziness kind of escalate. This is their last practice session. The guys that are just beginning to feel their cars, be able to get a little confidence in how quick they can go. Of course, the number 98 car, Kevin Culver, he's awfully quick. Kevin has been in the West NASCAR West Series for many, many years. And we've got the Camping World NASCAR West Series here this weekend. And he's a very respected and experienced driver. So that number 98 car looks beautiful. He's carrying the Bi-Mart colors, the sponsor of the event this weekend, and he's going to be tough to beat.
Well, plus this is their last race of the season. It's just, for the points championship. And Bob will fill us in more on the details of who's up there in the top besides Jeff Smith and Kevin Culver. But, you know, these guys are their last race of the season. They want to have it go out big. So.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And just to let the spectators know who is on the track at this point, we have car number 1, Jeff Minchcliffe out of Portland, Oregon. He's driving a Toyota Henny sponsored by Hot Rod Pizza. It's a very distinctive car. It's black with a big V in the door, and it's a great-looking car. Car number 2, Jeff Smith of West Lynn, Oregon. We just talked about him. He's driving a Dodge, and his sponsor is Snapware. Number 3, Gary Bachman from Tualatin, Oregon, driving a Chevrolet, and his sponsor is Carl Chevrolet. Number 4, Rob Gordon from Portland, Oregon, driving a Ford, and his sponsors are Regi and Voltec. Larry Gaylord, the number 7 car, out of Vancouver, Washington, driving a Ford, and his sponsor is a Reno Fernley Raceway, which is a rather unique and new road course that's located just east of Reno, Nevada. And my wife Lisa and I had a chance to stop at Fernley Raceway just a couple of weeks ago, and it's really a pretty cool road racing course. Something new, something that's maybe a couple of years old and coming up, but the Gas Series stops at Reno Fernley Raceway twice on this tour. Car number 8, Scott Minert of DeSoto, Iowa, in a Ford. His sponsor is Crows. Number 12, Larry Connolly from Virginia City, Nevada, driving a Chevrolet. United Welding Supply Miller Welding is his sponsor. Car number 13, Rob Gritton from Vancouver, BC, driving a Ford, sponsored by America's Best Value Inn. Car number 16, Al McCutcheon from Portland, Oregon, in a Toyota. His sponsor is Bi-Mart. Car number 19, Pat Gordon from Oskaloosa, Iowa, and a Dodge, and his sponsor is Musco Lighting. Very unique sponsor, and I think most of us who have been to any big cup race or at a raceway in the U.S. at night has some of Musco Lighting's products. Car number 22, Mike Silcox out of Boardman, Oregon, driving a Chevrolet for Pacific Northwest Motorsports. Car number 23, Mahid Hajari from Lake Oswego. I'm going to have to get used to that one. And
just call him MJ.
MJ.
He likes that anyway. There's a 23 on the side of the car.
I'll
That's
do
his
that.
favorite player.
I'll do that. Out of Lake Oswego, Oregon, in a Chevrolet. His sponsor is Casabella. I actually saw a TV commercial for Casabella last night. It's quite the marble outfit. Need a nice marble drain board? Casabella's the place to go. Car number 24, Myron Gordon out of Oskaloosa, Iowa, in a Dodge, also from Musco Lighting. 29, Barney Bushmore from Newton, Iowa, driving a Chevrolet. Barney's Towing and Magic Muffler Service. What a great sponsor to have. And just so you know, Craig Armstrong has just stepped into the tower. We're going to wire him up because I know that he's going to be down just to the south of the Goodyear Tower.
Now we've got contact in turn number 7. It's the number 23 of MJ Amahari in the number 23 Casabella car, and the number 19 Pat Gordon. Gordon's backwards here. He's getting it turned around on the grass. He'll be underway, but it looks like MJ's got some pretty extensive front end damage on the number 23. He's trying to fire the car up, but he's unable to get it moving, and he is parked sideways right in the apex of turn 7.
And while all that happened, just coming into turn 6, the number 33 of Dean Pitzenberger fell off the track trying to set himself up for turn 6. May have been part of that whole thing. And we had a 3-car situation. Pitzenberger was the first one to fall off at 6. The other 2 did at 7.
Well, and that's a shame, as these are all. This is an arrive and drive program, and any damage to these cars are the responsibility of the driver. So that could be a little expensive, it sounds like.
Well, yeah, and MJ's fine. He's got his hand out the window, but he is stuck.
Looks like a full course yellow. Looks like a full course yellow right now.
And we have a yellow at turn 12 as well. So they'll clean the cars off the track. They'll get these cars back into the pit area. They've got a rather extensive pit area for the gas series, so I would expect that I think they have actually rented the entire fleet of cars for this weekend's races, and so I'm sure they've got spares. I'm sure they'll do everything they can to get the mechanics to put the cars back together again. It's a shame to see some guys just at the tail end of this practice session be able to have some contact like that, but you know what? Pit crews are the same just about everywhere. Now they've got something to do before the race. So
well, we heard rumors that AJ might have gone to the 35 car at some point during the day today anyway. That just may happen sooner than we thought.
It could be. Now, the number 35 car I have down here as Dave Sharp. And Dave Sharp could very well be in that number 35 car, but we'll make sure that we get the right information for you on that. And we've got a full course yellow. Most of the gas series cars, the Great American Stock Car Series, they have traveled back to their home in the pit area, their garage area, and the outside pit area of PIR. And right at the east end of the gas pits, you will find a rather enormous line, and a long line at that. And it's an autograph line with some of the Camping World NASCAR West Series drivers. And, of course, these are some of the young guns that we'll be watching most likely in the Cup Series coming. And we also have a very famous driver here from the Northwest, Craig Armstrong. I'm going to let you introduce him.
I will be. Hopefully we'll be talking with him very, very shortly. Greg Biffle is back with us, the 1995 late model stock car champion at Portland Speedway. Went on to bigger and better things rather quickly. Pretty much everybody who ever saw him race realized this was an enormous talent waiting to be discovered. And thanks to Benny Parsons, and who saw him at Winter Heat at Tucson Raceway Park and said, listen, if you don't hire him, I'm going to form a race team and hire him myself. And Jack Roush apparently paid attention and made the right decision and hired him, and the rest, as they say, is history. But we are so delighted he has come back home again, and we'll be talking with him hopefully here in a few minutes and get his thoughts on his Sprint Cup season. Now, change of that guard, so to speak, sometimes has me a little. Winston, next.
I'm still smoking stuff,
we all know what we're talking about. NASCAR Sprint
50.
Cup Series, of course, and we'll be talking with him about that and some of his part-time nationwide driver as well. He's done real well in that as well this season. So we're going to go down and get a word with him in a little bit, along with maybe some of the other NASCAR Camping World Series West drivers, and just have some fun. It's a beautiful day here in Portland, Oregon. Listen, Dane, I've always said that if somebody came to Portland, Oregon for the first time in the latter part of July, they would think, why in the world would anybody want to live anywhere but right here? Of course, if they stay till the latter part of November, they'll be questioning their sanity. But, you know, for today, it is July, it is beautiful, and it is Portland, Oregon, and we are here at PIR again, and let me tell you, it's been old home week for me.
Isn't this been fun?
You know, I'm
based out of Las Vegas now, and it's so much fun to come back here.
And I'm based out of just east of Des Moines, Iowa, in Newton, Iowa, where, of course, Rusty Wallace built and maintains now the 7/8 mile oval. It's called Iowa Speedway, and it is a beautiful $70 million motorsports entertainment facility. And I'm loving being there, but I got to tell you, I have a very soft place in my heart for Portland, Oregon, and particularly for PIR. All those years, and I know we'd be really dating ourselves if we talked about how far back we go with motorsports broadcasts here at PIR.
It's great to have you back and work with you once again on the PA and later today on the radio broadcast. We had so much fun.
It has been
the whole thing,
a really great ride, and you know, those memories I wouldn't trade for all the money you could possibly throw at me. It's just been a blast.
And Dave Bell, go ahead, jump in there.
Well, I'm just going to say it's funny how things go full circle, because we all as a broadcast team were actually back in Des Moines a while back too. So it all goes full circle. Welcome back, Greg.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's always a pleasure to work with you. And, you know, turn 1 and turn 3 wouldn't be what they are without your dulcet tones. So thank you for being a part of it.
Appreciate that.
Well, we're going to have a pretty good time today. You know, the Camping World NASCAR West Series, they were really storming around here yesterday, looking at the practice times, and some of the guys that did very well at Sonoma a couple of weeks ago just kind of backed their cars out of the transporters
and they were fast
it
right away. David
right out of the
Mayhew,
box.
my goodness, who won the West Series portion of my race at Iowa Speedway here in May, was absolutely magnificent right off the truck, and he almost had that look about, hey, don't do too much to this car. I love it the way it is. They were tweaking just a bit on the number 17 MMI machine yesterday afternoon, but I don't think the tweaks were any more than just that, just very minor adjustments, maybe to get just a tad more comfortable in the corners for him. But Mayhew, definitely one of the contenders for the pole position for the Bi-Mart 125, but Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125, I should say. And you know he is going to be quick, because you cannot count out current points leader Jason Bowles in that Sunrise Ford. He was very quick as well, and in just 24 markers in front of Eric Holmes in one of the Napa Toyotas, one of the Bill McAnally cars. Eric Holmes is also, he's going to be buckled up tight and looking for that pole position as well.
And the top 4 drivers, the drivers that you just talked about, they're really targeted, aren't they? I mean, you know, all the major teams, the NASCAR teams in the U.S., they've got scouts out there looking for young talent, and this is really where they look at, is this West Series it's a training ground.
You know, it really is, Dane, and it has morphed over the years from what used to be a support series on the West Coast for when Cup came west a couple of times a year to Riverside International Raceway and later to Infineon. The same cars, basically, that they were running on the East Coast, they were running on the West Coast. That was the original purpose, and of course they had their own series and their own points. It started out as Pacific Coast late model back in the 1950s, morphed again into the Winston West Series, and once again now into the Camping World Series West. But what it has done is it's gone from a support series for Cup to a developmental series for all of NASCAR. And what you said about the young guns, looking at this as the opportunity to showcase their talent on television at big racetracks such as Portland International Raceway as a road course, or Iowa Speedway, for instance, where they run every year with the East Series in a great big points race shootout. For 200 laps on that 7/8 mile oval. So it's an opportunity for the young guys with great aspirations for a career in NASCAR racing to show what they've got and to really be able to find that right combination of talent and race team. And there are some great teams here on the West Coast. Bill McAnally, we mentioned, of course, kind of leaps to mind because he runs 3, sometimes 4 Napa Toyotas or Hasa Pool Products Toyotas, and you gotta believe that this is a great opportunity. This is a great place to start, and what the result is, you've got some of the old veterans of the series that are still in the series and loving to do what they love to do, and coming against some of these young guys. Well, you know, I gotta believe. Herschel McGriff always used to tell me, old age and treachery will defeat youth and enthusiasm any day. And you never got to put it past the old guys. They definitely have got the years and the experience under their belts. But
the young guys are getting pretty treacherous.
Oh,
these guys,
let me tell you.
You know, it used to be that when you started off in a beginning series, and by no means is the Camping World West NASCAR West Series beginners. I mean, this is pretty.
You got to be either a track champion somewhere at one of the racetracks across the country, or a touring series champion in order to even qualify for this series.
Exactly, but look where these kids are getting their experience from. They've been racing go-karts for 6, 7, 8 years before they ever get into a tin top, and they're already experienced drivers.
Yes, they are. They're already experienced racers, and they understand. Most importantly, and Dane, I know you agree with me on this, in order to win, you got to know how to win. You got to know where to put the race car, strategize throughout the race, listen to the right people, do the right thing. But you got to have figured out what it takes to win before you can win. All of these kids have figured that out already.
And you also have to figure out how to lose one. And the only way to do that is to go through the process, you know, of actually being able to lose yourself a couple of races, you know, and it's so very, very important. Well, you know, we've got the young guns. We've got some middle-aged guys in that group too. You know, some guys who are running historics that are here this weekend are also running a West Series car.
Yes, that's correct.
Then we've got this historic driver group. I mean, we've got the Gas Series, which is is just great. The Great American Stock Car Series. This is really pretty cool because now we've got racers that have raced before, but now they're over 45 years old. You know what? I don't want to go out with these young kids. You know, they're either going to take me out trying to win or they're going to try too hard. I just want to go out. I want to drive. I want to be competitive. But you know what? I kind of want to drive around in maybe a more gentlemanly fashion. Now, that does not mean slow. That does not mean no contact.
That just means a little less of the push and shove and rooting and into the wall.
More having fun, because you know what? I don't have a sponsor anymore. I'm my own sponsor because this is a ride and drive series. This is my bucks. So if I dent a fender,
I pay for it.
I pay for it.
That's exactly right. It's kind of akin to the senior tour of golf. I mean, these guys are out there. They're all masters in their own right in whatever. Guys like Kevin Culver, leading the points, of course, in the Great American Stock Car Series. You know, this is a guy that has occasionally been very active in motorsports, driving. Matter of fact, drove a West Series car in Japan a couple of times, and really knows his way around road courses as well as ovals, all up and down the West Coast. Very successful at Portland Speedway as well. And he's not racing full-time anymore, and he, matter of fact, kind of dropped out of the whole thing, continued his very successful body shop business, Straight Line Auto Body on Grand Avenue in Portland, and you know, all of a sudden this Great American Stock Car Series emerges where you can come to the racetrack, put your driver's suit on, strap on a helmet, get in the car and go race and have a great time. Get out of the race car and not have to worry about replacing a bunch of stuff, because they do that for you. Now you got to pay for it, okay? But you know, it's a great opportunity for guys just like that who are accomplished race car drivers. They just don't want the hassle of the late nights, burning the midnight oil, trying to prepare that race car to come out to the racetrack and finally be able to do it.
You know, I've looked at a lot of these ride and drive series, and a lot of them are kind of Mickey Mouse. I mean, you know, it's the equipment is suspect. It doesn't really look right. This really looks good. This is very professionally put out there. Chris Evans has done a great job of saying,
off to him.
Here are the problems that we're going to face. Here are the problems that we are faced with running a series like this. And let's surmount those. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's do something for the fans, not only the guys who want to drive the cars, but let's do something for the fans to get them involved as well. This ride-along program is unbelievably cool. There was a line of people waiting to get in those passenger seats all day yesterday.
And the ride-along race, what an incredible concept. I don't know who came up with the idea, but you know, $500 to get to right seat
I want to see the therapy bills.
Yeah.
You know, somebody's going to be paying a lot of therapy to have to get into to the side seat of one of those and actually go out and go door to door with somebody else driving.
Yeah, this is not a ride-along experience. This is a racing experience for the guy that doesn't want to really race the car, but he wants the experience of being in the race car. You know, I wish every race fan that I've ever heard say, oh, I could do that. Sitting up in the grandstands, they look down at the racetrack. Doesn't look like they're going all that fast. Doesn't look like it's all that violent. And they get inside of one of those race cars, they get religion immediately.
Well, and it's things like this. It's an event like this, and it's that exercise of getting not only the spectators that come out here that are interested and always wanted to be in a stock car and then go for a ride, but be in the race like you said, but it gets those spectators and not only the crews and the members of maybe people who have worked with this particular driver. Oh, let's say Gary Bachman or Kevin Culver or Rob Gordon. Rob Gordon, a local sports car driver, hadn't been in a car for 9 years, but he's got a fan base here in Portland, and people are interested in him and have supported him over the years. Now they actually get a chance to get into a race car with him, and for, gosh, I think it's a pretty nominal fee, get the adrenaline rush of a lifetime.
No question about it.
Cool.
And you know, and for a lot less than what you would typically expect to pay as a sponsor of a race car, you can become a sponsor of one of these gas series cars on a budget, really. I mean, for a lot less. I saw a name of a Portland company on the back end of Kevin Culver's car, and I was absolutely thrilled. Wholesale Truck Parts.
Oh my God.
Used to be a staple on the West Series. No matter where you went, you always saw a Wholesale Truck Parts number 98 car. I ran into John and Richard Keeper this morning, and it was just great to see them both again. They're both just excited to be here, and it was just wonderful to chat with them a little bit. And I said, hey, I love seeing that Wholesale Truck Parts. And I think Richard's response was something like, yeah, I bought him lunch the other day, so he decided to be nice and put the name of the, I suspect it was a little more than that. But at any rate, it's a great way to get involved as a sponsor in motorsports. And so with our business people out there, do see Chris Evans, because he does have some sponsorship opportunities for those those who are interested in becoming a part of a series that, let me tell you, gets a lot of exposure.
Well, it
much
gets a lot
more
of
so
exposure.
because of the television.
The television, they've actually built a reality show around this gas series. And again, we've seen some automotive shows that have appeared on Speed and some of the cable channels. But this is really cool because it's mark racing. It's a formula that they're all prepared the same, and they're guys that go from, hey, ex-race drivers, that have driven before, to
Walter Mitty.
Yeah, to the guys who go like, man, I've always wanted to do this.
Exactly.
And somebody had said, it's going to cost me whatever it costs. Not a lot. I'll tell you, some of the prices that I've heard for renting this deal is about as cheap as it gets,
and a lot less expensive than maintaining and continuing to race your own race car.
I can tell you for sure, because we went out and rented in 1999, and then in 2000 again, we rented a NASCAR Craftsman truck out here for PIR. And with the sponsorship and with the truck rental and everything else that went along with it, some goodies and entertainment, that was over $100,000 bill for a 2-day weekend.
Years ago, a decade ago.
Years ago.
It would be considerably higher now. And a lot of people don't remember, and I will definitely remind them that Dane Pitteresi was in the last National Touring Series NASCAR race to ever race here at PIR, yes. And that was in 1999 with
2000.
2000, excuse me. There was one in 2000 as a follow-up. And, it's the one, of course, won in 1999 by one Greg Biffle. His only road course win here, but it was the significant one because it both had a national television audience and a huge fan base in Portland cheering him on.
Well, I'm actually, I shouldn't say I've ever been really proud of being nerfed out of the way so the fast guys could go by, but Greg did biffle me. I did get biffled, and he just kind of moved me out of the way, and away he goes.
It was a great race and certainly a very entertaining race and a very popular win. And I was fortunate enough to be part of the broadcast crew that day and interviewed Greg in Victory Lane, as I will today with whomever is the winner of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. And we're excited about that yet this afternoon. A lot of racing upcoming today, though. We do have the Gas Series that will be coming out, Great American Stock Car Series. We do have a historic stock car race upcoming as well around, I believe, 1 o'clock this afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, and we actually have a practice session for those historic cars coming up momentarily by my watch in probably the next 30 seconds.
Oh, that's a pretty quick
Now, I know you're going to go in the back.
I am going to try to do that and catch some interviews if I could. Yes,
Just
sir.
Break in when you can, sir.
All right.
So
great chatting with you as always, and hopefully we've imparted a little bit to our fans here at Portland International Raceway, and we do appreciate everybody being a part of this great event, this big Bi-Mart weekend here at PIR. And again, I am thrilled to be able to be part of it. Dane and Dave and Bob Akamian, I mean, everybody welcomed me back with open arms, and I've seen so many friends, so many former Portland Speedway fans that have come up and shaken my hand and said thank you for being here, and good to see you again. And it was it's heartwarming to come home and have that kind of reception.
Craig Armstrong, you're welcome back anytime, and please give my best when you get to say hi to Greg Biffle, and say hi to him for me. I wish I could go down there too, but
shall I bump him a little bit for you?
Yeah, just give him a nudge. Just
okay.
Nudge him off the interview table just slightly.
All right. Okay. Dane, thank you, and I'll be jumping back in here momentarily.
Greg Armstrong, thanks very much. Craig Armstrong, the Vice President and General Manager of Iowa Speedway, an enormously experienced guy. He used to manage Portland Speedway before it disappeared from us, and in fact, he and his brother, Fred Armstrong, and Fred's wife, Susie, who you can hear on Sirius Satellite Radio. She is part of a radio show that has nothing to do, but everything has to do with automotive and NASCAR and racing. So a racing family for sure. And we've got the historic cars on the track now for their one and only practice session today. Maybe Dave Bell, you might have the finishing results from yesterday's race, or at least I hope you do.
The results from yesterday's historic race. We'll send William Crawford here off in pursuit of that.
Ooh, that would be great, because I don't have them in front of us, because we know that the finishing position for that race yesterday, which, by the way, was a dandy race if we've ever seen one, that sets the grid for today's race.
I'm pretty sure that if we dig through about a 6-inch stack of papers here, we'll come up with something.
Cool. That's what we need.
Well, that's what William does. He collects them all. Then he loses them after that. But,
well, I'm sure that's why I've got some practice paperwork from the Camping World West Series up here. I'm sure that's his fault. And I just want to let him know that I still have that paperwork up here. So we'll have that in front of us when the NASCAR Camping World West Series cars get on the track. But these cars are very interesting. The historic NASCARs, these cars are eligible to race in the historic race today because they have an actual pedigree of having been run in NASCAR races in the past. And you can see that we've got some very familiar liveries on the cars. The number 24 ex-Jeff Gordon car is going by now, and they're great. They also may be a little bit older in chassis design, but they're running absolutely current drivetrains in these cars. So their 358-inch motors are putting out over 800 horsepower.
yeah, and these are, you just have to look out there and say, you know what? These aren't cars painted like the originals. These are the originals, and that's just kind of awe-inspiring. I don't know why that makes a difference, but it certainly does. You look at number 5, Artioji was the first in yesterday, and the 15 was next, Garland Self, and then the 24 of Steve Schulhorn, the number 30 of Wes McNay, number 2 of Tom Clower, the 88 of Dan Verstuff, 75 of Steve Beck, and the number 40 of Beth Fillion. Those are the top 8 anyway.
Perfect. And we'll have a little more information to let everybody know who actually drove those cars before a little later. But the cars themselves, just being able to drive something like this with not only 800 horsepower, but something that either Jeff Gordon or Terry Labonte or Jeff Burton, Michael Waltrip, just being able to drive some of the cars that they competed in has got to be pretty exciting. I've never been able to drive something, but recently I got to sit in the tub of the actual GT40 that Dan Gurney and AJ Foyt won Le Mans with. And it was a stunning experience to be able to actually put my hands on the steering wheel that those two gentlemen actually used to win that race in that original GT40. That's pretty exciting stuff. And we have the number 15 car off into the grass, coming off of turn 11, and he's running very slowly down pit lane. It looks like he's trying to fire the motor up, but I don't think he's going to make the pit area. looks like we've got a standing waving yellow at turn 12 and possibly a standing yellow at start finish. But the number 15 car is, he has stalled, and they're going to have to get someone out there to push him the rest of the way in the pits. The Cascade Sports Car Club safety crew and truck are on their way. They'll hook a tow rope up to it and get him in pretty quickly.
And that's the guy, that's Garland Self, that was second quick yesterday. So we'll be watching to see what happens with that car.
We're standing down here at the autograph session. I've got points leader Jason Bowles, who was very quick yesterday in practice. Jason, based on your practice yesterday here at Portland International Raceway, what do you think for the pole qualifying session coming up here?
We'll go out there and try and lay down a good lap. I don't know if we have the speed for the pole, but we'll see what we got. Hopefully we can just get a clear lap in, and it is what it is. It's a long race today, so we got our car set up to make it to the end, and that's when we're planning on being up front.
Jason, this is a beautiful day, obviously, in Portland, Oregon. Sometimes this part of the country can be a little rainy, but in July, generally pretty pleasant. And there are a bunch of race fans out here looking to get an autograph from you. I mean, it's got to be kind of heartwarming to come to a place like PIR for the first time for you, anyway, and see so many fans and everybody excited about getting an autograph.
Yeah, no, it's nice. We got some great weather here, and hopefully we can put on a good show for all these fans that came out. And the Sunrise Ford Fusion will hopefully be up front, and they can cheer me in Victory Circle.
That sounds great. That's the words of Jason Bowles, the current points leader, only by 24 markers here at Portland International Raceway for the NASCAR Camping World Series West, and he's looking for a great qualifying position here in our sessions upcoming at 11 o'clock. Rather noon, I think.
And we've got a black flag, and out in the outside of the back stretch, we've got the debris flag out. So they're black flag in the course, and the debris flag is out on the back half.
Yes, we have a black flag, we have a emergency vehicle flag, we have the waving yellow flag. In fact, we have most of the flags being waved here at the moment. I think they're going to stop this session and try to get the number Garland self-driven car out of harm's way here on the entry to the pits. Thanks, Craig Armstrong. He got to speak to Jason Bowles, interesting young race driver. He has come from the small open-wheel road racing background. He was running the F2000 series in the U.S. and one of the few drivers really to have an small open-wheel background, small motors, small tires, small cars, and he has made the step into the big ground pounders quite well. There's a lot of people that really have a hard time going from a car that actually is very nimble, very light, and something that we're very used to seeing in sports car racing, to something that's pretty big, pretty heavy, and just absolutely puts a premium on smoothness. Dave Bell and Phil just jump in here anytime, but we've seen it over and over again here at PIR that going from something that's light on its feet and very quick to something that's really big and really heavy, and you almost have to ask it to change direction, that's a big step to take.
We were watching some of these guys yesterday, and some of them we know that have pretty much open wheel experience and much lighter car experience. And the first time they got around and some of the heavier cars, and you could just see school starting on the first turn. It's fun to watch, not only because you were expecting it, you knew it was going to happen, and it did, but just to watch these guys improve with every turn. And we talked all along here about there's nothing that will nothing you can trade for just being very talented, and all these people are, and they learn quickly. But there was a whole different aspect to coming out in a car that was about 3,000 tons heavier than anything they'd been used to driving before, and trying to say, wait a minute, my other car didn't go around the corner this way, why does this one?
Well, and as Craig pointed out yesterday, the cars are under-tired and under-braked. So when you have a 3,500-pound car and you're tossing it from one side of the track to the other, and you don't have as much contact with the ground, that's a lot of weight going back and forth. At the same time, you're trying to get the power down, so that can be a pretty squirrely event. And plus the fact that it takes a lot more brake to get all that weight slowed down for the corner to set you up the way you need to be.
Guys, I'm going to just jump in here real quick if I can. Get a word with Greg Biffle. He's down here signing autographs like a madman. First of all, Greg, on behalf of all your fans here in the Portland area, welcome home, buddy.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be back here. It's I wish I was racing, but it couldn't work out. But at least come out and see all these fans and sign autographs. And what a great day. This is great Portland weather, and I think these guys are going to put on a great race for these fans today. I just can't wait to see it.
Your NASCAR Sprint Cup season, a little up and down this year, looked pretty good, not so hot right now. What's it going to take to get back in contention?
Well, certainly it's just going to take us, good finishes, and we haven't had that the last 3 races. We've been running good, just not getting those good finishes. So we look forward to going to the Brickyard this week. We tested there. We feel like we're pretty fast. We're looking forward to that. Pocono, Michigan, some great racetracks for us. So we're really looking at getting back in the chase and getting going.
Yeah, that's great. You're also running in the Nationwide Series part-time. Wish you were coming to Iowa in a couple of weeks. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not. We'd certainly love to have you there. But in any event, I know a lot of fans here in Portland are just thrilled to have Greg Biffle come home. And, Greg, have a great time with family and friends, and we'll be seeing you down the road, buddy.
Well, I appreciate it. And I'll tell you what, that Iowa racetrack, you guys have done a great job there. It's a really, really neat racetrack. And just glad to see racing here in Portland out at Portland Speedway.
Absolutely. That's Greg Biffle. He is here and meeting fans and greeting fans and just having a great time. And let me tell you, the line is immense to come see Greg and all of the NASCAR Camping World West Series competitors.
Thanks, Craig Armstrong. It's just great. It is absolutely great to hear Greg Biffle back at Portland International Raceway again. He is such a great competitor and a great ambassador for the sport. Both he and his wife are so involved in the community. They've got their own foundations that they set specifically up for animals, the care of animals, and it's things like that just keep these guys involved in the sport and make them so popular. Dave and Phil out on the course, I don't know if you noticed it this morning or not, but the line started to meet Greg Biffle and the other Camping World West Series drivers started this morning at 8:30. And now it's wound up around and is still wound up around the pit area, going down the grandstand area. So there's literally a couple of thousand people standing in line to get autographs from Greg Biffle and the other nation drivers.
It sounds like Craig had his mic open there. Craig, are you trying to break in here? I guess he's not anymore. No. Yeah, it was a long line. I thought they were lined up for corn dogs this morning. No, they were waiting. And I mean, what time did we come in here? 8 o'clock this morning? There was already that long line of people waiting for the autographs.
I've got my Greg Biffle shirt on. I took a good look at that before I decided I just wouldn't have time to get out here and go to work before I could get my autograph. So it's good. It's good to see. And, I'm really impressed, Dane Pitteresi, with all those kind words for Greg Biffle. The last time I saw those two guys out here together on this track, one of them was racing and the other had been punted into the third row of the stands. I'm not going to say which one punted who, but no, punted wasn't the right word.
No. No, he just moved me out of the way, which he should have. He was quick. Man, he was quick. And still is. Just being able to drive with Greg in a race and kind of watch my mirrors and watch him come by every 4 or 5 laps was It was an experience. It was a great experience. He's such a great guy too, you know. You know, it's really was very interesting about great race drivers, and I think we've by doing the interviews we've done over the years and being able to meet great people in racing. You know, the 25 odd years we've all been doing this, or 30 years now. You know, the really great racers are just great human beings too. You know, they just happen to be really good at driving. But it's pretty much the same at some of the greatest drivers in the world today that I've had the fortune to meet and to talk to. Is just they're great people, and they're not full of themselves. They're think they're extremely fortunate for being in the position that they're in. And I think it's just great that somebody of Greg Biffle's history and the accomplishments that he's made, you know, he shows up at agreeably his old hometown, but hey, he's got an incredibly busy schedule. I mean, this guy is running, you know, the full Cup schedule. He's got sponsors to take care of. He's got a full-time job outside of the race car to take care of. And he shows up on the last weekend I think they have off for many, many months, if not the last weekend they have till the end of the series. And he's here in Portland, Oregon, signing autographs for us. I think that's just great.
Well, you actually know from your experience, however brief in those upper levels, that you know, that's a lot of commitment to go out there, because it's not just showing up on Friday, driving the car, and taking off on Sunday afternoon. You've got, like you said, all the sponsorship commitments, all the foundation things, the charities and whatnot that you're dealing with and supporting, family and the business, and then the sponsors have other needs for you. So you that's a lot of time, and that's time away from, you know, like we complain about, oh gee, we got to work another weekend. Hey, that's all these guys work.
Yeah.
That's time away from family.
And it's and they just love to do it. You know, this is not something, those commitments that you make when you do all the things that a driver that like Greg Biffle does, is that you just don't do it because you have to. You really have to love and commit to the program that you're doing. If you weren't committed fully to it, and if you didn't like to do those things, like sit here and talk to the fans and get one-on-one with them, it would be impossible. You just couldn't do it. You know, it would be kind of like worthless. So they're really committed. They're great people, and thank goodness that we've got good people coming out of the Northwest that can come back and we can have as heroes. They are just now, just to let the spectators here at PIR know what's going on, they have just got Garland Self's vehicle winched up onto a rollback, and it's going into the garage area. That's why the track has been quiet. We've been removing. It looks like he either had a rear gear pack up or something actually stopped the car. You know, maybe even a motor went. But they actually, instead of towing the vehicle in or pushing the vehicle in, they had to winch it up onto a rollback, and that's what's been taking so much time here. It doesn't look, their practice session was stated from 10:30 to 10:55, so they've got about 4 minutes left before their practice session will be over. And next up at 11 a.m. will be the NASCAR Camping World West Series qualifying. So this is these guys, they get a little angry. You know, they're going to go out. They're going to try to trim their cars out for qualifying. A good spot, we talked about it yesterday, a good spot in qualifying is going to mean a lot to them. And their first qualifying session will be at 11 a.m. and coming up in about 8 minutes.
And that qualifying session will be, they'll be divided into 3 different groups, each with 8 minutes to qualify. So there will be some open track and an opportunity because they won't all be out at the same time. But that will be divided over the half hour or so into 3 8-minute qualifying sessions.
It looks to us like the course is ready to go, but I think the historic stock car practice is probably going to be over. I don't see anyone lining up in the paddock area to go out onto the course, so our next event should be the Camping World West Series cars. This is the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. And our feature race of the day, this is qualifying. Dave Bell, qualifying ought to be pretty exciting with this. You know, they're going to trim the cars out. We saw a number of cars yesterday that had some problems on the race course.
Yeah, and you have to believe that they have a pretty good idea now what they want to do. We were thinking perhaps that it was going to cool off a bit more, and because of the fact that it was a morning session rather than being out when they were out in the heat of the day yesterday afternoon, that there might be some differences in track temperature. There are some differences, but I don't think they're that extreme. And I really think that if they've been on the ball here and got the cars balanced out and trimmed out and ready to go for PIR, that we ought to see some pretty high performance automobiles out here at their best.
I'm kind of interested to see what kind or if problems we have coming into turn 10, because watching the flags here and the wind is really coming up. It's a beautiful day out there, but the wind is coming from the northwest, and it's literally going to push those big cars down that back straightaway. And with a breeze like this, it's kind of going to slow them down a little bit going down the front straightaway, but it ought to add a couple mile per hour to their top end coming down the back straightaway. Phil?
Yeah, I was looking at the flags in the back of the grandstand here outside of turn 7, and the flags are blowing directly down the back stretch. So as they wind down this bending banana of a backstretch that we have here at PIR, they'll be really able to get a little boost from the wind as it comes and goes, which it's been doing all weekend long. So just kind of depending on when that'll be. But you know, your quickest car yesterday during practice, the number 17 of David Mayhew, he's number 3 in points. So this might be the weekend that you know, he's able to make some headway on your other your points leader, Jason Bowles, in the number 6 car, and Eric Holmes in the number 20 Toyota. So your 08 series champ, in fact. But Mayhew, quickest in both sessions yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see what the number 17 Chevy does when he gets out. He's had 5 top 5s already this season to go with 1 win, so that's how he got to the number 3 point in the points. We'll see if he can keep that top spot. But you know, a lot changes between practice and qualifying. We see it with every big series that comes through town, and it'll be no different today, I'm suspecting, with the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troop 125.
Well, it's interesting looking at these times from yesterday is that David Mayhew was at a 117.4, and that's not too far away from that magic 116 mark. You know, with the way the wind is, and they're going to get a couple more 100 RPM off that back straightaway, which is the longest straightaway we've got here at PIR now. This ought to really be pretty cool. This is actually going to be pretty fast. Now, Eric Holmes in the number 20 Napa Toyota car, he was, man, he was everywhere. He was off at this end of the course, at the east end of the track. several times. He was really pushing that, and I'm actually really surprised. He's the only other driver in the 117s. I mean, he was really trying to crack some laps off there, and was very successful in doing that. So Eric Holmes in the number 20 cars is going to be somebody to watch for sure. Obviously, he's one of the top drivers in the series, but watching how loose that car was and how hard he had to drive it, and how he really had to get up on the wheel and drive that thing yesterday, I was kind of surprised to see that 117 time.
Well, the 118 of the number 3 quickest car of the number 21, Blake Cook, in the God Speaks Daystar Chevy. He, third quickest. He's tied right now with Paulie Haraka in the rookie points race, but Paulie Haraka was the 10th quickest. Cook was the 3rd quickest. So you wonder if Blake Cook might have a breakout this weekend. You're talking about the developmental aspects of the series. Cook is driving a Richard Childress development team car. Now, my question is maybe for Craig, Dane, as you guys are down there a little closer to the drivers and the teams, are there any other of the big name teams like Richard Childress that have development teams in the West Series or the East Series or some of the other NASCAR series throughout the nation?
Well, and we'll give Craig Armstrong a little push in that direction, and I'm sure he's much more well versed, and he'll be able to find out some of those developmental teams if there are some more teams. But that's how would you like to be driving for a Richard Childress developmental team or any of the top Cup teams?
Well, it's like having your own minor league baseball team. And
oh, man,
it's gee, think of the support, the information that you're going to get there. Also, there's going to be a lot of pressure for the driver. But, gee, what a great chance to get, here's an opportunity, man. You could take it and go.
One of the other things, too, you mentioned Paulie Haraka. That car blew an engine yesterday, and one of the reasons why Paulie is down in midfield as far as the qualifying times go, because he didn't get a full session in that second one yesterday. But what they had to do, and as we pointed out right away, they were starting to pull the engine out just as soon as they got the car back there. In fact, even before, they already had the second engine out and ready to go. Talking with their crew, they found that maybe this engine is going to be even better than yesterday. So we'll watch the number 12 Paulie Haraka car with a brand new engine in it, but they are very optimistic about the chance for increased performance out of that car.
Another car that we were watching had several moments, as we say on the racetrack. But he also turned in a great practice time yesterday, and that's car number 65 of Stan Silva Jr. He was off at both ends of the track. He was sideways. He was really pushing, and I was. I'm really impressed to see him in the low 18s. I mean, he's just right at the door of the top 5. Well, he's in the top 5, but not that far away, a half a second away from top time in practice yesterday. So that ought to be pretty impressive as well. A local driver of some note that we talked a little bit about yesterday was Terry Fisher. Terry Fisher coming out of a, probably unannounced and uncared for, not retirement, but lack of driving for the last couple of years. Seeing Terry out here, past champion at Portland Speedway. Terry is a superb road course driver. Just one of those guys who's always quick. Showed up with a new team. Midgley Motorsports is presenting a car for him. They've gotten together for this one race, kind of just a one race off deal, which is really hard to do in this series. Just be able to step into a car and try to sort it out and get it there. Terry Fisher in the 09 car, he was at a mid 120. Now we had an interview. Craig Armstrong did an interview with him in the garage area yesterday, and he says, you know, there's a couple of seconds in me, and I know there's a couple of seconds in the car, so it'll be interesting to see him out in qualifying today. Watching him be where he is pretty impressive, because just stepping into a car for a one-race deal like this, and I hope it's not. I hope it continues on to be maybe more than just a one-race deal, but just one-race weekends with a car like this is very, very tough.
Also want to give a little shout out to Terry's other sponsors, Performance Collision and Always Towing. Those are the guys that had the really good breakfast going on out here in turn 7 this morning. So, plus they've got some monster speakers blasting the really good music out here all weekend long. But once I've been assured that once the race gets going, they're going to have it tuned to 95.5, because the game will be, the race will be on the game this afternoon with a pregame show at 1:30. I believe, Mr. Pitteresi, you're involved with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're Mr. Big Time. The rest of us have to wait till the actual race to be on the radio.
I
You're
see.
all over it all day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, Mr. Microphone strikes again. That's what. And our first qualifying session of today for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 should get started momentarily with Dave Bell at the Festival Corners and Phil Beard out on turn 7, 8.
We do have cars on track as you speak, Dane.
All right, we will try and keep you up to date. We are still trying to get our information up here, but if we will give you the car numbers and names as they come by.
There goes Phil Dugan out of Meridian, Idaho. He is the first one out. Garland Self now in this series got into the second car to come out. Mike Self is in the third car out, and then here comes Travis Milburn. We have 1, 2, 3 more cars coming out. The number 3 of West Bank just coming out of the festival in the short chute, headed for turn 4. And whoa, cold tires, a little experience right there for Brian Jackson, who came around turn 2. Turn 2 is almost a hairpin. I mean, it's something that you really have to feel when you're coming through turn 2 at speed. You come out a little bit fast on cold tires. You do feel it. Jim Marchino is the next car out. So that's pretty much going to be our group this time around. Dividing themselves up into 3 different groups. So we'll have a lot of open track for qualifying.
And we've got the cars coming on the straightaway now after making their first exploratory lap. Of course, you know, it's going to take several laps to get the tires up to temperature, get the engines up to temperature, the gearboxes, everything. You kind of have to take it a little easy. I know they tried to get some heat into everything while they were sitting in the garage area waiting to come out onto the track. But this qualifying is a little bit different than what I was used to the last time a series race was here at Portland, is that we had single car qualifying and just a couple of laps. I really like this venue much, much better, because you've got several minutes, several laps to be able to try to put a good lap down, and if that one doesn't work, you've got another one to go at. Just, you know, 1 or 2 laps, and really only 1 lap to get a flyer is a really tough deal to do in these cars.
Well, the other nice thing, too, is going out in the different groups, you can get some spacing between the cars, so you don't necessarily get stuck behind somebody that may not be quite ready to go for their hot lap.
One car coming to a stop down underneath turn 2. Came through 1, ran off across the logo at the middle of the festival turns. Came to a stop off the track underneath turn 2, trying to get it refired right now. However, Brian Jackson does manage to get it started before anybody else comes down. So Jackson back underway once again. Coming through turn 1, came to a stop and then couldn't get it refired.
Well, we're beginning to see some times come up on our monitor here. We still don't have any names or numbers to go with the times. But obviously this group are the ones that, how this works is in qualifying is that they try to put the cars together that in practice we're very close on times, you know, and this is so the guys who are really going quickly, they don't get balked by someone or they don't have to slow down. They've got enough room in front of them not to ruin a qualifying lap. And so the cars that are out on the course now, the fastest time that we have, they range from the 121 range up to the low 122s. So about 3/4 of a second between the cars in this group. It looks like we've got them pretty close together. Somebody being a little bit antsy. The number 33 and 34 cars coming on the straightaway now kind of bogged them up a little bit, and I'm sure the number 34 car is going to be a little bit ticked off because, you know, you just kind of one of my laps now.
So Mike Self and the number 84 just ruined one of his own coming through 7. Just kind of got a little too much on the outside. The car wouldn't turn anymore. Just stay on the track and put up a great cloud for the number 14, Travis Milburn from Eagle, Idaho. He had to kind of stop because it is dusty when you go off the track. That'll make a visibility problem for the cars behind you.
Visibility gets pretty tough, especially when you've got a big cloud of dirt coming over the course. You can't see through it, and of course the natural thing to do is instead of keeping your foot in it and driving right through a cloud of dust, you kind of have a tendency, or at least some people do, of lifting just a little bit. The seriously demented drivers, of course, which most of them are, you know, just keep their foot down and go right through it.
In a nice way.
In a nice way, of course. Oh, and we've got a big spin off of turn 11. Did not come in contact with the tire wall. I mean, it was a huge spin. Did a nice 180, got the car collected up, locked everything up. Car number 34. Phil Dugan. Yeah, Phil Dugan. Boy, that was quite the ride. He almost made it to the tire barrier, but kept it off the tires. No harm, no foul. A little dust in his car, but obviously trying to put a good lap down.
Phil the Thrill. We may have to give him a new name.
Well, and he's, we do have some names. We do have some people coming up on our timing monitor here now. And it looks like the fastest driver in this session so far is the number 84 car.
Mike Self.
Mike Self. He's got so far a fast time of a 120.554 at 88.4 miles per hour.
And the Self tries to stick his nose underneath the 83 in turn number 7. Gets on the brakes hard, but able to maintain it going through turn 8. He'll slide around to the outside of 8, go to the inside of the wall, gets around the 33 of Brian Jackson, and looks like Mike Self wants to get out on his own in the fresh air and get a quick lap in here. But he's been locking the brakes up every time in 7. You know, just trying to get the balance down there is going to take a little bit.
Yeah, and he's the number 84 car also has the brakes locked up coming into turn 12. Just a little wisp of smoke out there. If you continue to do that too long, you're really going to heat the tire up and have a possibly flat spotted. But Mike Self in the number 84 continues to be the leader in this qualifying session. He has not improved his time from a 1:20.554, but he is comfortably ahead of the second fastest car, which is Wes Banks in the number 3 car. He sits at a 1:20.925. So Self right now has just under a half a second in front of the next quickest car in this first qualifying session today.
And we noticed that some of these cars are coming into the pits, and the rules I read is once you come in during a qualifying session, you cannot go back out again. So cars that have come in are in for the session.
Yeah, Self is going 2 seconds faster than he did in his practice yesterday, Dane.
Well, no, that's pretty indicative. You know, we're wondering if the track conditions were going to be better. It could be a number of different things. Not only get acclimated to PIR and the road course, but also improving the setup from their practice yesterday, putting the car in qualifying trim. You know, some of the guys are taking up the radiators. Some of them are, you know, trying to get as much time out of it as possible. We've got car number 24, 360 off of turn 11. You know, and we were wondering what we were going to see because of this stiff wind coming off as car number 34. We were wondering Phil Dugan again. This is the second time he's been off of this end of the racetrack. We were wondering what the top speed difference was going to be with this stiff, very brisk wind coming off this back straightaway. You know, these cars are going to maybe get another couple of hundred RPM, and that
Mike Self 360 off of turn 4.
Wow.
And out in the outside grass, sorry to cut in there, Dano. He just came in too hot trying to lay down a fast lap and spun off the outside.
Well, and Mike Self did. He did lay down a fast lap. He was trying to put down another one, but the last lap that he came by was with a 1:20.224 at 88.05 miles per hour, which is by far the quickest lap in this qualifying group.
But his right front tire has just got to be toast by now, Dane. Every time he comes into 7, that car is so stiff. His inside tire, the right front tire, is lifting off the ground enough. It's locking up, and he's skidding that tire locked up into 7 each time. And it just, there can't be a whole lot left to it.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing here in turn 12 as well. The right side front locks up, barely get on the brakes, although he does come through here at a little slower than the time before. He didn't lock it up, but he is going into the pits. So this qualifying session for Self is over, but he has got the quickest time in kind of the provisional pole so far. The first practice session almost coming to an end here. We've got a couple more cars on the track.
Yeah, it officially ends at an end when they come under the checkered flag. It's out right now.
Okay, the end to our first group. Our first group of the NASCAR Camping World Series West cars. This is our featured race of today for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Our provisional pole sitter at this time is Mike Self, turning a 1:20.224.
That was just the first of 3 groups to come out and go for qualifying. So as soon as we do a little track cleanup down here, talked about some tires maybe going away. It might have gone away right down here at the exit of turn 3. They have to pick up some larger than normal chunks of tire off the track.
But no 3-inch bolts today?
No, that was a 5-inch bolt, and no 5-inch bolts today. Just a 7-inch piece of rubber down here, which you really don't want to go around even in practice, much less qualifying without.
And that 1:20 time for Mike Self would have put him in the number 15 spot as far as the practice times yesterday afternoon are concerned. So we'll see how that holds up as the next group gets ready to come out.
Dave Bell.
Hello.
You may have a little more information down there, but back in the last series race we ran, we had to actually start the race on the tires we qualified on. And do you have any regulations in front of you for specifically the tires that they've got to use to start this race? Normally, you've got to start the race on the tires you qualify on, and in the example of Self having smoked that right front tire, that could turn out to be a problem in the race.
Just looking over the rules, and I don't see anything at all having to do with the tires. So evidently, no, not a problem changing tires, or if there is, at least it isn't on our list.
Jim Warren from Aurora, Oregon in that beautiful MJ2 Racing, GPIperformance.com Chevrolet out on the track. Paulie Haraka out in the number 12 Napa car. He's got the new bullet in that car. And the number 16 of Moses Smith, that Hosta Pool Products White Flyer Toyota coming by. That's a McAnally car. Ooh, this is getting fun already.
Paulie Haraka, the number 12 Napa Auto Care Adaptive 1 brakes car, goes down the straightaway, and he's getting right with the program. I mean, he's got to make up for that low motor yesterday, and of course this is the first time he's been on the track with that new engine in it. He doesn't have much time to get used to that new engine, sort it out, but it doesn't look like the motor's got much problem to me. He was really going down the straightaway.
You were talking about yesterday, Dane. These guys don't take a whole lot of time to get the cars and tires wheel friendly, get going pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Watch Wally coming through 6. Leads the car over to come through the right-hander, number 7. He gets way outside, dives in on the inside, slips to the outside of 8. Doesn't quite kiss the curbs, come through 8, and goes to the inside as he flies down the backstretch.
Yeah, he's getting with the program pretty quick, as most everybody is. And, you know, as we go through these qualifying sessions, you know, as we march through this, the faster the cars, the later the group, the faster the cars will be. And car number 12, let's see if we can have him up. We do not have any times on those yet. Paulie Haraka has just put in a time at a 1:19.353. Jim Warren is flying out there. He's at a 1:18.5. And now we have finally, I no longer need to even think about throwing myself off the tower. Thank you very much. We have Moses Smith in with a 1:16.04. Unbelievable in the low 1:16s.
That's pretty amazing.
Moses Smith has raced here at PIR in a past life in open wheel cars, so he has a little bit more experience here on the road course PIR than some of the other drivers. We watch him count out 6, a little bobble down the short chute into 7, locks up that inside front tire as he comes through 7 to the outside nose, smooth on the gas. He's flying past our tower here in turn 8. Keeps it on the inside and drifts outside as he really gives it the gas going down the back half.
Paulie Haraka on his way in turn 12. These guys have really got these cars hooked up. Extremely smooth. Oh, and we've got the number 16 car, Moses. He gets a little loose coming out, gets onto brakes hard to go into turn 10, flies through turn 10 on his way to 11, gets just a little bit squirrely between 11 and 12, gets the power down, gets it turned in. Nice exit out of that turn. Moses Smith really going well in that number 16 machine.
You know, I'm going to have to put an asterisk by that 116 now, because I'm pretty sure, and I have to go back and check my memory here, I think it was Smith that didn't take turn 2 on that lap. Coming down, went hard couldn't make it around turn 2, so we cut across and came back out.
Oh, okay.
Now, if it holds up, then I'm wrong, and congratulations to him. But we'll watch that to see if it is an asterisk next to that time.
Here, I'll ask him as he drives by, coming out of 7 and into 8. Hasa.
You better hurry.
Hasa Pool Products Toyota. I tell you what, and no, he's taking it really easy this lap. He's taking it way out of the lot there. I've never heard many Toyotas that sound like that.
Yeah, we have the 2 quickest laps. That lap has disappeared from Moses Smith's chart here. The 2 fastest drivers so far are Paulie Haraka at a 1:18.1, which he put out very early in this session, and James Warren at a 1:18.5. We also have Todd Souza in the 1:18s, actually at a 1:18.1 now. He just turned in a very quick lap.
If he has any questions about his time, we'll just send them over to your tower.
I didn't say that. It wasn't me. It was somebody else.
Oh, and Brett Thompson in the number 61 car. He just locks the whole right side car up coming into turn 12. Lots of blue smoke. Gets it all collected back up again, but literally throwing the car sideways into the entrance into turn 12. That's car number 61 of Brett Thompson. He's turning a 1:19.1, not bad, almost into the 18s. And we've got a couple of drivers in the low 18s, but still Paulie Haraka with a 1:18.1.12 is the quickest at 91.24 miles per hour. Second quick is Todd Souza with a 1:18.13 at a 91.1 mile per hour lap.
And I know a lot of us were really looking forward to coming out and watching Herschel McGriff out here this weekend after that incident yesterday. It's good to see the 04 back out on track once again. McGriff making his laps around PIR right now in this session.
Herschel into 7. Going through 8, up through the gears. On his way down the backstretch. Really still looks like he's trying to get the feel of the newly repaired 04 Park Corporation Chevrolet.
And it looks like Herschel McGriff is going into the paddock area, not really putting in some real quick laps, but again, after that crash yesterday into the tire wall, I bet this one was just to sort the car out and try and get at least some sort of idea that everything is going to hold fluids and be able to enter the race and finish the race this afternoon. As we know, even you don't really have to be on the pole to win this race. History shows us that even from back in 10th or 13th or maybe all the way up to 15th and 16th, you've got a shot at winning this race because it's long enough. You've got an awful lot of things that you've got to work through, and we've learned that with these big, heavy cars, out of the NASCAR ranks, that you've got to be consistent, you've got to be really good with the tires, you have to be excellent under braking, and just really put on a smooth performance to come out on top of this. It looks like this session is over. Dave Bell, do you have a flag down at turn 1?
I did not see it.
Or a start finish?
I did not see it. I'm watching the towers.
Okay, we have most of the cars. No, Terry Fisher is still on the course in the 09 car. He's coming down the straightaway now. Terry has put in a quick lap of just a little bit quicker than yesterday's practice time at a 1:20.3. James Warren is in the 18.5s. And we have a couple of cars in the 18s with Paulie Haraka, the quickest in this particular session, the second of 3 qualifying sessions this morning.
And Terry Fisher I'm not sure if he's just idling his way through 6
No,
and
that
7.
doesn't sound good when he came through the entrance to 6, and he's really slow in 7.
Now he's got a big contingent of people over here at 7, but he is coasting his way through, and it looks like he's going to pull it off the track. He is not going to make turn 8.
Oh, that's a shame. You know, this was like we were talking about. He put this program together at a late stage, and he and Dick Midgley are just Dick Midgley, the owner of the car, and Terry Fisher are just having a blast running this. This would really make a lot of work for the race if he broke something here. I know they don't have a huge budget for this, and going as quick as he is, I've got to take my hat off to Terry. He's an excellent driver. The car looks like it's prepared pretty well. Obviously, you've got to do more than just one race to get everything down pat. But a pretty good team between Dick Midgley and Terry Fisher.
He's got the car turned off out here, Dane. On the exit of 7, just before 8. He's on the inside of the track, but the car is stopped and off. And doubly sad, he's parked in front of all of his supporters out here in turn 7 that have been partying and barbecuing all day, waiting for a chance to watch the 09 go around.
Well, I just hope that Terry doesn't get to participate in the breakfast burritos and rock and roll barbecue by you. I'd much,
it ain't
you know,
rock and roll.
I really like rock and roll, but I'd rather drive. Looking at some times here, and Dave Bell, you are absolutely correct. That one lap that Moses Smith went through the festival turns, they threw that out. But Moses Smith did put in, it looks to me, and this is quite unofficial right now, but Moses Smith in that number 16 machine put in a lap of a 118.099 for a mile per hour of 91.269 miles per hour, which would make him the fastest car in that last session. Followed by Paulie Haraka at a 118.1 and Todd Souza at a 118.183. Top 3 in that session. Dick Jamie in the number 88 car was also in the 18s at an 18.9. But once again, and James Warren was in the 18s as well, which yesterday was a very good time, very representative of going quickly out here. In fact, no one was really out of the 18s yesterday. So those 5 drivers are going quite quick, with Moses Smith in the number 16 car quickest at a 118.09.
Well, we got a minute, Dane. We want to remind everybody here at the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. The National Guard has got quite a display over there on the south side of the Bridgestone footbridge. You can go by and climb around and in a bunch of National Guard equipment and pretend like you're shooting the gun or whatever. But they've also got a couple of Hummers, troop carriers that are circling the outside of the track, and if you need a lift from wherever on the track to another location, you want to get a chance to come out here and see what it's like, hop on one of the Hummers. They'll give you a lift. And we see the tow truck now just pushing the 09. And is he going to take him around the track? Yeah, he's going to come all the way around. He's not going to take the exit road here. But has got it neutral and getting the push tow around the backside of the track. So Terry will be bringing the 09 in, the Midgley Racing Chevrolet into the pits here as they get around to your side, Dane. But anyway, a good opportunity for fans to go by and check out the cool display that the National Guard's got going on over there by your side of the track. And you want to get out here and see how the real fans are dealing with the racing. Hop on the shuttle and get out here. They'll drop you off just about any place.
You know, those shuttles, Phil, are great. You know, is that where your vantage point is back on the back side of the track, just before the back straightaway at turn 7 and 8, and down by Dave Bell in the festival corners, and of course the last turn, the old circus complex of turns, huge grandstand on the outside of turn 10. What a wonderful vantage point, and you can go from venue to venue, vantage point to vantage point with those National Guard troop carriers, and they just love to carry people around. You know, we've got a couple of Humvees on top of skid cars at different places in the world, and I'm just thinking that, wow, what a trip that would be to load some people up into a Humvee and take them for a ride in a skid car. I think it's good.
You're doing skid cars with Humvees?
Yes, we're doing skid cars with Humvees. We have skid cars underneath fire trucks. We have skid cars underneath a lot of vehicles these days around the world.
But do you have a skid car in London under a double-decker bus?
Oh, no, but we do have a skid car underneath a huge European-style bus in Sweden, which I got to drive just a year ago. And that's a big ride. That's a big sideways ride.
Is that a big e-ticket?
It is a big e-ticket. You know, you just kind of want to, you know, getting a seat in the back of the bus is the best seat on the bus when you're sliding around in a skid bus. But, you know, to go with the National Guard presence here today, you know, for the Bi-Mart Salute the Troops 125, this is a great deal. You know, get to different places on this racetrack. Now, we are going to get the track cleaned up. In fact, the next qualifying session is out on the track, and after that, right at 12 o'clock, we're going to have our first race of the day. So if you want to see different vantage points of different series that are running here today at PIR, by all means, get a hold of those National Guard guys in the paddock here and take advantage of those shuttles. On the track now, our third qualifying session for today. This is some of the faster cars from practice yesterday. We should see some of these times turned down and fast laps so far. The provisional pole sitter for this afternoon's Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Right now we have is Moses Smith in the number 16, qualified at a 1:18.09. And now we see some more of the quicker cars come out onto the course, getting some heat into the tires. The number 1 car of Jim Eaglebright has just gone by, and Dave Bell. This should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I got an idea that it isn't going to take too long with this group. And as nice as that qualifying session was for Moses Smith and Colin Uraka, those guys, we're going to see several of these cars. They should anyway eclipse those times, and maybe by mid-session we'll be seeing.
Jason Bowles in the number 6 comes through turn 12, absolutely right on the money, comes down the straightaway. Car number 89, Brian Wong, he comes through extremely smooth, looks excellent. And one of the faster cars in yesterday's qualifying, car number 20, Eric Holmes, he as well is getting the tires up to temperature, everything up to qualifying speed. This, we don't have any times as yet. They're just coming out onto the course. They'll get a couple of laps to really keep the tires up, be able to get the balance just right for them to get their heads together and put down a really smooth lap for fast times for qualifying for today's race. Oh, and we've got a car outside, came out, got completely sideways off of turn 11 in the short chute between turn 11 and 12. And we've got another car sideways. Car number 65, Silva Jr., does a 360, collects the tire wall, a huge wall of dust, comes over the tire wall at turn 12. It looks like the front of the car got into contact with the tire wall, and oh man, he hit it a ton. We've got the hood is up on the car. He is headed for the pits. That qualifying for the number 65 car of Stan Silva Jr. Yesterday, he was all over the track. did some very quick times, but this one he just couldn't hang on to it.
And the number 20 of Eric Holmes goes off the outside of turn 6. He's going slowly down the back, scrubbing all of the grass off his tires.
Full course yellow.
So maybe trying to go a case for some of these guys who've got a little too hard, a little too soon here in the session, because we saw the 20 of Holmes slide that Napa Toyota off the outside, just not able to get enough grip to keep it on there.
It is so hard with these cars not to want to, to overdrive them. It is so easy to overdrive them. You really have to be smooth to go quick in these. It's something that I realized, very early in my attempts to drive some of the heavier NASCAR series cars, and you just have to be smooth. They carry so much weight, you can't get them very sideways, and if you throw them around and try to slide them through a turn, you just eat time up. So you've really got to be technically correct with contact patches of the car. You've got to have everything balanced just right, and it's just, again, it's so easy to overdrive. Man, I was really impressed with some of these cars getting sideways, so sideways, and not losing it. That's extremely hard to do, and a great example of great car control. The 65 car of Stan Silva Jr., though, just, boy, he came in hard, he came in hot, got a little bit sideways, got off into the grass, tried to turn it around, tried to, push the clutch in, spin the car, get it turned around, and just barely caught the tire wall. That was a tough break. And the Cascade Sports Car Club safety crews and their safety truck are once again at the turn 12 tire wall. It looks like they're going to pull some of the bundles of the tires out. They're being extremely good at making sure that the integrity of the safety wall stays intact. In all the practice sessions yesterday, we had a number of cars go into the tire wall, and each and every time they stopped the practice session and put that tire wall back together again. To keep this racetrack safe, and this particular racetrack was really very forward-thinking in safety barrier design using the tire stacks. Many, many years ago, they had figured out that if they put tires together and band them together in a certain sequence, that they could really absorb a lot of energy. And over the years, I think we've seen that happen over and over again. Instead of someone really getting into and wadding a car up pretty terrible, they nose into the tires and maybe a little bent sheet metal, but it doesn't do a huge amount of damage to the cars. Well, I'm starting to see some times from a very abbreviated qualifying session here. We're looking at some 117s. We've got Greg Pursley, who we knew was quick. We saw him yesterday turning in some pretty good times. We were wondering, Greg Pursley in the Gene Price Motorsports Star Nursery number 26 car, he has got a 117.7. Not bad at all. Jim Englebright in the number 1 car to 117.3. And second quick, David Mayhew at a 1:17.35. I'll invert that. It looks to me now that David Mayhew is actually quickest at a 1:17.35 with Engelbright at a 1:17.38. So just a little bit quicker. In mile per hour, Mayhew is at a 92.143 miles per hour, and Engelbright at a 92.117. So extremely close in times out here, just for an abbreviated session, and that was just at the start of the last qualifying session here. Dave Bell, not really a surprise.
No, I expected to see the times. I really thought we might see a couple more laps before they carve down into those times. So what it means now is that if they can get out and get a few more laps in here before this session comes to an end, and I would imagine they will extend it, then we might actually see some times getting down into the low 117s.
Maybe 116s? Then I won't.
then you won't have to jump.
I won't have to jump. Yeah. Well, they're doing some work. They're doing some cleanup on the area of the track between turn 10 and 11. We did have some cars off. It looks like maybe somebody dropped something on the track, and that's why we had the number 65 car go into the tire wall. You know, they could have reported, because a number of cars coming through, one got really sideways, and the next couple of cars that came through slid all the way through the old circus complex. So it looks like they have found something very slippery between turn 10 and 11. And we've got the sweeper truck and the cruiser from Cascade Sports Car Club out getting the track cleaned up now.
And I'm going to cut in here, guys, and give you a little mic check from Bob. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be for our introductions for the Great American Stock Car Series race, just a few minutes away.
This abbreviated practice session, we haven't heard or not if they're going to extend this practice session. Dave Bell, can you see if we've got cars on the grid?
Yeah, we still have cars ready to go here, and because this kind of pushed into what was already going to be a short lunch break anyway, as long as it doesn't push too close to the noon hour, I would imagine they'll go ahead and give them the full session. But it's quarter till right now, and we're going to be up against it here, so I don't want to speculate what the officials are going to do here, but there is a time certain clock going on the events today, and we do have to get the other event started at noon.
Well, and we've got a number of drivers, all very quick drivers, that do not have times that we have seen yet. There's no times posted for Blake Cook, no times posted for Greg Rail. Stan Silva Jr., of course, that's the number 65 car that we saw go into the tire wall and mess up the front end of that car. Jason Bowles, we do not have a time for him. That doesn't mean that a time has not been collected for him, but in front of us, we do not have him on the scoring sheet. And car number 89, Brian Wong, has no time as of yet from us, and so we don't know how quick they have. I know they have run some laps. I know Bowles came around here a couple of times.
So
I'm
not sure.
Wong did, I know. And
okay,
so,
okay. We're just not seeing times here. We don't want to say that they won't make the race, but that's just that we don't have any times on them at this time. We do have David Mayhew, though, right now is the quickest time we've seen at 92.143 mile per hour, 117.380 lap. The Gas Series cars are getting ready to make their way to the grid. Even though they come out here onto the grid, I do believe we can still have a little late qualifying for the Camping World West Series cars. We will see. We have a 12 o'clock start time for the Gas Series race, and again, this is the last race in their series. This is kind of the last chance for these guys to win a championship.
Okay, we do have cars back out on track right now. So Jason Bowles does come out on the track, and there's Brian Wong. He's the second car out. Some of them came from behind the wall. The others were along pit row. Now they're starting as well. They're kind of spacing everybody out to make sure that they all have plenty of room to get qualifying laps in. So we are going to have more of the session. We just don't know how long it'll be.
And the number 6 of Jason Bowles at sunriseford.com. Ford comes through turn 7 and 8, trying to get the motor and the tires up to speed. He's your points leader in the NASCAR Camping World West Series. The number 26 of Greg Pursley. He's number 4 in points. He's got 1 win in that Chevy. This is his second full NASCAR Camping World Series campaign. And we see the number 17 of David Mayhew, your quickest car yesterday afternoon. Very slowly bringing the car up to speed. Now working it back and forth, trying to scrub some temperature in the tires. And there's the 21 of Blake Cook. So we'll get a time for Blake Cook here now that he is out on the track. Let's see how long it takes them to get on this one.
Yeah, and Greg Pursley has already gone back to the pits. So he is, his qualifying session is probably over. Jason Bowles came through extremely quick, really on the loud pedal, trying to get a quick time in. Phil, he should be over by you by now, I think.
He is. He's just now coming into 7, over the curb on the inside of 7, slides to the outside, kisses the curb on the inside, outside of 8, slides to the inside, and he gets on the loud pedal as he throws it into the low gear and flies around the outside of the backstretch. Followed by the number 89 of Brian Wong from Newport Beach in the Quicksilver Northeastern University Dodge, who's also making his way, and now we're seeing some of the other fast cars.
Oh, and Jason Bull all over the inside of turn 12, right at the apex. He comes in, absolutely clicks it, unbelievably right on the money. It was an excellent lap. And he comes in, and once again, he is at a 1:17.380, mirroring very good time, and it looks like he might have another lap to go. Greg Pursley is at a 1:17.7, but again, we've got a couple of cars in the 1:17. Oh, Jason Bowles, a 1:17.042, provisional quick time for this session.
Gets on the gas through the short chute, hits the brakes for turn 7.
David Mayhew in the number 17 car at a 1:16.328. Oh my goodness, Phil. Sorry to step on you like that, but hey, somebody made it into the 16s. I'm a pretty happy guy.
Well, not only that, but he's way up in the 16s. That's almost a second faster than the other times you've been giving us.
Oh man, he is just flying. And Jason Bowles in the number 6 car comes through 12, out onto the straightaway once again. Jason Bowles almost into the 16s.
Mayhew down the short chute and into 7. Very smooth on the gas and really getting into it through 8. He's going to take it down the backstretch, and he's really laying it down, Dano. He's coming towards you. He is very smooth in that number 17 car.
Oh my. And now Eric Holmes into the 16s. Eric Holmes in the number 20. The number 20 car at a 16.45, but the quickest lap I see so far, David Mayhew at a 1:16.328. We have an announcement for the pits. Starla Hyde, we have your son at security just by the Goodyear Tower. On the 3rd floor of the Goodyear Tower, Starla Hyde, your son Cameron Hyde is with security. Please come and retrieve him at the 3rd floor at the Goodyear Tower.
And the number 20 of Eric Holmes, the Napa Toyota, through 7 and into 8. Touches the outside curving, goes to the inside curving on 8, and down the backstretch he goes. He's followed by the number 7 of Kyle Kelly from Huntington Beach, and that UPR, or the UPRacing.com Chevrolet.
Oh man, you know, something that you know, we really kind of expected something like this, but David Mayhew in the number 17 car, so far quick with a 1:16.328. Next up, Eric Holmes at a 1:16.455.
Do we have a flag on the session? Because all of a sudden these guys are taking it pretty easy.
No, cars are still coming around.
And we still have cars up to speed. The car number 17, Jason Mayhew. Excuse me, David Mayhew. He's coming around. He's going in. He is done for today.
And it looks like the number 6 of Bowles and that SunriseFord.com is done, because he's taking it nice and easy through 7, 8, and down the backstretch.
Well, that pretty much is no surprise, is it?
Most everybody is coming in. The one car that is out right now is Blake Cook, and he's just kind of cruising around. So for all practical purposes, I believe the session is done.
Well, our provisional pole sitter then, no surprise, quick guy from yesterday's practice session. We learned from Craig Armstrong that they took the car out of the trailer coming from Sonoma, where they had a good road course car set up. And he just backed the car out of the trailer, got some really good practice in, liked the car. They did some balancing. They did a few things with the car to make it a little quicker. They made it a lot quicker. David Mayhew in the number 17 qualifies today on the provisional pole once again at a 93.386 miles per hour with a lap time of a 1:16.328. And guys, I think that wraps up the qualifying for today's Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. This race we will see this afternoon to start at 1:30 this afternoon. We'll start driver introductions with the start of the race at 2 o'clock. Next up, we will get to see our first race of the day, and this is the last race. The last race in the GAS Championship, the Great American Stock Car Series. This is going to be fun. We've got driver introductions that we will get into shortly, and we'll throw it down to the grid to Bob Akamian as soon as he's ready. And down to the grid for the introduction of the drivers and the grid for the Gas Racing Series, Bob Akamian.
Thank you, Dane Pitteresi. Let's meet the field for the 7th and final race of the Great American Stock Car Series season. It's our largest field in the history of the Gas Series, and we start out with one of our series regulars having to go in the backup car, but number 21. Usually see him in the Casabella number 23. From Lake Oswego, Oregon, Majid Hajari. Next on the grid, driving the number 7 from Reno, Fernley Raceway. Brand new driver, a rookie in the Gas Series from Vancouver, Washington, Larry Nulliner. Our 5-minute warning, 5-minute warning for the start of the race. Next on the grid, in the number 33, another rookie in the Gas Series, in the J.H. Kelly Toyota from Portland, Oregon, Dennis Pitzenbarger. In car number 8, the Crow's Seed car. It's a Ford, the driver in his first gas race, but very familiar with stock car racing. From Portland, Oregon, Larry Gaylord. Next on the grid in car number 35 from Portland, Oregon, the Christensen Oil Toyota, Dave Sharp. The Bi-Mart number 16 driver, also from Portland, Oregon. It's a Toyota. The driver is Al McCutcheon. Car number 32 is from Sauvie Island, Oregon, the Isley Welding Dodge of Howard Johnston. Car number 22 from Boardman, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest Motorsports Park Chevrolet of Mike Silcox. Car number 3, the most experienced driver on this track at Portland International Raceway, driving the Carl Chevrolet Chevy, Gary Button. The green number 56 is from Dallas, Oregon. Evergreen Pacific and White's Collision Service sponsors the Ford of Kim White. The number 46, the Cookies Barbecue Pork Ford. The driver from Portland, Oregon, Jimmy Weaver. Car number 13 from north of the border, the America's Best Value in Ford. From Vancouver, BC, Canada, Rob Gritton. Next on the grid, the number 19 from Oskaloosa, Iowa, the Musco Lighting Dodge, one-time winner in the Gas Series this year, Pat Gordon. The number 98 on the grid, it's our series points leader. He's that close to winning a championship with 2 victories on the Great American Stock Car Series this year. From Portland in the Bi-Mart Toyota, Kevin Culver. The number 12 hails from Virginia City, Nevada, the United Welding Supply Miller Welding Chevrolet, the guy they call Buttercup, Larry Canale. Next on the grid, first-time driver in the Gas Series from Canby, the Stat Excavation Toyota of Ron Hogan. The gray number 4, also a Gas rookie today, the Voltec Ford from Portland, Rob Gordon. Next on the grid, from Portland, you've seen him drive at PIR in historic race cars. He's in the Hot Rod Pizza Toyota, number 1, Jeffrey Minchef. Next to Jeffrey, another Gordon from Oskaloosa, Iowa, the Musco Lighting Dodge, one-time winner this year, Myron Gordon. On the front row, the number 29 hails from Newton, Iowa, home of Iowa Speedway, the Barney's Towing Magic Muffler Chevrolet, Barney Bushor. And your pole sitter, second of the season points. He's got to win by a margin of at least 5 places today to take the season title away from Jeff Culver. He drives for Snapware in a Dodge from West Lynn, Oregon, number 2, Jeff Smith. And that is our field of 21 cars for race number 7, the championship of the Great American Stock Car Series. All season long, our series leader, Chris Evans, has had a message for both the country and his drivers at the start of each race. The Great American Stock Car Series, owned and operated by Chris Evans. And we have a very traditional start to the races. And in just a moment, we're going to fire the engines on this V8 stock block cars, all identically tuned by Tim Schnell. We're standing by for Chris Evans to give the command, and then we'll go racing for 25 laps and the season championship. Now to get things started, here's the series director of the Great American Stock Car Series, Chris Evans.
I want to thank all the people today for their attendance. We know it's a rather bleak economic climate, but you guys have weathered the storm, and in our tradition with grassroots spending, America, start your engines.
And with that, the engines fire on our V8 power. 21 cars rolling away for the Great American Stock Car Series.
Thank you, Bob Akamian. And the grid is being cleared. The cars have fired up. The crews, the crewmen for the Great American Stock Car Series, the GAS Series, have made sure that all the cars are as well prepared as each other are. They're extremely even, closely prepared cars, and this is going to be a lot of fun. Dave Bell, they're coming to you. This is the largest race the Great American Stock Car Series has ever had.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. Watch the cars as they are scrubbing tires coming down the main straightaway and getting set for this event. It's the finale event for them and a big event for them. Looking forward to this very much. Cars coming down the main straightaway right now, roughly 2 abreast, but they're all scrubbing tires, trying to build up a little bit of heat. We've seen where they can do that pretty quickly, but they still want to make sure that when that green flag drops, they are ready to go.
And we want to not be remiss. We want to remind everyone that you can watch this race in a couple of weeks on the GASSTV program, which airs 7 o'clock here locally Wednesday nights on Comcast Sportsnet. And a couple other places I'm sure Bob can tell us about on DirecTV. But
well, yes, I can, Phil.
Yeah, you are here now. Okay, so tell us, when can we watch this race, Bob?
This race will be seen on Comcast Sportsnet. First showing will be August 5th. It's a Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. Comcast Sportsnet Midwest carries these races because of our connections with Iowa Speedway, and that will be August 1st, 5 p.m. Pacific time. And always check your local listings for replays. They give us about 4 or 5 runs a week, which is a beautiful thing.
And speaking of beautiful things, watching the field of the gas cars lined up 2 by 2 behind the Dodge Viper pace car, number 29. Barney Bushore on the outside, on the inside, Jeff Smith and that Snapware Dodge. Through turn 7, side by side. This is going to be fun because we saw a little taste of this in warm-ups this morning, that these guys were really getting after it. So it'll be fun to see what happens when they really get the green flag and they're all going out here chasing for the championship in this, the final race of the Great American Stock Car Series racing this season.
This is just great stuff. You know, we've got a lot of local drivers. We've got drivers from Iowa that are here. We've got drivers from several different states, and this is the biggest grid that the GAS Series has had to date. So this is actually going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see, especially, you know, our local homegrown star, our sports car racer, the coach of this series, Gary Bachman in the number 3 car. We'll see if maybe he hasn't coached some of them maybe a little too good. Gary's never been serious.
All right, here we go, guys. Lights are out on the Viper pace car. We're going to turn them loose for 25 laps. Jeff Smith trying to put some separation between himself and Kevin Culver and win a championship. They come down 2 by 2. Barney Bushore, Jeff Smith side by side underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. And we're ready to go for the green flag to start the season finale of the Great American Stock Car Series. Dave Bell, give them the green.
Just as you said that, they get it, and here they come, coming down the main straightaway. Stay pretty much to the outside of the track. A couple of the cars taking a look down on the inside, but it is going to be Jeff Smith that is the first car through. However, it looks like Jeff Minchef is going to be the second car through. Minchef in that second spot, and coming up from the 3rd position, Kevin Culver already up into the 3rd position. So it didn't take them long to sort all of that out. Jeff Smith, however, man on a mission over in turn 5 right now, trying to already open up a little bit of space with a 3-car length advantage headed to turn 6.
Jeff Smith leading out of turn 6 down the short chute as he goes into 7. The number 98 of Kevin Culver trying to look on the inside of Minsheff, looking on the inside, but Minsheff closes the door. Minsheff still in second place, but only about a car length separates him from the 98 of the Bi-Mart of Kevin Culver. Back to the number 4th car of Rob Gordon in 4th place, and in 5th place it's the 13 of Rob Gritton from Vancouver, BC.
Here we come, first time through the east end of the racetrack. Smith with a commanding lead, followed by the Hot Rod Pizza number 1. Culver and Gordon in the 4. 5th place is Rob Gritton. Remember the first race here in Portland this year, Gritton led more than the first half of the race. So he's had a lot of success on road courses. That is his experience. Rest of the field stringing out very nicely in single file. Majid Hajari has already made up 2 places coming from the back of the pack. Remember his number 23 was damaged in the practice accident. So he's on the backup 21 right now. A lot of ground to make up as we begin lap number 2.
Already they're into the 4th turn of the race course, and back there in the 4th position, Rob Gordon in the number 4, really threatening as they came down the main straightaway to try to move ahead of Culver into that 3rd position, not able to do it. So the same 4 is holding that position headed to turn 7.
And it looks like Minsheff able to close in a little bit on Smith as they come into 7, right up on his bumper, but Smith pulling away as they head to turn 8. It's Smith, Minsheff, the 98 of Culver in 3rd, and the 4 of Rob Gordon. Back a ways to the number 13 of Rob Gritton, driving the America's Best Value in Ford. And then in 6th, it's the number 56 of Kim White.
We've talked a lot about the battle for the championship between Culver and Smith. There's some other points chases going on. Gary Bachman 4 points up on Pat Gordon for 3rd place, and everybody trying to finish as strong as they can. Right now we complete lap number 2 with 2 2-car battles, 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and a long way back to Kim White in the 56, and Gary Bachman passing inside of turn number 11 and 12, gets around Bushore, and Bachman has the Carl Chevrolet number 3 moving up into the top 10 after starting further back in the pack. Lap 3 is underway.
Spin on turn 2, right at the top of the apex is Jeff Minsheff. Minsheff facing the wrong direction, traffic coming at him, trying to get it restarted. The number 1 now is fired up and coming back out, but he lost a lot of ground. Jeff Minsheff has been right up there in the number 2 spot, is way back now, just now headed for turn 4. The rest of the field already into turn 6.
And it's Smith through the short chute on his way to turn 7, quite a ways back to the number 4 of Rob Gordon from Portland in 2nd place, and right on his tail he's got a mirror full of Kevin Culver. Culver all over him out of 7 and into 8. He's looking for a way to get by. Will he be able to draft down the back straight? We'll see. And the number 13, if Rob Gritton is in 4th, then back to 5th, it's Kim White in the number 56.
Turns 10, 11, and 12. Smith with a commanding lead early in this race, but Culver and Gordon getting together. These 2 guys have seen each other before in other race cars. And the Voltec Volvo, number 4, hanging on to 2nd place in his very first gas race. Lap number 3 in the books. Now Kim White being challenged, but a slide for Minsheff in 11. Minsheff all the way around with the back end off into the grass. Engine looks like it's still fired though. Minsheff keeping control of the Hot Rod Pizza number 1, but he's dropping places big time as Minsheff off course for the 2nd time, but he's back and he's rolling, and that's a good thing because there's 3-4 more cars from the back of the pack coming up. So Minsheff falls out of the top 10 momentarily. We'll see if he can crawl back into it. Let's pick up the leaders.
Already over into turn 4 and headed out of 4 now into 5, headed to 6. Smith very comfortable lead over Gordon and Culver, already headed to turn 7.
Smith all out in front by himself in that snapware dodge through 7. Now into 7, the number 4, and trying to dive on the inside. It's Culver trying to get around on the inside, and he's going to make the pass. There's well, not quite. Side by side into 8 and out of 8. They're door to door going down the back straight. It's Hogan or Culver on the inside, and the number 4 of Gordon on the outside. Bob, we're going to have to wait till they get to your end to see what they do.
Well, Jeff Smith taking it easy, our leader, into 11. Gordon prevails, but Culver still lurking. Culver looking to the inside off of 12, setting up for another pass attempt, completing lap number 4 underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. Culver staying in line for now, but Dave Bell, you're going to have a little action in just a moment as they head for the festival.
Just a couple of car lengths difference between the two of them. Probably not enough, however, to make a pass coming into turn 1. Culver does take a look down on the inside, not able to do it, however. Just wasn't quite close enough to make that slingshot pass coming into turn 1. So they'll come out of the festival and head back down toward turn 4. The first 3 still maintaining that same order. Smith, Gordon, and Culver. They've kind of broken away a little bit right now from the rest of the field, trying to make it a 3-car breakaway. Actually, there is a pretty certain 4-car breakaway when you add Gritton to that formula.
Culver was going to pull up on Gordon again, but he got his tail off in the short chute and wiggled in the dirt, so he's lost a little time on Pat Gordon in the number 4 car. Hey, who's moving up? MJ Hojari has moved up 7 spaces, Bob, in that backup number 21. After damaging his Casabella car in the early morning session, he's moved up 7. And Bob, he's looking great in the back of the pack.
You know, he told me after that he was so happy with how the 23 was handling, but he felt like he'd be in great shape, and he was disappointed that that car couldn't be repaired in time, but doing pretty well in the backup. Here we go, completing lap number 5 of the Gas Season Championship.
Down the main straightaway, and cross start finish once again looks like they're going to stay in line, but we still have Gordon. Really, Gordon is kind of pretty good right now. Bobble coming down into turn 1, really heavy braking down there, and the car was seeking pretty hard coming down into 1, out through the festival and back out once again. Gordon is really stalking Smith coming down into the first turn. A car length difference between the two. Now in the short chute between 4 and 5, Smith is able to open it up by another car length. Still, those first 3 cars are really battling almost nose to tail as they head toward turn 6.
They're as close as we've seen the gas cars all weekend long, and trying to go around on the outside, setting up on the outside, the number 98, Kevin Culver in 3rd place, trying to go on the inside of number 4 of Gordon. They're side by side in 8, and once again, they're door handle to door handle. They're chasing Smith, and there's a little bit of contact from the 4 to the 98. They're still side by side going down the back side of the track. Oh man, it doesn't get any closer than that.
Rob Gordon getting into it in his very first race, does lose the place to Kevin Culver, and Culver immediately up on Smith through 11 and 12, completing lap number 6. Jeff Smith has been the leader since early on, and now there'll be a challenge for the lead. Our top 2 drivers of the series head-to-head, heading for the festival. Another big mover, Gary Bachman, started 14th. The number 3 is now running in 5th place.
Leaders all headed into the festival. They're going to stay in that order as Culver is still in the 2nd spot, taking a look at Smith. 3 car length difference as they come out of turn 3. There's a spin right behind them. That is Pat Gordon. Gordon spun coming through there, and Rob Gritton, that is, as he spun at the top of the festival, and a couple of cars were able to get by him. Meanwhile, the leaders are still battling over in turn 7.
And as the leaders battle, the number 4 of Rob Gordon gets way off in the dirt, still manages to keep it straight. Right now, though, it's Smith leading Culver through 8. There's about a 3-car length difference between 1st and 2nd place, and about 10 car lengths back to the number 4 of Rob Gordon, who had a little dirt tracking experience there. Go quite a ways back to the number 3 here, going by us right now. That's our man, Gary Bachman, working his way up. But will he be able to have enough to catch the leaders? I don't think so.
Well, we're getting close to lap traffic. We're about a half-mile separating Smith and Culver from the back of the pack. They run together underneath the Bridgestone Bridge, completing lap number 7.
And we've got a spin out on turn 7. The number 88 of Ron Hogan got off the track. Also the 24 of Myron Gordon also off on the apex of 7. So we've got 2 cars in the dirt on the outside of turn 7.
The leaders are just coming off the festival and heading now toward turn 4, and it is still Smith and Culver into 4, and about a car length or 2 behind between the 2 of them. The tail end of the pack is over in turn 6. The leaders are just now coming out of turn 5.
And And we've got some cars going on the outside of turn 7, kicking up some dirt for our leaders. It's still Jeff Smith leading Kevin Culver as they come in at 7. Culver looking in on the inside, coming out of 7. Not able to seal the deal, though, but he is right on the tail end of Jeff Smith's number 2 Snapware Dodge. He's chasing him all the way down the backside. He's drafting. Will he have enough to pop out in turn 10? Bob, we're throwing it your way.
Well, meanwhile, Hogan and Myron Gordon rejoined, but now they've dropped to 13th and 14th after they're off track, and the lap traffic's about to come into play. The leaders into 12 right now. Jeff Smith, Kevin Culver, 2-man race. The best of the men of gas underneath the Bridgestone Bridge, completing their 8th lap. We're about a third of the way through this race. And the battle is on, and Jeff Smith does not like seeing Kevin Culver in his mirrors. He's got to beat him by at least 5 places to win the championship. Kevin Culver loves where he is right now. So does Gary Bachman. That Carl Chevrolet number 3 has moved in to the 4th position.
Meanwhile, they're coming up on Scott Meinert. Meinert pulls off to the side, but what they didn't want to see was all this traffic. That's going to be the equalizer. It could be the equalizer. We'll watch as they all come through and trying to pick their way through traffic right now. Smith is taking a look. No, Smith gets bumped. He got bumped by the number 16, Al McCutcheon. He tried to get around McCutcheon's car, got off into the grass, came back on once again, but it cost Smith the lead. He has been relegated back to the 2nd spot.
And McCutcheon pulls wide and lets Smith get by him in turn 7, but that's not going to help him chase down the number 98 of Kevin Culver. The by Mark Toyota has got about a 10th car length lead. And it looks like Smith is blowing a little bit of smoke as he hits on the accelerator heading down the back stretch. We'll have to keep an eye on Smith and see if there is some damage to that car, or is it just some residual from being off course.
And Culver now encountering big-time lap traffic. 4 cars ahead of him, has to slow it down into 11, now to 12. Smitty looks okay as he comes through. No smoke or fluids coming off the 2, so he appears to be fine. And the traffic is definitely allowing Smith to catch right back up as we complete lap 9. Kevin Culver is your leader. Jeff Smith chases him to the festival.
We are seeing some of that smoke, though, however, come off of the 98 of Kevin Culver as he comes down the main straightaway. As cars move out of the way, trying to stay out of the way of the leaders. And Smith just barely squeaking by one car that had let the leader go by. But there's another car off on the outside of 7, so we're going to take a look at that.
That's Pat Gordon. The Gordons have been having trouble in turn 7. Gordon now finally gets it fired and gets it out of the way, so he will not be a problem for the leaders just now coming out of 6. It's the number 98 of Kevin Culver leading Jeff Smith as they head into turn 7. Smith closing a little bit in the short chute there. Now you've got to wonder if Smith is happy to be where he is. He's in the catbird seat. He can chase the 98 of Culver and pounce when he wants to.
Great American Stock Car Series completing its 10th lap of 25 scheduled. Dane Pederesi, I got to bring you in the conversation. Talk about turn 7, the entrance to the back stretch. That's been the biggest bit of learning for the drivers this weekend.
Yeah, and we were speculating before the race that would be much the case. Just because it's gotten so wide, you can go in there and you can think you can get a pass off, but coming out the tail end of that turn, you've got to go down, and that's where we've seen the number 4 and the number 98 car get so close together. You can go in 3 wide, but you can only come out maybe 1.5 cars wide.
Lap 10 is complete. Your leader, Kevin Culver. Let's pick up the leaders.
Coming out of the festival and into the short chute right now as Culver has opened up another couple of car lengths in his advantage. He is still, however, having to deal with some traffic. There is another car up ahead of him right now in Pat Gordon's car. So as they come out of turn 5, maybe 5 car lengths difference between the first and second place cars. They're facing Gordon's car in turn 6.
And the number 88 of Ron Hogan is spun coming out of turn 7. He's going to get back on the track and he's going to join right in front of the leaders. And as the leaders come through 7, the number 19 of Pat Gordon again slides off the outside of number 7. The number 98, Kevin Culver, first place. Number 2, Jeff Smith, about 10 car lengths back. And then it's all the way to just now coming out of turn 8, the number 4 of Rob Gordon. And just fighting his way through lap traffic, the number 3 of Gary Bachman, still in 4th place.
So there are 12 cars now left on the lead lap as you see the 98 of Culver come down the front straightaway. He's chasing the 12th place car, Myron Gordon, last car on the lead lap right now. The big mover again remains MJ Hajari in the 21, started back of the pack in the backup car. He's up to 11th now, and he's chasing his old buddy Howard Johnston. Big traffic jam now, 10 to 11, as the 13 of Rob Gritton, who's running in 5th place, is stuck behind the number 7 right now, looking to go to the inside, and he will dust off Gaylord going to the outside. So we've got cars inside and out. Big group heading for the festival as we work lap 11. Al McCutcheon just caught some dirt on the inside of 12, but the 16 keeps rolling. But Dave Bell's got a party down in the
We got 5 cars all at the same time trying to come down into the festival. They're coming through 2 abreast and not going to be able to make it as one of the cars falls off there. That's Kim White in that number 56 green car. Got squeezed off the inside, just kind of went over the curbing, and White is able to continue on through. So all 5 of those cars came into turn 1 at the same time. They all managed to come back out, not in the same order, but everybody's okay.
Leaders all the way, probably close to 10 right now. Rob Gordon having a little trouble in 7, and that's allowed Gary Bachman to close to within about 10 car lengths in 4th place. So he may have a shot if traffic helps him out.
Well, Rob Gritton's been running into all kinds of traffic on this end of the racetrack, so that's what's held him up quite a bit, and so he's faded back in 5th place. But now the Gordon and Bachman battle shaping up. Rob Gordon down the front straightaway in the 4. Gary Bachman right behind him in the number 3, completing lap number 12. We're halfway through the Gas 50, the season finale, and your leader, the 98, the Weimar car of Kevin Culver.
Kevin Culver is very comfortably out in front right now, about a 10 car length advantage over the 2nd place car of Smith. That battle a little further back now, just coming out of the festival and heading down toward 4 as Gordon and Bachman. Now, Gordon is going to be coming up on some traffic. He is trying to work his way through right now in turn 5, and one of the cars does spin right in front of him, alongside of him. It spins in front of Bachman. Bachman is off the track. He's trying to get back on and not lose any battle, any position. But it was the 24 of Myron Gordon as they were going side by side. Myron Gordon, that is, still is facing the wrong direction on track. That's what Gary Bachman had to try to get away from Myron Gordon's car. Finally, Myron Gordon is able to get back on right in front of the field, but that really cost Gary Bachman.
Gary Bachman and Myron Gordon actually made contact. You couldn't see it from your angle, Dave. That a straight-on shot. They came door to door coming out of turn 4, and that's what initiated that spin. And Myron Gordon, again, is off the track on the outside of turn 7, and I don't know if that's a problem or not. He's fired the car back up. We'll see if he can get it back on the track.
And, you know, Gary Bachman didn't lose that much ground in his battle for 3rd place. He's still within sight of Gordon as they come down the straightaway, completing our 13th lap. Past the halfway point now, Kevin Culver remains the race leader, chasing the season championship.
Kevin Culver coming out of 5 and heading in towards 6. Still has Smith right in behind him, but still about 7 or 8 car lengths. Smith has maybe closed a couple of car lengths in the last lap. And looking back at Gary Bachman, he's quite a ways away, a full turn behind right now as he's continuing to try to catch up with Gordon.
And your 2 leaders, Culver and Smith, all the way through the back stretch already, and just now coming out of 7, it's the number 4 of Rob Gordon. And that Voltec car making his way through, and just now entering 8 is Gary Bachman in the number 3. He lost quite a bit in that exchange on the last lap.
Leaders completing lap number 14. This has turned into the whole season a 2-lap race. Meanwhile, Myron Gordon is off. He missed the exit ramp, if you will, before turn 11. He's rolling slowly on the grass. Car is fired on the outside of 11-12, trying to rejoin right now, but he has traffic. Dennis Pitzenbarger, number 33, safely staying to the inside. And now here comes Myron, getting clearance from the turn workers, but he's just digging up dirt, churning the dust. Now he gets on in front of Rob Gritton. That car is still not firing very well. Hearing a little sputtering. He's having trouble getting it into gear. So the 24, very slow on the outside of the racetrack right now. Definitely a little bit of a hazard on that front straightaway.
Leaders just now coming through the short chute into turn 7. It's the number 98 of Kevin Culver leading, but Jeff Smith has closed quite a bit here. He's down to about a 6-car length lead as they make their way through turn 8 and down the backstretch they go. But Smith able to close up quite a bit. To give you an idea of how far back third place is right now, Rob Gordon just now exiting turn number 7, so that's about a 5-second lead at least over the third place car.
Myron Gordon has had problems all during this race, especially in the last 2 or 3 laps. Pulls it off a pit exit right on just past the start-finish line. So the 24 car of Myron Gordon looks to be out for the duration.
Now, Myron Gordon, a very talented veteran driver. He's 65 years old, experience in motorcycles, little tracks. This was his first time in a big stock car this year. He won our most recent gas race at Iowa Speedway, which is, of course, close to home for him, running the 7/8 mile. Myron Gordon famous because he's one of the 2 guys that invented the Musco lighting system that you see at racetracks and ballparks all over this country, and Myron doesn't take a lot of credit for it, but he was one of the original creative force. He's been a great addition to the series this year, so you hate to see him go out, but we continue now through 15 laps. Kevin Culver and Jeff Smith continuing their race up front.
And Bob, you're missing a classic battle back here. MJ Hajari and Howard Johnson, door handle to door handle, going through 7 and 8, and finally MJ gets past him on the backstretch, but they are really going at it.
And he runs right into lap traffic in 10 and 11. Hajari now into the top 10 after starting 21st. He's behind Bashore and also behind the 46 of Jimmy Weaver. Weaver goes to the inside, Bashore to the outside, and Hajari's going to try to split the difference down the front straightaway. He's in the top 10, and MJ in the backup car having his best ride of the season.
Not going to be able to quite split the difference, but he is going to make at least 1 or 2 passes coming out of the coming down into turn 1, that is, and coming out the other way. He's still got Barney Bashore in front of him as he comes down into the turn 4 area. But MJ is absolutely on a tear. He's really moving up. Was able to move around a couple of those cars coming down the main straightaway. Looking at him over in turn 4 right now, out of 5, and he's going to be coming right up once again behind Bashore over in turn 6.
And he's looking on the outside. He's going to try to go around him on the outside of 7. He goes way wide. Can he hang on enough to dive in? Oh, he's up against the curb, but he still keeps it on the track, and he's going to power by Bashore coming out of 7 and into 8. Look at the number 21 go. He's wishing the Casabella name was on the side of that car so everybody could see as this car works its way through the field. MJ Hajari from Lake Oswego. Look at him go.
Well, this is his home track. MJ first got into a Great America Stock Car Series car right here at PIR, raced earlier this year. And here comes MJ in that backup 21 down the front straightaway. Here come the leaders. They're completing the 17th lap of the race, 8 to go. And the PIR 98 of Kevin Culver on the verge of the first full season gas championship, looking for his 3rd victory of the year. He won the first 2 road course races at Reno Fernley Raceway, also on the road course. We have a car retiring now to the pro pits of the inside. That's the number 8 of Larry Gaylord. So a little more attrition as the number 8 goes to the pits.
Kevin Culver coming down the main straightaway, cut the inside coming into turn 1 almost too much. He kind of hopped that little curb coming down there into turn 1, but he was able to maintain control very well. So Culver did very good. Now they're over in turn 6, facing a whole lot of traffic in front of them.
They've got 4 lap cars right in front of them, and the 98 of Culver dives inside of 2 of them, going through 7, but that puts Jeff Smith out on the laundry line. He's stuck behind those 2 cars. He's trying to get around the 32 of Howard Johnson, but he can't. He's behind him all the way down the backstretch, and man, this is going to be a break for Kevin Culver. It's really going to give him some breathing room.
Culver trying to get around Barney Bashore. Let's see if he can do it on the inside of 11. He does. Barney does a good job out of the way. Now Smith going inside of Howard Johnson. Pretty smart driving here for some guys who step out of their daily lives and do a little car renting on the weekends. And there's Smith having to take a little wobble as Howard Johnson holds the outside line. Pass, start, finish, side by side, going to the festival. 18 in the books, 7 laps to go.
I'll tell you what, Smith is not giving any quarter at all. Bobbled a little bit bit on that last lap when he got caught up in traffic, but he came right down and made a real good pass coming right into turn 1. Almost too late. It looked like it was going to almost be too late, but he was so much faster than the rest of the cars that he was passing. He was able to make that pass and come down. So he's still back comfortably in that second spot. If you can be comfortable in the second spot, still off in pursuit of Culver.
And your leaders through the short chute into turn 7, the number 98, Kevin Culver. Coming up on MJ Ajari. MJ gets a little wide on 7, kicks up a little dirt. And back in second place, about 10 car lengths back, the number 2 Snapware car, Jeff Smith. Culver trying to get around MJ, but MJ not letting him have the easy way past on the back stretch. MJ keeping Culver behind him, at least as far as we can see. What's going to happen at your end, Bob?
Over right up on the back end of Ajari. Just feet apart, looks outside. Now we'll go inside. MJ not giving away the line, and Culver takes him on the outside of turn number 12. Ajari held to the last second, but Kevin Culver has been in a few rodeos and knew to hang on with his momentum to the outside. Both Smith and Culver lapping Ajari here. So now just 8 cars left on the lead lap. And here we go, 19 down, 6 laps to go.
Smith really taking advantage, just staying right in behind Culver, and was able to make the pass at the same time. Now, they're as close as they've been here for quite a while since that lap traffic held them up for the last couple of laps. So here comes Smith once again trying to close up. They have all kinds of open traffic, open track that is in front of them right now. No problem at all. As they approach turn 6, 3 car lengths difference between the two.
And the nearest car to them that they'll catch up to is Mike Silcox, who's already on the backstretch. They're going into 7 now. Jeff Smith really closing in on the bumper of Culver as they go into 7. Culver able to open it up a little bit going into 8. About 5 car lengths separate the number 98 Bymark car, the number 2 Snapware car in second place. MJ Ajari right behind them, but MJ's back in 8th place, a lap down. We look all the way back to the 3rd place car. That's the number 4 of Rob Gordon, just now coming into turn 7. And Gary Bachman only about 7 or 8 car lengths behind him. Could Bachman catch him in these last 5 laps?
5 to go at the line. Ajari chasing Smith and Culver. 5 laps remaining. Kevin Culver chasing a championship in the Great American Stock Car Series.
Smith just as close as he has been in the last several laps, literally nose to tail coming into turn 1. They stay that way around 2. There goes Smith. He loops it coming around turn 2, trying to stay right in behind Kevin Culver. Could not do it. He was too hot coming around the apex of the festival in turn 2. He's just now getting it rolling once again, and he's back underway. Smith was as close as he has been, but not now. He's way back about 3 car lengths, or 3 turns, that is, behind the leader.
And we had trouble in turn number 12 for a moment. Gary Bachman loops the back end around, so his battle for 3rd place will go away for the time being. Gary kept it going now, and he hits down the front straightaway. We're counting down to the final 4 laps of the race. Culver and Smith as they make their way through traffic.
And more problems for Smith on the short chute. Gets a little goofy coming out of 6. Hits the dirt on the outside, and that'll end any chances at all of closing in. Jeff Smith firmly in 2nd place. And just now coming out of turn 7 is the 3rd place, number 4 of Rob Gordon. So Culver, Smith, and Gordon.
Four laps remaining in the Great American Stock Car Series season finale. Kevin Culver. What a great weekend for him to be at this track. He, of course, was in the Winston West Series of the Northwest Tour previously, raced at Portland Speedway. And, you know, at one point in his career, Kevin was reminded that he lost a series on the last race of the season by 1 point. He knew what he had to do to hold position of the race today, and Kevin Culver has driven brilliantly. He'll come around 4 more times, and he will make up for that disappointment in his past and win his first Racing Series championship. Let's pick up the leaders in the final 4 laps.
And your leader, the number 98 Bymark Toyota, Kevin Culver, just now coming out of turn 8, hugging the back wall as he works his way eastward towards Mount Hood and turn 10, 11, and 12. 2nd place car, Jeff Smith, just now coming out of 7, fighting the smoke from Barney Bouchard, or the dust as Bouchard gets off coming out of 7. That's where Jeff Smith is in 2nd place.
Kevin Culver down the front straightaway. Headed of a line, this should be 3 to go.
And just open track right now in front of him as he comes down into the festival turn. Once again, he really is cutting that first turn close. A lot of guys will stay a little bit closer, a little bit farther out on the track, but he's really cutting it close as he comes down there and just about bounces his way into the first turn. And you know, as comfortable as his lead is right now, he doesn't really need to cut the corner. He's doing it, making it look easy. He's all by himself in turn 6.
Coming out of 6, down the short chute, goes outside on 7, dives to the inside, lets his momentum drift him outside and into 8 as he gets on the loud pedal, making his way one of his last few times down the backstretch. He really hugs that wall, though, as he goes around the banana curve that we call the backstretch here in PIR. Just now coming out of 7, it's the second place car of Jeff Smith. This is about the time that a driver really gets his ears perked up and hears just about every sound that his car can possibly make and begins to wonder, isn't it, Bob?
2 laps remaining in the Great American Stock Car Race. White flag will be next time around for Kevin Culver. And he'll be 1.98 miles away from a championship. We'll be having our Victory Circle festivities, by the way, down past timing and scoring, actually down by the start-finish line. So if you want to get some picture opportunities, head for start-finish. We'll be down there with Chris Evans to present our race champion and our series champion, and it looks like it's going to be the same guy. These racers were brought together in March on a cool blue sky day in Fernley, Nevada. Some of them had barely been in a race car. The 88 in a little trouble off of 12. Hogan loses control, but gets it right back. And with the car right behind him, keeps it going straight. It's been a great learning curve since then. The white flag will be coming out for the number 98 of Kevin Culver. Next time he comes through, it'll be 1 lap to go. So for March, it's been a great bit of learning for all these drivers. Again, they all run businesses, all have separate lives, all share that love of racing, and they're able to live it out on the Great American Stock Car Series every week. Kevin Culver, the Bi-Mart 98, down the front straight. There's the white flag. 1 lap to go. Second place, Jeff Smith in car number 2. He's underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. Jeff will finish second in the season points. Take him around, Dave Bell.
Coming around in a whole lot of traffic as he doesn't have to advance his position at all. Coming around through the festival. Now down into turn 4, just kind of slowing and falling back in line in behind the other cars. And this is no time to get in there and try to make passes where he doesn't have to. Cars now getting out of his way, and he's able to go around. Kevin Culver coming around in through turn 6.
Kevin Culver coming out the short chute, looking, setting up for 7, goes inside, touches that red and white curving on the inside, drifts to the outside, comes around the number 22 of Mike Silcox. Well, he tried to come around Silcox, but Silcox closed the door on him. So he just backs off and lets Silcox lead him down the backstretch. They head towards Mount Hood, and Mama came in. I think there's a checkered flag in his future.
The flag is out at the flag stand right now as this great crowd at Portland International Raceway gets to see its first champion of the weekend. There's the 98 behind lap traffic. It's time to move over. You got to take a picture of the Great American Stock Car Series champion, the number 98 Bi-Mart car. Kevin Culver sees the checkered flag and wins the Gas Season Championship. Jeff Smith will finish second. He's underneath the Bridgestone Bridge, and the number 4 of Rob Gordon will finish third. 19 of our 21 cars finish running, and we'll have Victory Circle activities at start-finish coming up in just a few moments. Guys, take us till then.
I'll tell you what, this has been a lot of fun watching these cars out here. I just knew when we first heard that these cars were coming in that this was going to be a great series for the spectators, and they didn't disappoint at all. And all the talent that's in this field, it was really spectacular being able to watch these guys driving right out to the limit, and in some cases just taking it maybe a tad beyond the limit, and that's what eventually determined the race. But it has really, really been a fun race to watch.
And your winner and series champion, the number 98 of Kevin Culver, pulling off to the slide and letting the number 2 of Jeff Smith come right up on his bumper. He's waving him past. They're greeting each other. The fans on the berm standing and clapping as the cars go by. And really, Dave, I've got to agree, this is really fun racing. It's almost like a regional IROC race. Identically prepared cars, so the platforms are about as equal as you can make them. It's really a driver's skill series, and lots of fun and lots of learning, and a lot of cars on the track, which means for lots of good action for the fans. What a great weekend this has been with the gas cars.
I don't think there's anybody out here that has been disappointed in any of the activities this weekend, but this is just kind of a build-up toward what we have coming, and it was a great build-up. There's a lot of excitement in this car, a lot of very, very talented drivers, and it's fun to watch. So that's the Gas Series, and they are putting it to bed this year in a grand fashion.
Well, I think this has just been a great last race, a great championship move for Culver. This was an excellent race to watch. What fun! You know, very competitive in all the cars from the top cars of Kevin Culver and Jeff Smith. And what about Rob Gordon? Rob Gordon, after 9 years of being out in a car, finishes third, beats the coach Gary Bachman. That can't be good. But it's that's the way that this season is set up. You know, that's the way that the cars are set up. You can be an absolute excellent driver and only get so much out of the car, but maybe someone who hasn't had a bunch of time in the seat, their chances are just as good as a seasoned veteran of placing well in this series. I think this is an excellently engineered series, and quite frankly, here it comes. Quite frankly, I might have to talk to my CEO of Skid Car and see if she can write a check.
Boy, you know, you couldn't see the headlights on that train coming, could you, Dave?
I tell you what, I've heard it all weekend long, and it's just been building to a crescendo right now.
I think there's going to be 25 cars in that series next year.
Yeah, we can only hope.
Okay, but you know, the thing is, you don't need to put the outriggers on the gas car.
Well, that's true. They seem to slide around just fine with it without the skid car apparatus underneath it. You know, just to remind everybody that we've got an excellent crowd today, and we along the straightaway coming out of turn 12, the grandstands are filled. The grandstands are filling up very nicely in the festival chicane. We would like to remind everyone that the National Guard is running shuttles all the way around the racetrack. This is the time to maybe pick one spot or two spots that you can watch the rest of today's racing action from around the racetrack. You just don't have to sit in one place. PIR is one of those courses where you've got multiple places to be able to watch great racing action, as we just heard. That Great American Stock Car Series race was absolutely phenomenal. What a great bunch of fun to watch, and the spectators here got a wonderful show. We're waiting for Victory Circle celebrations to take place. Bob Akamian is on his way down to Victory Circle. I just saw that Kevin Culver and Jeff Smith both took their cars down to the Victory Circle celebrations. Obviously, Kevin's got to be really happy of the first championship of the Great American Stock Car Series. Congratulations to Kevin Culver. And Bob Akamian will be down at Victory Circle, and he will get the winning drivers and winning championship driver interviews.
That's some good racing there. And I think we're ready for that right now, and we're going to start with visiting with Jeff Smith. Jeff and Kevin have had a lot of respect for each other this year, and it's great to see. I can tell Kevin Culver invited Jeff actually to Victory Circle, didn't you?
Well, I really had every intent. I thought he was going to win the race. I mean, and from the way the race started and the way he was reeling me in 2/3 of the way through the race, I really thought it was his race. Yeah, I thought he was going to have it hands down, and it would both be here, him celebrating the win and I'm celebrating the championship. But I just want to say, without Weimar's help and Jeff Smith's help and Chris Evans' help, I wouldn't be here right now. Because, I mean, these two guys made it all possible.
Today, Kevin Culver started in a 7th position, moved up to win his 3rd race of the year, and also wins this championship. Now let's talk to Jeff Smith. Jeff, again, you're brought in here, and I know you have a lot of respect for Kevin, and you came here to win today. You didn't want to just win the series, but you wanted to win the race. Every time out, you always talk about that. First place is what you're chasing.
Well, yeah, I mean, every racer, I think, wants to win, and that was, you know, my hope today. Just Kevin is, he is a formidable foe out there, and he proved it once again, as he has all season long, that you better be on your A game. You can't make a mistake up there. We got hit up there a little bit in traffic, and Kevin got by, and I just tried to reel him in. We got bumped again there in the chicane, and that ended it for Snapware 2 car.
And a great run all season long for Jeff Smith. Now it's time for the trophy presentation, and this is where I give the mic to Chris Evans, our series director. We've had a great time traveling around the country this year, and we have 2 plaques for the same driver. Chris, take it away.
Well, how can you ask for a better finish than that right there? These 2 guys have just been battling out left and right, right and left. They've each had, I think 1 DNF due to mechanical failures. You know, they've been battling wheel to wheel. We've had victories back and forth. In fact, what do you got? 1 more victory than Jeff?
I think so.
2 more victories. So, you know, we've been well represented. We've got a Toyota and a Dodge. Being a Ford man myself, I'm kind of chagrined about that. But hey, you know, choreographing these things is just not what we're about. But, you know, it tells you right now that old guys rock. But without further ado, you know, I'd like to present you, Kevin, with this first place trophy for the Gas Start Your Engines 50. You know, we're just a prelude to our Salute to the Troops 125, and I'd like to thank everyone in the military that showed up today. If we could, everybody in the stands, give it a big salute, a high five for our military. You know, our guys that are protecting our country, you know, that made it all possible. You know, freedom isn't free, and these guys are fighting for us. And also, this is going to be easy. You know, I wish I could present one of these to every one of our participants, every one of our sponsors. You know, Bi-Mart was just instrumental in helping us put this thing together with all the promotions that they've done. And, you know, I'd like to thank, you know, some of our other sponsors, Snapware. We had some Redline Oil people, you know, from Christensen, Rocket Race Fuel, IXL, oil or metal treatment. They're and Schnell engines, although I paid them a lot of money. This thing wouldn't have happened without them. Anyway, for the series champion, Kevin Culver, the one and the only.
Thanks, Chris. Well, woo! It's an honor to be the inaugural champion of the Gas Series, and I'm looking to back it up next year. I hope it keeps going.
Love you, brother.
Thank you, man.
And of course, Kevin, we heard the story yesterday how you came within a point of winning a championship years ago at Portland Speedway, lost it on the last day of the season. You were thinking about that a little bit today.
Chris called me a couple weeks ago and told me mathematically after Iowa how it would break down, what had to transpire, and I was reiterating to my wife exactly what the point structure was, that I had to finish 5th, Smitty had to win, and if I was 6th, I'd lose by 1, and she, oh no, don't tell me you're going to lose another championship by 1 point again. So she made it real clear that I wasn't to come home unless I had one of these.
So he gets to go home tonight. Chris, any last words as we wrap up our season and get ready for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125?
Well, one last round of applause and congratulations from me personally to you 2 guys. You know, we bounced a lot of ideas off each other. We kind of more or less plotted strategy relative to the wind, you know, that blew this year for us. And you know, all things considered, I think everything's really good, but I'd like one other person to stand in here with me that has endured, you know, probably 12 hours a day at Chris Evans, and that's my vice president, crew chief, car chief, head designer, Brad Schaefer.
All right, Bradley.
Brad's a guy we don't ever hear from except for the race when Chris didn't make it to Iowa and you took over, and you do all that work, and I know this is as much a labor of love for you as it has been a duty.
Well, it's a job, and I love it. Best job you could have.
That's a big speech for Brad. All right, one more time for the Great American Stock Car Series. If you want to join the Men of Gas, you have to be 45 years old. You got to pay your own way, and we're looking for drivers for next season. Get online to GASSTV, 2 S's, GASSTV.com or ChrisEvansInc.com. You can find out everything you want to know. You could be out here having this much fun next season. Coming up on the track, it's our second historic race of the weekend. We'll be back to racing action in just a few minutes. Dane Pitteresti, we have one more presentation to make as we do have our third place season finisher, and this is the guy who trained these drivers all season long. Everybody here at Portland International Raceway knows Gary Bachman from Mazdas and dang near everything else, endurance racing, speed record racing, but Gary, you went out and worked with all these guys, made them better all year, and still you found time to finish third in the season championship, and I know you're all about the fun of racing.
Yeah, it is. It's really fun. I really appreciate Chris and the Grass Group for letting me out here and doing this, and I appreciate all the fans to help us bring a big event back here to Portland International Raceway. We need that here, and it's really good to see. The guys are great. Everybody's done a great job. It's been a lot of fun.
And Gary, it should be known as also helping marshal around our Cascade Sports Car Club marshals, and they've been running things all weekend long. So you're still working. You're not done, are you?
No, I'll be probably the last guy out of here tonight once the track's all clean and the gates are all locked. So, but it's a great crowd here. It's great to see a big crowd.
Congratulations on finishing third, and thanks again to all of our volunteers and all of our Cascade marshals. We got more racing to come. Stick around. Historics, and then at 1:30 we begin our introductions for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125.
for
now,
those
play
spectators
later at
arriving
Best
at the
Western.
racetrack
Get a
for today's
$50
Buy
Best
Mart
Western gift
salute
card
to
for
the
summer
troops
when you stay 2 times
125.
before June 14th.
We'd like to remind
Better
everybody
value,
that there
Best
are
Western. Enjoy
shuttles
our rewards
running
at any of
from
over
east,
4,000
west, and
hotels
around
worldwide.
PIR
For
to
details,
take you
visit
to different vantage
bestwestern.com.
points. We've got a great
If you
crowd here
drive one of
today. and
today's
King
newer
Grant
vehicles, take a close look at Tarivo LS from Les Schwab Tires. The innovative tread helps it mold to the road for better traction. It's designed to be one of the most advanced tires we've ever sold. And its silent wall technology makes it one of the quietest. Safety, comfort, performance, and our money-back ride guarantee. Tarivo LS, made especially for you, exclusively from Les Schwab.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is
Diet Pepsi Max with ginseng and more caffeine.
Stop it!
And we have cars on the course. The second race of our historic stock car feature here this afternoon is ready to start. Dave Bell, I think they're going around your vantage point now.
Yeah, we're just checking to see who all is there and who isn't. The 15 of Gordon Self is not, but Artie Oji is leading them around, followed by Steve Schulhorn and Wes McMay and Tom Clower. All of those cars are coming around. in behind the pace car. So the field as it stands right now looks to be about 10 cars. They are getting their warm-ups taken care of right now, already over into turn 6.
Yeah, the Garland Self number 15 car, that was a Ford Quality Care Lake Speed driven 1994 Ford Mustang. I think they broke a rear gear or something really seized up in that car because they could not push it, they could not pull it. They actually had to drag it up onto a flatbed here from the racetrack and take it into the garage area. So I'm not surprised to see the number 15 not make the grid.
I'd love to chime in right about now, but the sound of those 750 horsepower historic stock cars blasting by, just idling by really, turn 8 and down the backstretch prohibited me from doing so. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch
750 is so passé. We're looking in some of those cars at over 800 horsepower. 358 cubic inches, 800 horsepower. These motors are tremendous. These cars are absolutely gorgeous. And we've got the winner of yesterday's race, RDOG, on the pole. And we've got the beautiful John Probst driven Viper pace car leading them down. The Viper goes into the pits. They're lined up 2 by 2. Those of you waiting for them to come by, and we've got a green flag. Dave Bell, the historic stock car race is on its way to you.
Yeah, they're on their way, definitely. They're going to stay pretty much in line coming down the mains. Going to dive into the first turn. RDOG leads through with Schulhorn in the second spot. And the number 30 of West in the third position, Tom Clower in fourth. So pretty much staying in line. Oh, listen to that. That's just music. That is just absolutely music. You listen to those and you could just be transfixed. Sit here and listen to those cars. They're all pretty much in single file right now. OG leading them into turn 6.
And expect to see OG and Schulhorn trade positions back and forth. OG leads Schulhorn in the 24 car through turn 7 and out into 8. It's the 5 Kellogg's, OG in first. Steve Schulhorn in the 24 second. The number 30 Pennzoil car in third, but he's being pressured by that number 2 Miller Genuine Draft, driven by Tom Clower this afternoon.
And as we wait for them to come off the back straightaway, it is RDOG in that beautiful X, and RDOG in the X Terry Labonte. It's a 1995 Chevy Monte Carlo. Artie's out of Yuba City, California, of course, driving that car, but that thing was actually driven by Terry Labonte back in 1995.
Cars coming down the main straightaway, taking a look down on the inside, but not close enough to make a pass is Schulhorn. Schulhorn going to stay right up there with OG, though. Those two kind of breaking away a little bit from the rest of the pack. Clower in the second spot over McNay. So Clower is in the third position, that is. McNay now in the fourth spot. And the UPS, number 88 of Denver Stuff, is in the fifth position. Way wide coming off of turn 5 is the number 30, Wes McNay, keeps it on track and in line.
And we watch OG keep Schulhorn at bay going through 7. I want to watch the 88 though, Verstuff. He's in 5th place today. He moved up quite a bit in the race yesterday afternoon. So at number 88 UPS, Davey Allison, Lake Speed, Ernie Irvin, Dale Jarrett card. See what he can do this afternoon.
And they're coming in to turns 10, 11, and 12. And RDOJ in the number 5 car. He gets all kinds of sideways, gets it into the dirt between turns 11 and 12. Just about lost it. Keeps his lead though. We've got a little bit sideways. Oh, and the Pennzoil car, the Pennzoil Special, comes onto the straightaway, gets sideways, almost leans it up against the concrete. Man, these guys are really driving. Dave Bell, they're in front of you.
And we have a lead change coming down the main straightaway. That OG bobble was probably just a little bit too much for him to recover from. So Schulhorn has moved into the first position right now. OG still in second spot. Tom Clower's right in behind him in third, and now Clower's trying to look to see if OG might be a little bit vulnerable and be able to come around. Clower taking a real hard turn through 5, cost him just a little bit of a bobble, and it cost him about 1 car length.
Schulhorn in the number 24 DuPont Chevrolet Lumina coming into turn 7, touches the curbing on the inside, drifts to the outside, headed for turn 8, about 5 car lengths back to the number 5 OG, and then it's Clower, the number 2 MGD. That's a Rusty Wallace car. That was my favorite stock car when I was a kid. I love watching these cars. This is like, I'm sorry, it's like, oh, there it is. I love that car. I still love that car.
And they are absolutely gorgeous. We've got Schulhorn coming through the circus turns now with Artie Ogi in the number 5 right behind him. And like you say, you know, the ex-Rusty Wallace, number 2, genuine draft car, right behind them in 3rd place with the number 30, Pennzoil Special behind them. And the number 88 NASCAR coming up in 5th. Absolutely gorgeous cars.
We have side-by-side racing coming down the main straightaway right now, and there goes your MGD into the lead as they come around. That is Tom Clower. There's past everybody coming down into the main straightaway. Schulhorn is in the 2nd spot. OG back in the 3rd position right now. Clower was just kind of marking time coming down there, but past both those cars coming down the main straightaway. I'll tell you what, when you got 800 horsepower underneath the hood, you step on it, you better just hang on for the ride. You can do just about anything you want.
Well, in that little Pontiac Grand Prix, number 2 leading the front there, it looks like a shorter wheelbase car. I mean, it reminds me of some of those little midget ones that we had for a while. I mean, you step on the gas in that, you can swap ends. But he's still got the lead, about 5 car lengths in, and they really getting on it on the back stretch. The back end really fighting to keep from kicking out all the way around as they head towards the east end of the track.
Keeping control of 800 horsepower, you've got to have a nice light foot on the pedal. I mean, if you stand on these things too hard, the rear end will come out. Those are the spectators that are sitting on the front straightaway. You can see the cars work coming onto the straightaway. It is not easy to keep these cars going straight. With that much horsepower and the track being in the shape it is in today, it's even with these older cars. And again, we're thinking, oh, this might be just some sort of, you know, little example of some historic cars. These drivers are driving them extremely hard.
Coming out of the festival, just a car length now between Clower and Schulhorn. As they come into turn 4, once again, only a car length or so between the 1st and 2nd place cars, as they are, a little bit of a bobble coming out of turn 5. Really hard into turn 5 goes Clower. It's almost got it sideways, collected it back up, and maintains his position.
Clower with about a 2 car length lead, maybe not even that over Schulhorn. Schulhorn trying to go on the inside of the 7, goes over the curb, even into the grass a bit, not able to make up any space. In fact, maybe lost the position or a car length or so by trying to dive in where he really can't. But he's taking a look on the outside as they go down the backstretch. Will he be able to slip around the outside of Clower? We'll have to ask Dane Pitteresi.
Oh, and as they come in, Schulhorn still has maybe a car and a half length lead coming through turn 12, but we've got Tom Clower in the number 2 car right behind him with Artie Ogi once again making a bid for that 2nd spot. They're coming down the straightaway. Ogi looks to the left. It looks like he's going off to the right. Dave Bell, they're coming into turn 1.
Side by side coming down the main straightaway, and it is then Schulhorn, and then OG. The 3 of them less than a car length apart as they headed into the 1st turn. They're staying tight as they go through the festival and come out into the short chute. Now under braking down into turn 4, trying to maintain just the same distance. Hard to do under braking with these big cars to try to stay right up behind somebody. Easier to do that with acceleration than braking. But there's still that 3-car breakaway, all those 3 in front of McNay.
Hard to believe these guys are racing under vintage rules where there's no contact allowed. Yeah, well, maybe a little bit. But it's still Clower leading Schuler as they come out of 7 and into 8. The number 5 of Artie Ogi in the 3rd place spot. Back to 4th place, it's the number 30 of Wes McNay. And then the 88 of Dan Verstappen. That's the UPS from Paso Robles, California.
And the leaders.
Sideways, we've got the Sterling Marlin Coors Light number 40. Sideways on the outside of 8. He's safe. We'll toss it back to you, Dane.
Oh, that's okay. The leaders are coming through turn 12. It is an exciting race. We've got Tom Clower coming out, but we've got Steve Schulhorn in the number 24, 1993 Chevy Lumina heading to the outside, trying to get him going down the straightaway.
As they come down, and they're going to try to settle themselves into the first position there. The first corner is Schulhorn in that first position, followed by OG. So it's Schulhorn and OG. And now Clower back in the third position, and here comes McDade. McDade once again catching up with that lead group. So we have pretty much a group. Schulhorn trying to stretch it out just a little bit between 4 and 5, has about a 4-car length advantage. Meanwhile, the cars that were over in turn 7 off the track, that has been removed. That is out of the way, so that's not a problem for the leaders.
Beth Fillion able to get the number 40 Silver Bullet out of the way as we watch Steve Schulhorn bring the number 24 through turn 7. About 5-car lengths back to Artie Ogi in second place in the number 5 Kellogg's car. And then it's the number 2 Miller, driven by Tom Clower. And closing in a little bit, making up some time there is the number 30 of West, that yellow Pennzoil Special.
And the leaders coming into turn 10 and they're through 11, and they're just a couple of car lengths between. We've got Schulhorn and then Artie Ogi. Artie Ogi goes to the outside. He looks to be challenging Schulhorn on the outside. Schulhorn is maybe a little bit more horsepower, but Dave Bell, they've got to be almost side by side coming into turn 1.
Absolutely side by side. Schulhorn has the position, and they come through turn 1 side by side. Now the inside position becomes outside position. They're going to have to try to come out of the turn 2 and 3, and it's going to be OG. OG is the first one through as they came down. They're absolutely side by side going through turn 1 and 2. But because they changed directions from a right-hand turn to a left-hand turn, which you had the inside position on 1, now all of a sudden you're way back on the outside. Wasn't where he wanted to be. OG has the lead, Schulhorn in the second spot.
And they'll be coming up on the number 301 of Linda Paddock in that other yellow Pennzoil car. Just now exiting 7 as they come into 7. It's OG leading the parade as they come out of 7. OG, Schulhorn, Clower, and the number 30 of McNay. 1, 2, 3, 4 down the back stretch. And what a beautiful sound that is as we see the number 88 drift off the outside of 7, but he's fine.
We see the leaders come in. Artie Ogi, he gets blocked. He gets blocked by a slower car, the number 301 Pennzoil Special. She comes onto the straightaway. OG goes around her. We've got 3 wide getting past the number 301 car. 3 wide coming on to the back straight or the front straightaway, and it looks like Artie Ogi still in front.
They are really, however, battling for that position coming down after they got around the paddock. Kind of sorted things out a little bit. OG is the first one through, followed by Schulhorn. And it's going to be Clower in the third position, and here comes McKay. And all 4 of them are right there together as they come down through the turn 4 area. Short shoot now over into turn 5. Once again, Schulhorn taking a very close look at OG into turn 5. Nose to tail almost coming out of 5 and heading into 6.
And we've got a turn yellow on the outside of 8 because the car of Dan Verstuft is pulled up, talking to the Cascade Sports Car Club workers as we watch the number 5 of OG come through turn 7 into 8. 24 of Schulhorn, then it's the 2 of Clower and the 30 of McNay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Verstuft is here talking to the Cascade turn worker, kind of like somebody in a drive-up window, trying to figure out what the problem is with the number 88 UPS car.
Artie Ogi leads them into turns 10, 11, and out on 12. He's got about a 5-car length edge over Schulhorn in the number 24 car, and maybe another 3 or 4 car lengths back to Tom Clower in the Miller Genuine Draft ex-Rusty Wallace 1993 Pontiac Grand Prix. These cars are absolutely gorgeous, and they've got to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm sitting in a building here, and I can still hear the 800 horsepower motors go by. This has just got to be lots of fun for the spectators out here at PIR. A beautiful Sunday afternoon for a race, and what gorgeous cars to watch.
And you don't think the drivers are having a giggle out here too?
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, you think? That's got to be just a ball. I mean, I know it's a handful, it's a handful for anybody, these big cars. But for these guys to be able to get in and get behind the wheel of these things and actually muscle them around, that's got to be just a bunch of fun.
And speaking of muscle, OG bringing the number 5 Kellogg's car through 7. Schulhorn has a look on the inside, but really not enough space to do anything. He's about 3 car lengths back as they head down the backstretch. But these guys aren't afraid to mix it up at all. And, you know, they're just penalized if it's over-aggressive. They can be aggressive. Just don't punt anybody in a corner, and you'll be fine.
Well, they're coming into turns 10, 11, and 12. Coming through 12 now, Ardiogi and the Kellogg's number 5 Terry and Levante car has got just maybe 1.5 car lengths. Schulhorn in the number 24 Jeff Gordon car goes to the right. He was in the draft. It looks like he's got a pretty good run at OG coming into 1.
Makes the pass coming down into turn 1 because he had that inside position. Anytime you see somebody go down the inside coming down the straightaway, that means they're going to have inside position if they can catch up. That's what he was able to do. Schulhorn made it and made it look fairly easy as he came down and made the pass. So it's Schulhorn now with about a 3 car length advantage coming down through the 5th turn into that short chute, setting himself up now and making that turn into turn 6. About a 2 car length, 3 car length advantage over OG.
He maintains that car length as Schulhorn brings the 24 through the curve, slides a little bit. OG about 5 car lengths back to the number 5, then the number 2 of Clower, and the number 30 of Wes McNay maintaining a steady presence in 4th. Meantime, the number 88 of Dan Verstuff is here against the wall, and Carol, his wife, in the pits wondering, where's Dan anyway? He's back here having a glass of water and talking with the turn workers. He's fine, but I think he's going to wait and check on the car later.
Oh, and we've got Schulhorn in the 24 Jeff Gordon car. Now he is leading Ardiogi down the front straightaway. Once again, there's about a car and a half length lead he has over the number 5 car of Ardiogi, and everyone's kind of equidistant behind them. The first 3 or 4 cars all together having a great time. This has got to be a lot of fun for them.
You know, for Steve Schulhorn, it's a good position for him to be in because just watching him, he looks like he has the straightaway strength. Now coming down into the corner, that's a different story. Here comes OG down on the inside of turn 4 and makes the pass coming down into the 4th turn. He was able to accelerate coming down the short chute, coming out of 3 and into turn 4. So now OG once again has the advantage going into turn 6.
And they are bumping, and well, not bumping, but they look like they could be bumping almost. OG with the 24 all over him coming through the short chute. They're through 7, and it looks like Schulhorn's trying to make a move here as they go out of 8 and down the backstretch. But OG able to pull away a little bit, but they're all over the place. And don't forget about Tom Clower. He looks like he's sneaking back up to join the battle.
Waiting for him to come into sight. They are into the east end of PIR. Ardiogi, the number 5 Kellogg's car, out in front of Schulhorn in 24. The 24 tucks underneath the rear end of the number 5, pulls up on him. The chain link fence is in my view now. It looks like Schulhorn just may make a bid coming down to Dave Bell.
He ducked back in at the last moment, so he's not going to do it. Taking a look back in the 3rd position. Now everybody's going to stay in line. Clower was taking a look down the inside. He was too far back to be able to do anything. So it is OG, then Schulhorn. Here comes Clower, followed immediately by McNay. Those 4 still, it's anybody's race as they come down. Now, I commented earlier about how Schulhorn seemed to have some straightaway speed over the other 3 of the cars that are in this breakaway group. It was Haoji that was able to really mash the pedal to the metal and make the pass coming down into turn 4. Now Schulhorn going to have to try to do something in 7.
And he's going to have to stay in 2nd place. He tries to go to the inside around OG, but he just isn't close enough to make that move. Through 8, it's OG, Schulhorn, Clower, and then quite a ways back now to the number 30 of Wes McNay and that Michael Waltrip Pennzoil. That's a 1991 Pontiac Grand Prix. And golly, Ned, nobody's talked about the number 75 Carolina Pottery car. I got to say, you know, once driven by, say it with me, Dick Trickle.
This is just great fun watching these historic stock cars. You know, for some of the cars being 15, 16 years old, this is pretty heady stuff. They're going at a pretty good rate, and the top 4 cars, they are really running nose to tail. These guys are having a ball.
Put Schulhorn back in the lead once again, coming down the main street. To make that pass over Oji. And right at the time, here comes Clower. Clower really taking a hard look at Oji, coming down into turn 4. Going to pull back and stay back in that 3rd position. The number 2 car, taking a hard look at making a pass for that 2nd position, coming down through the festival. Now he's really got to be watching his mirrors too, because here comes McNay in that 4th spot, trying to move back up to the field.
Yeah, and look at how close McNay has gotten on the tail of Clower there. He was 10 car lengths back on the last lap, and now he's right up on his bumper as he slides, whoa, through 7. Coming out of 8 and down the backstretch, it's Schulhorn. About 5 car lengths back to Oji, and then equal distance to Clower, and McNay right on his tail as they fly down the backstretch. Look at the beautiful view of Mount Hood.
And as they come in, Schulhorn is still got a couple of car lengths over Artiochi in the number 5 car, and then another 1 or 2 car lengths back to the number 2, driven by Tom Clower, the ex-Rusty Wallace car. And oh man, this is so much fun. They're running so hard, and this has got to be ticking down here. We're getting pretty close to the end of this event, so someone or all 4 of them may be planning to make a move.
You know, you got to think that you want to be in contention with the next to last lap. They've all shown that they can get up there and take the lead, with the exception of McNay, who stayed up with the pack, but has stayed consistently in the 4th position. Now Clower has moved up into number 2 down the main straightaway. It looked like a rocket ship, just kick in the afterburner and boom, he was up into the 2nd spot. So it's Clower following Schulhorn through turn 6.
Schulhorn with about a 5 car length lead on the outside going into the 7. Clower not quite as tight a line there, and OG able to close up a little bit as they come out of 7 and into 8. Meantime, Wes McNay biding his time. He's watching these 3 swap positions up front. Maybe he's saving his tires for a little last-minute run at the leaders.
At this stage of the race, you know, these heavy cars with a lot of horsepower in them, if the tires have not been taken care of, if the brakes have not been taken care of, and we've got Tom Clower just overdrives it into turn 12, lost a couple of car lengths, really had to get the wheel straight, get all the weight on the front of the car.
Big trouble for the 75. He gets off the outside of the backstretch, loses it, and he spins out of sight. He's going to be out. We've got a big yellow flag out here, but the 75 Carolina Pottery car, driven by Steve Beck, got his left 2 tires off on the outside of the backstretch, lost him, the car whipped around, and he spun out of view, and there's a waving yellow flag. We may have a full course yellow now.
Not yet. We're still going to race up to that point, but keep an eye on those yellows for us. The leaders are just now coming out of turn 5, so they'll be coming up on that here in a few moments. It is, however, Schulhorn that's being pursued by Clower as they head in through turn 7.
And we're waiting to see the leaders come through turns 10, 11, and 12.
Coming through 8 right now. It's Schulhorn, Clower, OG, and McNay. 1, 2, 3, 4 just now coming through, and there's still a waving yellow on the back stretch.
No yellows here. No yellows here in 12.
But one of the safety trucks is positioning its way over to that spot, so we may see something soon.
We see 4 of the cars, the 4 leaders, the number 24, the number 2, the number 5, and the famous number 30, all coming onto the front straightaway, all pretty equidistant. It looked like they had backed off. No one was really challenging as they were coming down the back straightaway. I think there may be a yellow flag.
Well, if they are, you can tell one guy that isn't expecting that. That's Clower, because coming down the main straightaway, he made a move and made the pass in for the lead. Schulhorn in the 2nd spot. So we had McNay back in the 4th position all along. Now McNay has made a move. McNay has come under the passing area, coming 1, and moved into the 3rd spot. So here it is. It's Clower in the lead. Schulhorn in the 2nd spot. It is McNay now in the 3rd position, and the number 5 of OG is now back in 4th spot.
Tom Clower brings the MGD number 2 into turn 7 and right on his tail with the Schulhorn as they come into a turn yellow in 8th. The number 30 of McNay still in 3rd, about 10 car lengths behind the number 24. All the cars are drifting way wide as they go through that yellow on the back stretch. So obviously the 75 must be up against the inside wall, but there's still a yellow out here on the back stretch.
Tom Clower leads them once again through turn 12. The number 24 right on his bumper. The number 24, Schulhorn, he goes to the inside. He's trying to get a run at him coming down into turn 1. And we do a waving flag. Dave Bell?
Yeah, we have a checkered flag, and I'll tell you what, that was a photo finish as they come down. Now, the first one coming around is Schulhorn, but he was having to make a move coming down to try to make it at the line. So we're going to have to, literally, we're going to have to see who they hand the flag to.
Well, if there was ever an entertaining race, that had to be it. Watching these historic stock cars run that hard and that long around PIR is just a treat for everyone. And well-driven vehicles as well. These are not easy cars to drive. This is not something that you just jump into and drive around with this kind of speed and with keeping them off the barriers. You know, we had a couple of cars off the racetrack, but trying to keep these 800 horsepower monsters, that was absolutely a very entertaining race.
And that'll conclude our coverage of our historic sports cars. Great show put on this weekend. And now it is time for our main event as everybody gathers down around start-finish. Momentarily, we'll take it away with Craig Armstrong, and he'll begin our introductions for the main event, the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Welcome to Portland International Raceway.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Portland International Raceway. My name is Craig Armstrong. Many of you remember me from Portland Speedway, and it is just a delight to be back here at Portland, Oregon on a beautiful July day for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. And we are so happy you're along with us today. Ain't it great that NASCAR is back in Portland? I have some very special guests, and I'm going to introduce them. We'll go down the line right here, and I'd like you to put your hands together and welcome them to Portland International Raceway and the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. We don't want to remember our brave men and women in uniform all over the globe, and especially welcome our good friends from the Oregon National Guard today, and thank them so very much for their great service to our country, without whom we would not have the freedom to do what we do here today. All the way from Daytona Beach, Florida, please welcome the Managing Director of Racing Operations for NASCAR, Mr. George Silberman. From Hassa Pool Products, please welcome Cindy Yost. From the Oregon National Guard, please welcome, first of all, Sergeant First Class Michael Ferris and Lieutenant Colonel Rob Frazier. The man primarily responsible for bringing NASCAR back to Portland, Oregon again. Put your hands especially together for the promoter of this great event, Mr. Chris Evans. And the man who made it possible for NASCAR to come back to Portland, Oregon again, a longtime supporter of motorsports in the Pacific Northwest, particularly here in Portland, Oregon. For so many years at Portland Speedway, he supported us in our NASCAR programs. He's doing it again here today from Bi-Mart, the Director of Advertising, Mr. Don Lieber. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin our driver introductions, and we will be letting you see and wave to and applaud, and please let them know how much you appreciate them by your applause. The starting lineup for the NASCAR Camping World Series West Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Starting in row 13, in 26th starting position, car number 74, the MSI Development Ford from San Ramon, California, number 74, Scott Ivey. Inside row 13, the 25th starting position, car number 07, the PalmerSigns.com Ford from Roseville, California, Greg Rail. Outside row 12 in the 24th starting position, in the car number 65 from Castroville, California, the AS Metals Stan Silva Jr. Trucking Chevrolet, Mr. Stan Silva Jr. Inside row 12, 23rd starting position, car number 31, the Valvoline Ford from Modesto, California, Mr. Jim Marchino. Starting 22nd, in car number 33, the Studio33Store.com RRC Speed Chevrolet from Colton, California, Brian Jackson. Starting 21st, ladies and gentlemen, making his first start in over a decade. A legendary name in Northwest Motorsports, and indeed one of the 50 greatest drivers in NASCAR history from Portland, Oregon. He was raced at Portland Speedway first on September 16th, 1945. He's 81 years young. The Park Corporation Chevrolet from Bridalveil, Oregon, Herschel McGriff, the Magic Man. Starting 20th, car number 34, the Oregon Tool D4D RTD Motorsports Chevrolet from Meridian, Idaho, Mr. Phil Dugan. Starting 19th, car number 81, the Selco Air Conditioning Ford from San Jose, California, Garland Self. Outside row number 9 in the 18th starting position, car number 14, the Cook's Collision, SaxShirt.com Ford from Eagle, Idaho, Travis Milburn. Starting 17th, car number 3, the Valvoline Dodge from Oakdale, California, Wes Banks. One of the locals, I know you're going to know this name if you ever went to Portland Speedway. We used to call him Terrible Terry. The Performance Collision, Always Tow Chevrolet, number 09 out of Sandy, Oregon, Terry Fisher. Starting 15th, car number 84, the Viva Auto Graphics, Johnny Walker Performance Chevrolet out of Park City, Utah, Mike Self. Starting 14th, outside row number 7, car number 61, the Ron Thompson's Trucking Chevrolet out of Jerome, Idaho, Brett Thompson. Starting 13th, inside row number 7, the Viva Auto Graphics Johnny Walker Performance Chevrolet out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Jamie Dick, car number 88. Another local driver you're going to want to watch. He's had a lot of SCCA racing experience right here at Portland International Raceway. Car number 10, the MJ2 Racing, GPPerformance.com Chevrolet from Aurora, Oregon, Jim Warren. Starting 11th inside of row 6, in the Godspeaks.com Chevrolet, car number 21 from West Palm Beach, Florida, Blake Cook. Now to our top 10, outside row number 5. In car number 13, the Central Coast Cabinet Chevrolet out of Aromas, California, car number 13, Todd Sousa. Inside row number 5, starting 9th. In car number 12, the Napa Auto Care Adaptive One Brakes Toyota out of Fairlawn, New Jersey, Mr. Paulie Haraka. We're going to have Paulie hold up for just a moment as we perform for you a very special presentation from Sunoco. Sunoco sponsors the Sunoco Rookie of the Race Award in the NASCAR Camping World Series. It goes to the highest finishing eligible rookie driver in each event. For the most recent NASCAR Camping World Series West race, the Sunoco Rookie of the Race Award, and $325 goes to Paulie Haraka, driver of the number 12 Napa Auto Care Adaptive One Brakes Toyota. Starting 8th inside, or outside, I should say, of row number 4. In car number 16, one of the Bill McAnally Racing entries, the Hassa Pool Products White Flyer Toyota, car number 16 out of Tempe, Arizona, Moses Smith. And Moses Smith will be receiving our Featherlight Most Improved Driver Award. Featherlight, the official trailer and luxury motor coach of NASCAR, sponsors the Most Improved Driver Award in the NASCAR Camping World Series. Featherlight posts awards to the eligible driver whose finishing position improves the most spots from the previous event. For the most recent NASCAR Camping World Series West race, the Featherlight Award and $550 goes to Moses Smith, driver of the number 16 Hassa Pool Products White Flyer Toyota. Inside of row number 4, starting 7th, in car number 89, the Quicksilver Northeastern University Dodge from Newport Beach, California, Brian Wong. Outside the 3rd row in 6th starting position, car number 26. In the Gene Price Motorsports Star Nursery Ford out of Newhall, California, Greg Persley. Starting 5th, and a top 5 starting position for this guy guarantees an exciting race. He's an accomplished road racer. He's driving car number 1, the Federated Auto Parts Jelly Belly Chevrolet from Fairfield, California, Jimmy Engelbright. Starting 4th, in car number 7, the UPRRacing.com Apex Jameson Enterprises Chevrolet out of Huntington Beach, California, Kyle Kelly. Inside of row number 2, great starting position in 3rd. In car number 6, the sunriseford.com Ford, our current points leader in the NASCAR Camping World Series West by just 24 markers out of Ontario, California. Please welcome young, talented Jason Bowles. Jason will be winning our Camping World Happy Camper Award as well as the Wix Filters Lap Leader Award. First, the Camping World Award. Camping World sponsors the Happy Camper Award for each race in the NASCAR Camping World Series. The award goes to the winning driver for each event, with a year-end prize being awarded to the driver who garners the most awards during the year. For winning the most recent NASCAR Camping World Series West race, the Happy Camper Award and $500 goes to Jason Bowles, driver of the number 6 sunriseford.com Ford. Wix Filters sponsors the Wix Filters Lap Leader Award in the NASCAR Camping World Series. Goes to the eligible driver who leads the most lap in each event. For the most recent NASCAR Camping World Series West race, the Wix Filters Lap Leader Award and $500 more goes to Mr. Jason Bowles. On to the front row of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Starting second outside the front row in car number 20. The Napa Toyota, also out of the Bill McAnally Racing Stables. From Escalon, California, Eric Holmes, defending NASCAR Camping World Series West champion. And finally, we're going to meet our Coors Light pole winner, ladies and gentlemen. He was fast right off the truck and kept getting quicker and quicker. With a speed of 93.386 average miles per hour, 76.328 seconds around Portland International Raceway's 1.98 mile road course, 12 turns. He did it. He is certainly proud of that fact, and he has got absolutely the bit between his teeth, ready to go. In car number 17, the MMI Services, Ron's Rear Ends KHI Chevrolet from Atascadero, California. Please welcome David Mayhew. Coors Light, the official beer of NASCAR, sponsors the Coors Light Pole Award for the NASCAR Camping World Series. The award goes to the fastest eligible qualifier at each event, with the year-end prize being awarded the driver who wins the most poles during the season. The Coors Light Pole Award for this event, along with $1,500, goes to David Mayhew, driver of the number 17 MMI Services, Ron's Rear Ends KHI Chevrolet. Congratulations, David. And now we're just a little ways away from what will be an amazing start to the Bi-Mart 125. The Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. We're going to have a parade lap with our drivers. Of course, the gas truck will be involved. Some of the vehicles, now the military vehicles from the Oregon National Guard. Of course, the Bi-Mart Advantage monster truck will be going around. Looks like Amy Clausen up there blowing the kiss. Thank you, Amy. Lots of fun upcoming. And, of course, bringing up the rear there, you're going to see one of the vintage stock cars. This is one that the great Parnelli Jones drove at Riverside, won, I believe, at Riverside Inn. It is a beautiful number 15 Mercury. And let me tell you, this car is gorgeous as they go around fully restored to its original glory of the glory years of stock car racing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I used to do every Friday night at Portland Speedway, I got to ask you that one question I know you're going to want to answer. Are you ready to go racing? So am I. Let's send it back up to the tower for a little while. We'll take it back down here for the start of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Bob Akamian. Ladies and gentlemen, as the drivers are coming around in the military vehicles, would you give them a wave, wave a hat, wave a program? Don't think you'd be waving a jacket today. It's just perfect weather for a motor race right here at Portland International Raceway. NASCAR about to unfold once again. It's been too many years, but by golly, I think we're back in force. There's a very special question that Jeff Jungling would like to ask of Jackie Snap while we're standing here on the start-finish line. And Jeff, could you tell us what that question might be?
Well, Jackie, I've loved you since the moment I met you, and I would be very honored if we could start our life together right here. Jackie, will you marry me?
Yes.
She will. He's happy. The ring is out. And it's on the finger. Looks like this is official. Jeff and Jackie, congratulations. Much happiness. And thank you very much for starting the beginning of your married life right here at Portland International Raceway when NASCAR returned to Portland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a couple of guys that, as I said earlier, responsible for bringing NASCAR back to Portland, Oregon. Let's have a nice round of applause from everybody for the appreciation I know you feel on a beautiful summer day for NASCAR coming back to town. Chris Evans, promoter, Don Lieber with Bi-Mart. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for bringing NASCAR back for these great race fans. I see packed grandstands down there in the area of the festival turn and down, of course, towards the chicane and all the way around this racetrack. What a great crowd, what a beautiful day. Chris, it's got to make you proud.
Yeah, it really does. But I'll tell you, all the thanks in this event really goes to not only my good friend here, Don Lieber of Bi-Mart, but to every one of these young men and women that represent our country. I've said it before, we live in a pretty unique society, and it's been carved out over the last 200 plus years, and primarily by, our uniformed military people. So it's really those people that we should be, taking a salute to, and it should be those folks that we're taking our hat off to. So I would really encourage everybody in the grandstands right now to stand up and give a loud hoorah for our folks in the red, white, and blue. Hoorah!
Amen to that, Chris. And Don, you were such a great supporter of our NASCAR programs at Portland Speedway for so many years until our unfortunate demise. And now re-emerging again with Bi-Mart for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125, supporting Chris Evans and his efforts to bring NASCAR back to Portland. Thank you from the bottom of my heart as a native and a longtime resident and a 15-year promoter of NASCAR racing here in the Rose City. Thank you for bringing it back.
Hey, I'll tell you, it's exciting for us. We've been involved in motorsports for a long time, and our Bi-Mart members, they love motorsports, and we've been promoting it all over the Northwest. We've been fortunate enough to have these NASCAR races in Roseburg. I knew if we could ever get these guys to Portland, we'd see what we saw today. It's a great race. These guys put on a great show. The GASSTV series that Chris has put together for us that we've had in Roseburg has been a great show. So these guys are in for a real treat, and I want to salute the troops and salute all the people for coming out and supporting our troops and supporting this race so we can make this a annual event here in Portland, Oregon.
Don, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about this becoming an annual event again at Portland, Oregon, Portland International Raceway? We're going to bring it back again and again, and thanks to you guys, it's possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest with us. We introduced him earlier from Daytona Beach, Florida, and the NASCAR office is down there. Mr. George Silberman, Managing Director of Racing Operations. George, first of all, welcome to Portland again, and thanks for bringing the great Florida weather with you.
Well, I wish I could take credit for that, but really it is beautiful here, and what a beautiful part of the world. It's really great to be here. You know, this is our top touring series, and we wanted to be here for a long time, and thanks to Chris Evans and the folks from Bi-Mart and stuff, it's really great to be back. Everybody in the garage area is really pumped, and it's going to be a good race today. It really is.
Clearly, the NASCAR Camping World Series West and East are a high priority for NASCAR. Your presence here today certainly says that and punctuates it very, very well. It has become just the premier developmental series in the world, and certainly the ladder of success that young drivers are looking for to eke their way up and show their talents in front of a very large audience at very nice venues all over the West and East Coast.
Oh yeah, this is a hotbed of talent, the NASCAR Camping World Series. Some of these young drivers you're seeing today are going to be the superstars at much higher levels in the future. And some of these young guns here, like Herschel McGriff, may show some people away on the track. So really, on behalf of NASCAR and everyone, the France family, all of us in Daytona and throughout the United States, we want to thank the fans for being here. We want to thank those in the armed forces who keep this country strong and safe, and we're just delighted to be here. We really are.
We're delighted to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a nice warm Portland, Oregon welcome, Mr. George Silberman from Daytona Beach, Florida, the NASCAR office. They're very, very serious about NASCAR on the West Coast, and believe me, they're happy to be back here in Portland, Oregon again. Right, the drivers have made their trip around the 1.98-mile road course here at Portland International Raceway. They'll be disembarking from the military vehicles. They'll be strapping themselves into their 3,400-pound, 650-horsepower Thunder machines, and we're going to get this Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 off and rolling here very, very shortly, as all of the drivers now shaking hands with the military members from the Oregon National Guard, thanking them for the trip around the track, the opportunity to say hello to some of you folks gathered around this beautiful, picturesque road course, of course, actually located here in a city park. This isn't just your typical road course. It is located, first of all, inside the city limits of Portland, Oregon, and secondly, in an actual city park. And it kind of looks like a city park with all of the trees and the greenery and the open spaces and even the part of the slough running through, the Columbia Slough running through it. So it is a beautiful, beautiful place to be. NASCAR fans, of course, greatest fans in the entire world. They're here to watch their heroes of the NASCAR Camping World Series West race and win. So one of them will go to victory lane. The others will have tried their very best and put on a great show for everybody gathered here at PIR.
And you know, we couldn't ask for any better weather out here today for this event. It's very comfortable. It's not going to be exceedingly hot for the drivers for their comfort as they're driving, or for their adhesion to the track. The track conditions ought to be just absolutely ideal. So I'm really looking forward to a very good race from a spectator standpoint and from a driver standpoint this afternoon.
And you know, one thing here, Dave, with the track being very dry, that also means another thing's dry. That's the grass on the infield. So if you get off the track and you hit that grass, you might as well be on ice, because you're going to slide. You'll see a lot of dust getting kicked up, but that grass is dry and very slippery for those racing slicks.
Yeah, we've always joked about half seriously about the PIR grass being defiant of the laws of physics, that you actually can accelerate once you hit the grass and start sliding. At least it seems that way to a lot of drivers, because you just go and go and go. Now, the good thing is, in a lot of the areas out here, if you do get off track and you do slide, you can go a long way before you hit anything, which is good. And the other thing is that over the years, they've developed this fantastic safety system out here, and we've seen it several times over the summer and even over this weekend, where the tire barriers do their job and cars will essentially just kind of bounce off and nobody gets hurt, and that's a very good thing too. So we have a lot of runoff room and a very good safety system too. Hoping nobody has to use either of those, let's keep all 4 on the pavement for the next hour and a half.
Today's race, the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125, is the 9th event in a 13-race series of 2009 for the NASCAR Camping World Series West. It's the 2nd of 3 road course races. They race here at Infineon, formerly Sears Point Raceway down in Sonoma County, and at the Miller Motorsports Park in Utah. So those are the 3 road courses for these drivers. So a big adjustment for many that have only been circle track drivers.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin that most important part of our opening ceremonies. If I could ask you all to please rise and remove your caps. And we are going to ask the chaplain for the NASCAR Camping World Series West with Motor Racing Outreach, that would be Mr. Bob Butcher, to lead us in our invocation. Bob?
Heavenly Father, I just want to say you are awesome today, and thank you for opening the door for Portland to bring NASCAR back home. But Father, we're here also to honor the troops today. And Lord, you know better than me that freedom is not free. And Father, it is these men and women around the world that give us the opportunity to race here today and be free to do the things that we do. And we are here to honor them. And Father, I know you want to honor them far more than I do. So Lord, we thank you for them. And then Lord, we have our next superstars on the line here. And today, I want to ask you in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, to keep them safe, give your angels charge over them, and all the crews, and everybody involved with this event, including these incredible fans that we have all over this facility today. So, Lord, we give you all the praise for all of this and say thank you, Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bob. And now, to bring us our national anthem, on behalf of Bi-Mart country music artist from Oregon, please welcome Miss Amy Clausen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Amy Clausen, ladies and gentlemen, and the Howitzer firing its salute on behalf of the Oregon National Guard. That is the Oregon National Guard Howitzer. We're just moments away from the most famous words in motorsports. We'll be back with the command in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of moments, or just a couple of minutes, I should say, until the command to get this Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 off and rolling here on this beautiful July day at Portland International Raceway. Do want to introduce our honorary starter. He'll be flying the green flag from the Oregon National Guard. Please welcome Private Jeremy Bonsignor. And the command today, of course, will be given by 4 people. It's not going to be just a singular command. It will be a chorus of commands. And that will be, of course, we've already introduced them once, but please give them a nice round of applause again. Sergeant First Class Michael Ferris. Give him a wave, Michael. Amy Clausen, of course, whose rendition of the national anthem, utterly beautiful. Thank you so much. And Lieutenant Colonel Rob Frazier, of course, next to Amy, and holding up the other end of the bargain, so to speak, in his Bi-Mart livery. We do want to welcome back again Mr. Don Lieber, the Director of Advertising for Bi-Mart, and certainly one of the guys that we do appreciate bringing NASCAR back to Portland. We'll be back with the command in just a moment. We're going to give Amy Clausen an opportunity to say a couple of words to the race fans. First of all, it's just delightful to have you out here today, Amy. What a beautiful rendition of the national anthem. And thank you for being a part of this Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here. I think it's important that we bring NASCAR back into Oregon. And if as many times we can have it here in Portland, what a gorgeous track you guys have. It's a shame that we can't have NASCAR here every single week. I mean, this is awesome.
Well, we used to.
Oh, I'm telling you, well, we need to bring it back. Look at the fans that are here to support it. This is awesome, you guys. Thank you so much for showing up here to support this today. Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your burgeoning country music career, what you're doing with Bi-Mart and that sort of thing.
Grace God, I've been able to do this for 22 years, and Bi-Mart has recently signed on as my sponsor. We go around, we do a lot of shows, a lot of things like this, a lot of deals like the thing that's coming up, the Willamette Country Music Festival, the end of August. We hope you guys will come out. We got 12 stars going to be there the whole weekend. Hope that the fans will come out and support that. We also do another NASCAR deal that we just got done with in Roseburg. So again, we just want to thank the fans, because without you guys, we couldn't do any of these NASCAR events, concerts, nothing. So God bless you guys.
Thank you, Amy. Amy Clausen, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Bi-Mart and our brave men and women in uniform all over the world, here are the 4 most famous words in motorsports.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
And they're off!
And with that, the Bi-Mart salute to the troops. 125 is set to go from Portland International Raceway. This is Bob Akamian along with Dane Pitteresi in the PIR Tower, welcoming our audience at the track to our radio audience all around the Northwest on 95.5 The Game, the home of NASCAR and the home of the Bi-Mart salute to the troops. 125, let's introduce you to the rest of our broadcast crew that's following the action all the way around our 1.98-mile track at Portland International Raceway. We've got a great view of the east end of the track, the famous circus turn, 11 into 12 out on the front straightaway, and at the other end of the half-mile straightaway, high above turn number 3, and the dangerous Festival Curves combination built in 1990, where we expect to see a lot of action today. The veteran member of our PIR broadcast crew, that's Dave Bell.
Right at the end of that straightaway, they will come into turns 1, 2, and 3. That's the Festival. It's a real hard break to come down into that first turn, then a hairpin turn back around as they come back out on the main racing surface. 1, 2, and 3 taken care of. There's a little short chute before they come down into the turns 4 and 5 complex. That's a big sweeping right-hander that takes them 180 degrees right back to the east once again. A very tricky part of the course, though, between turn 5 and turn 6, because they're coming out of a right-hand turn and going into a left-hand turn. That's about 120 degrees around to the left. It's a hard one, and they also have to shift to the weight of these cars to the other direction as they go around turn 6.
And as they head past turn 6, they come to what is now the most exciting part of the racetrack because of the widening of the in part, but it's still tight getting out and heading down to the fastest part of the racetrack, the backstretch, and that's why Phil Beard fights us every year for that seat above turn number 8.
I won the arm wrestling championship. Thank you very much, Bob Akamian. And race fans, it's a great view. And just as Dave Bell said, between 5 and 6, they're going right to left. Then they come out of 6, they're going left to right. They're shifting the weight of those NASCARs around. It's very wide on the entrance to turn 7. They can go 3 wide, but they can only go 2 wide coming out. And really, it's only meant to be coming 1 wide when they come out of there. Because if you go on the inside, you're going to drift outside. And if there's somebody to the left of you, you're pushing them off to the dirt. It's also a key element of the track because they're going from the slowest turn to the fastest, one of the fastest part of the tracks, and they want to carry as much momentum and speed from turn 7 down through turn 8 and along the long stretch, the back stretch, which is actually kind of a banana-shaped right-hander that takes them all the way back down to the east end of the track where Bob Akamian and Dane Pitteresi are.
And, of course, we'll get to see them right past the breaking point. There's a little gap in our vision of our announce positions, and it's really one of the most important parts because it's where you decide how you're going to come into 10, 11, and 12. This is such a flat racetrack. Drivers coming here for the first time remark that they really can't see turns upcoming. That's why there's countdown signs along the track at key points, counting you 500, 400, 300, 200 feet. And at that 100, you better find the brakes.
Yeah, and those signs, those braking markers are just reference points, and it's very hard to find reference points because this track is so flat, like you say. And as they come down that long banana straightaway that Phil was telling us about, they come into turn 10, and it is a braking zone. You have to get on the brakes. You've got a downshift that you've got to make. You've got to make sure in these cars that you don't skip the rear end. If you don't match the revs perfectly and you hit that gear too hard and then you get on the gas too hard, or you don't get on the gas too soon, you skip those rear tires. You can break a rear gear in these cars very easy by skipping the rear tires coming into your corners or into your braking zones. So that's very hard to do. You coming into a very quick corner, turn 10 is extremely quick left-hander. Then you've got to instantly turn the car, rotate it back right again. That's where drivers have some problems getting their consistency, getting the comfortability of their car, getting it stable, and for the all-important turn 12, which they've got to get through extremely well, extremely efficiently to get back out on the straightaway again.
Well, this is a good time to give your favorite driver one last wave because we're only going around twice before we see the green flag. They head down the front straightaway right now, and everyone in the main grandstand on their feet as we bring them on by very close to going racing. And the man on the pole, that number 17, Leading the way through, Mr. Mayhew. David Mayhew, a winner already in the west portion of the East-West race at Iowa Speedway, so he's got a victory in oval track racing. Now can he get a road course win? Right next to him, Eric Holmes in that number 20 from Escalon, California. And then Jason Bowles from Ontario, California, the number 6. Kyle Kelly, the number 7. Those are your first 2 rows. Again, watch for Jim Engelbright, that number 1 in the 5th position, a former winner here at Portland International Raceway. Again, this series has not run a race here since 1986, and that was the year when, guess who, Herschel McGriff, even then coming out of retirement, then won the race. Here he is 23 years later, out of retirement again, and that 04 is the winningest racer in the history of many West Coast series, including this one, the 04, Herschel McGriff from Bridal Veil, Oregon. Dave Bell, you commented you literally had a chance to watch him even as a young man. You knew about Herschel McGriff.
Oh, I tell you what, when you're dealing with legends, you just sort of slowed down and bowed a little when you went through Bridal Veil, Oregon, because Herschel McGriff, even at the time, was the king of Bridal Veil, and we all knew that. It made Bridal Veil a very special place when you were away from the racetrack. So yeah, Herschel McGriff is somebody that if you've grown up and you have at least the same color hair I do as a result of having grown up for quite a while here in the Pacific Northwest, we all know about the legend of Herschel McGriff.
Now, Bob, I've got a question for you because I'm watching the number 12 of Pauly Haraka, tied for leader in the rookie points, qualified 9th, but he's back in the back row. He slipped back during the first pace lap, along with the number 84 of Mike Self, who had qualified 15th. He's in the back of the pack as well, and I'm wondering, did they have to change something in their cars and drop back from their qualifying positions?
Now Craig Armstrong down in the pits with us. He'll get on that search and find out what's going on with the 84 and the 12. We're ready to go green as we bring the Viper pace car around one more time to get things started. 63 laps. The Bi-Mart salute to the troops, 125. There will be no scheduled pit stops, no scheduled tire changes. So if you see a car going to the pits, that's a bad deal, Dane Pederesi.
This is an all-out sprint race. We've got 125 miles of as quick as you can go. The problem is with the kind of weight, the kind of tires that they use on these cars, the drivers are going to have to conserve. They're going to have to treat those cars very well. If we see cars starting to lock wheels up, starting to see wheel smoke, or excuse me, tire smoke come off in little puffs, that is going to be the first clue that they've got problems.
All right, it is time to go racing at Portland International Raceway. On your feet, turn that radio up on 95.5 The Game. It's time to get it started. The Bi-Mart salute to the troops, 125. The cars come down in 2 very neat rows behind our pole sitter Mayhew and the man next to him, Eric Holmes. They're looking for the green flag to get it started.
Still waiting as they approach the start-finish line, watching. There it is, green flag flies, 2 abreast, here they come. Everybody staying pretty much to the outside of the track as they come down. A couple of cars trying to gain position a little bit further back in the pack. The first car, however, coming through, all of the cars coming through pretty much in a good fashion, except for a little bit further back. The 09 of Terry Fisher spins out, coming in contact with another car. Those cars were farther back in the pack. The leaders, however, are already coming through and are heading off toward turn 5. The first car through, the 17th of David Mayhew. The second one is Eric Holmes. Those two are already leading him into turn 6.
It's Mayhew by about 4 car lengths over Eric Holmes in the number 20. Close on his tail, the number 6 of Jason Bowles. He's your points leader here in the series. In 4th place, it's the number 7 of Kyle Kelly. And moving up a spot, the 26 of Greg Pursley. And 6th is Jim Engelbright as the cars thunder through and down the backstretch towards Bob.
And they head down to the East Bank, the original seating area at Portland International Raceway. First time through, and it's going to be Mayhew coming through clean. Now, the guy we want to look for is our 16th starter, Terry Fisher, who had a little bit of contact. See if he was able to move up. Dan, you were talking about how he might be a big player in this race. But with that little tap, he is still back in his original position. They come down single file. Now we have a car breaking ranks going to the inside on the front straightaway and appears to be losing power, although he's going to roll past start finish. 1 lap complete.
Cars are coming already through the festival into 2 and coming out of 3. The car you were talking about, caution start finish, pretty much not back up with the field. So whatever problem there was in there for that car. Kyle Kelly, the number 7, whatever it was, looked like to be a temporary bobble. He's back underway once again. Mayhew leading him now through turn 5. They're in the short chute. 5 coming into 6. It's Mayhew and the number 20 of Eric Holmes.
Mayhew with the number 17 MMI Services Chevrolet, first through 7. Holmes going a little bit wide there, and Bowles right on his tail, and the number 16 of Moses Smith has moved up 2 spots, and he's challenging Jim Engelbreit right now for 5th place.
We have a problem coming down the main straightaway coming into turn 4. It's the number 33 of Brian Jackson. A lot of smoke coming out of that car. That was in the short chute and down into turn 4. He's off the track now, off into the grass. So any smoke or any oil that may be coming from that is not on the track. Maybe around the turn 4. Jackson pulling it off on the outside.
We are yellow. We are yellow, completing lap number 2 all the way around. Car is already in single file, so nobody was racing back to Dave's end of the racetrack. But an early problem, it appears to be a mechanical one. May have put a little fluid down, and on a warm day like this, even though it's much more pleasant than on Friday, it's about 85 degrees right now, breeze blowing, but the track temperature, we're guessing about 130 degrees right now, Dane Pitteresi. So add just a touch of fluid right now, and the west end of the track's going to be a little greasy.
Well, it's going to get greasy, and as the afternoon goes on and the sun gets a little warmer and we start dropping some fluids and cars going off the track and throwing some debris onto it, it's going to become a slick racetrack. It's going to be really a race of who can stay the smoothest, who can keep the tires under their cars. You know, the brakes that they put on these cars for the road courses, they can usually take it. They've got to be somewhat careful of it, but the real challenge is to manage tire wear. There's no pit stops. If you come in for a pit stop in this race, you're out of it. This is a sprint car race. There's no pit stops, and so you've really got to be consistent and smooth.
I have our safety vehicles on the track. Our first yellow of the race as we're working lap number 3 of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 on 95.5 The Game. And we continue with PA only here at Portland International Raceway. We're doing our traditional public address radio simulcast. We'll rejoin the radio audience here in just a couple of moments. We do have news on our drivers who were sent to the back of the pack. NASCAR reporting that Paulie Haraka was sent to the back because of an engine change. Now, that happened yesterday. I'm not sure, unless they changed the engine again after qualifying, why he would be penalized today. They lost an engine yesterday. But he was sent to the back for that reason. Phil Dugan, the 34, sent back for an unapproved adjustment. And 2 other drivers were penalized a lap before the race. We say the 33, Brian Jackson, with unapproved changes. And Dave, I believe he's our driver that caused this little yellow, is it not?
That is correct. He's sitting on the outside of turn 5, but there's a whole lot of treatment going on the approach to turn 4.
He did something unapproved, so it's really unapproved now. And also sent to the back, that's why Herschel McGriff, the 04, is sent back for unapproved changes. Now, in his case, that's a car he does not drive every day. Again, he's moving into a car for this race, and it's a little more difficult when you jump into someone else's car, essentially for one run.
Well, and both Herschel McGriff and Terry Fisher are in with teams that they're not normally with. I mean, Herschel McGriff is just coming out of retirement and doing a couple of road races with these cars, and it's just tough. These are not easy cars to run. It takes a team to run them. Those of you who have watched NASCAR on TV know that it's a big program. So, you know, it's not easy just to step in for a one race deal.
We'll be rejoining our radio audience in just a moment. Three laps complete at Portland International Raceway. We're under yellow at the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 because Brian Jackson lost a bit of fluid down in turn number 5. The yellow's out, and Dave Bell, there's some cleanup going on.
It extends all the way from the exit of the festival, just coming out of turn 3 on that short chute, going down into turn 4. That's where Jackson was able to get his car off the track and out onto the grass. but there's several hundred feet of track dry going down there on the outside of the track, which is pretty much the racing line. If you come off of 3, you're going to be out on the outside out there. So that's really going to be something they want to treat, take care of, get cleaned up as much as they can, because when cars are back at speed, they're really going to be under a braking condition coming down into turn 4, coming out of that space.
So let's reset our top 5. David Mayhew, the pole sitter, is in the lead. Eric Holmes second. Jason Bowles third. Greg Pursley is fourth. Jim Engelbright fifth. And Moses Smith moving up early in the race, now in the 6th position for car number 16. Sent to the back of the pack at the start. You heard Phil Beard noting this earlier. Paulie Haraka sent back for an engine change. Phil Dugan sent back for unapproved adjustment. Herschel McGriff started a lap down because of unapproved changes, and that's the same story for this 33 car. Brian Jackson making unapproved changes, and they're really going to be unapproved now because he's dropped some fluid out on the track, and so we are moving around at slow speed. Restart still to come, and the cleanup continuing on the west end.
The cleanup is not only just fluid, but also pieces of car. So something really gave way on that. Not only the fluid, but they're picking up some solid stuff as well.
So, Dave, you'll keep us up to date with that when the safety crew's clear, and we'll get ready to resume. I want to remind you, you're listening to simulcast coverage of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 on 95.5 The Game in Portland. Great to have you all with us at Portland International Raceway. Bob Acamian, Dane Pittaresi, Phil Beard, Craig Armstrong, and, of course, Dave Bell. And, Craig Armstrong, do you have any news from the pits yet?
Well, we did have a quick pit stop by Phil Dugan in the Oregon Motorsports Chevrolet. Phil brings the number 34 car in. He, of course, as you mentioned earlier, had a penalty that he had to overcome by starting at the back of the pack. He basically short pitted, topped off with fuel, probably thinking he's going to take advantage of a longer run before he has to come in the anticipation they'll stay green for a while. That's the only activity down here in the pits, other than everybody just getting up on their game right now. It looks like we may be going back to a restart here in a lap or so.
Lights still on the pace cars. We bring it back around 60 laps to go on the monitor. We really only got up to speed for 2 laps. The field, though, broke off into a nice single file. So everybody just kind of getting in line here, Dave. This is pretty typical for a race like this. You're not going to get all crazy about passing somebody the first or second lap of the race, unless your name's Moses Smith. He seemed to be into that. But everyone else, you're going to see who you're racing against before you make any crazy moves.
Yeah, you know, they haven't even been able to get into some sort of a rhythm on the road course yet. And this is really tough. When you get all pumped up and you get yourself settled down to start the race and you start looking at what you see in front of you and what the drivers are doing around you, and you try to figure out what everyone is doing. You know, the top 4 or 5 cars kind of had a small breakaway there, and they were just right on the money and seemed to just get into a nice rhythm around this road course, and then this happens, a yellow comes out, and now they have to drive around behind the yellow. Now, what's really hard about this is that those cars and the aerodynamics that they use, they get hotter under a yellow. You know, you would think that when the yellow comes, oh, as a driver, I can relax, I can cool down a little bit. They actually go up inside those cars by 20, 30 degrees when they're driving around with no air input. The aerodynamics and the way the air comes into the car to cool the drivers is that it works when they're going fast. When they're going slow like this, very little air gets into the cockpit, and they are getting really hot.
The number 33 being pushed off to the east end of the track through the escape road to the main paddock area here at Portland International Raceway. So our field down to 25 as the Chevy Monte Carlo, under a little bit of its own power, rolling its way. It might have got a little push there. And is rolling with the clutch popped back into the pre-grid, where it will wait for the end of the race to cross back to the main paddock area. So now we're just waiting for the cleanup to be complete, and we'll drop that yellow flag and get back to racing.
Sweeper's still working in that area down there. They're coming down. They've got all of the oil dry down on the track right now. Now they're just going to try to clean up the worst of it, because every driver knows when you come down and you go through that the first couple of laps, it can be just as slick as the oil that they're trying to cover up. So they really want to get as much of that, not only the oil up, but also the oil dry up, so they can race on that surface in another lap or so.
And Brian Jackson's 33 being pushed across the track because of the yellow condition. No cars in sight, so they're able to get it back to the pits and save a little time at the end of the race, getting that car packed up. They'll live to fight another day Next race in this series on the very exciting road course, and similar to PIR in that it's completely flat with very few reference markers, and that's Miller Motorsports Park in Twilla, Utah. They'll be running there on August 1st, the next race in this series. And again, much like PIR, without any elevation changes, you really have to pick your spots around those turns, and also a difficult track for big, heavy cars like this to run on. So great show if you're going to be in the Salt Lake City area. August 1st, you owe it to yourself to visit out to Twilla to Miller Motorsports Park. Viper pace car still out, lights remaining on as we continue with the cleanup and get ready for the restart of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125. This series began back in March at Thunder Hill in Texas. Greg Pursley won the season opener. And then to Roseville, California, the All-American Speedway, the cradle of so many great stock car races. Eric Holmes in the Toyota took victory on April 4th. Jason Bowles got his first win of the season at Phoenix on April 16th. Eric Holmes wins race number 2 for him on the year, April 25th at Madera, California, Madera Speedway. Then it was the East-West race combined with the East Series in Newton, Iowa, May 17th. Huge field, and I bet Craig Armstrong can correct me, but were there not 38 cars in that field?
That is correct, Bob. 38 cars, and they were all good race cars, and they put on a great show on the 7/8 mile Rusty Wallace designed oval. Of course, going from the big ovals to the short ovals and now to the road courses, that's the challenge of the NASCAR Camping World Series West, and looks like one that they are up for.
Kyle Busch was the winner that day. David Mayhew, the West Group winner, 3rd place overall. And then they went from the giant 7/8 mile at Iowa to Douglas County Speedway, which you could fit in my backyard. A great place to watch short track racing. And Eric Holmes was the winner there on June 6th, another great Bi-Mart sponsored event. And then they were at Infineon, of course, on the Big Cup weekend at Sonoma, June 20th. Jason Bowles, the winner in the Ford. And Bowles went back-to-back at Irwindale on July 4th weekend. So Bowles, again, with his 3 victories this year, is the winningest driver in the series. After Portland, it's on to Twilla, Utah, and then to Colorado Speedway August 15th, back to Iowa Speedway on September 4th, and then the season finale, they go back to Roseville, California on September 26th. So an exciting variety of tracks and a lot of great places to watch these stars of tomorrow, and frankly, a lot of them stars in their own right when you talk about the Herschel McGriffs who've been there, done that their whole life, and Jimmy Engelbright, who's proven he can run with anybody.
This is a great series, and what's nice about this series is that it's something that we get to see here, and the West Coast gets to see all up and down the West Coast and in the western United States, all the way east to Twilla, Utah. This is a great bunch of cars to watch. Not only are they exciting to watch, but the drivers that are in them are the future of the sport. And yeah, it's true that we can see some of the older drivers, like Terry Fisher, who was a Portland Speedway champion. He's in this race today. Herschel McGriff, the not only venerable but legend Herschel McGriff can get in a car and can compete competitively here at PIR in these cars. So it's really a great place for people to come out and watch, see the history of NASCAR and also the future of NASCAR.
Now, Herschel McGriff just came back around the track trying to catch up with the back of the field, and he wants to do that because the lights are off in the pace car.
You might say he was the lucky dog on this.
Yeah,
they did hold him up behind the pace car. Now they've released him, and he's coming around to catch up with the back.
He did. Now the pace car is heading into the pits right now. So Dave Bell, they're underneath the Bridgestone Bridge, and here we are with 7 laps in the book, 58 to go. The Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops, 125. We're going to get a restart going green for the second time.
Watching it start, finish, watching, and there they go. Just as they approach the start-finish line, the green flag flies, and here we go once again. Now we're going to take a look at the cars coming down through here, and Eric Holmes had that inside position. He's going to come together with David Mayhew. They're side to side, with door handle to door handle, coming around through 2, and now 3. Here they come down to 4. It's going to be Eric Holmes that's going to have the advantage coming down over Mayhew. Mayhew is right in behind him. Dust flies as that oil dry comes flying up into the air as the cars go through that area that was repaired. Coming out of turn 5, however, it is Eric Holmes with the advantage over David Mayhew, right in behind Jason Bowles in that 3rd spot.
Holmes in the number 20 Napa car leading Mayhew into turn 7. A nice, neat single file line in third place. It's the number 6 of Jason Bowles, followed by the 26 of Pursley. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they scream down the backstretch towards the east side of the racetrack.
Coming into view of the East Bank, and the beauty of these cars is you hear them before you see them. Here comes NASCAR Thunder and some pretty solid braking. There makes Mayhew lock it up a little bit as we come around the bend. And Holmes is going to hold him off there, then Mayhew. Now we go back to single file. So someone's got to take the lead into 10, 11, and 12. And the race leader can really cut down some of his competition by braking early and slowing the race down.
Well, he can really control the standard of this race, and you do that. The first one in can control everyone else behind him. So leading this race, you've got to make sure that you stay there. You've got to make sure that you watch your back, because this is where the strategy of the race comes into. And I'll bet you that we'll see maybe 4 or 5 laps of everybody just sitting there and running a nice, good race, figuring out how consistent their cars can get, and then maybe 6 or 7 laps into it, we may not see so much single file.
Let's pick up our leaders on the track.
As they come out of turn 6, down the short chute into 7, it's Holmes with about a 3-car length lead over Mayhew in the number 17 MMI car. Then back to the third place car of number 6. Back a couple of places, Moses Smith and Jim Engelbrecht really battling for that 5th place spot. Moses Smith all over Engelbrecht's tail in that Jelly Belly Federated number 1.
Into 10, 11, and 12. It'll be Eric Holmes from Escalon, California. The Napa Toyota leading the way. This time breaks a little bit later, and Mayhew has good momentum behind him. Somebody got off the edge of the grass a little further back, but everybody keeps moving. Engelbrecht holding off Smith for now, but Moses setting him up maybe for something in the middle of the straightaway underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. 55 laps to go now. And your leader remains Eric Holmes, but there's a big battle going on for 5th between Engelbrecht and Smith.
Everybody's staying pretty much single file until you get back into the 9th or 10th position farther back. However, watching David Mayhew coming off of turn 4, he was rockets out of the festival and out into the short chute. It looks like he's able to catch up anytime he wants with Eric Holmes. Not able to make any kind of a pass, however. So it is still going to be Holmes, Mayhew, and Bowles going into turn 6.
Eric Holmes leading them all into turn 7, swings right through the middle of the track, touches the inside of the curb on 7, slides to the outside on the exit, coming through 8, nice neat line, and he's pulling away a bit from the number 17 of Mayhew. He's making some distance between the two. He may be trying to set up a little space between himself, maybe so he can relax for that lead. Meanwhile, back in the pack, we watch the number 7 try to get around the 65 of Stan Silva.
Relax? Who's relaxing during a race, Dane Pederesi? What's Phil talking about?
Oh, yeah, and you've really got to be careful, because if you try to go too hard, you try to go too fast, push too hard, the tires are going to go away. So it's a very, right now you're trying to make spots, you're trying to increase your way up to the front, but at the same time you can't make any mistakes, you can't ruin the tires getting there.
We have a new leader, David Mayhew. Made the pass coming down to the passenger straightaway. Made it look pretty easy over Holmes. So Mayhew is back in the first spot. Holmes in the 2nd position. And now Mayhew is trying to open up a little bit of an advantage as he goes in through turn 5. Opens it up to about 3 or 4 car lengths. There's Bowles taking a real hard look at Holmes as they approach turn 6.
With the word relax dropped from my vocabulary, I'll watch the number 17 of David Mayhew come into turn 7. About 2 car lengths back to the number 20 Napa car of Holmes. And biding his time right behind him, though, is the number 6 of Bowles. He's your points leader in the NASCAR Camping World West Series.
We'll bring him through, and of course the big challenger has been Bowles getting into this mix, and Bowles coming up challenging for 2nd place right now with Holmes. That number 6 looking suspiciously like a Mark Martin car coming up on the outside. That style of 6 has become very popular, but we're going to come down 1, 2, and 3, lap 11 now. with Holmes, Bowles, and Mayhew still running 1, 2, 3. A little challenge further back in the pack right now is the 61 of a 21 battle. Brett Thompson of Jerome, Idaho, taking on Blake Cook from West Palm Beach, Florida. Cook got off to a rough start, but really tuned things up nicely yesterday in the practice session. Let's pick up the leaders.
Headed now for turn 4, and it's a pretty comfortable lead, at least relatively speaking, for David Mayhew. About 10 car length advantage because we're going into the short shoot now between 4 and 5. He's coming out of 5. The one with problem right now, relative problem, would be Eric Holmes because he's got Jason Bowles draped all over the back of him as they head for 6.
Mayhew has dominated all weekend, and it's no different in today's race. He's got quite a lead over the second place car of Holmes, and Holmes has got a battle right in his mirror. It's the 6 of Jason Bowles. He tried to get by him in 7, couldn't quite seal the deal. He'll follow him down the backstretch and see what he can do when he gets to the east end as they race towards Mount Hood.
And looking back at the north side of the racetrack from turn number 12, boy, it's Mayhew all the way. Something caused Holmes to break a little bit early, because second and third now running right together, and Mayhew super smooth through turn 12. Down the front straightaway, we've got a lot of groups of 2 now hooked up further back in the pack. The number 13 and the 89 are running together right now down the front straightaway. Some good battle shipping up there. Todd Souza in the number 13, and of course car number 89, Brian Wong out of Newport Beach, California.
We have a problem with the number 3 car of West Banks. Has almost come to a stop now as he approaches turn 4. Here come the rest of the cars coming right down on Banks. He's on the outside just at the entrance to turn 4. Cars are having to take real hard evasive action to stay out of his way. Banks in the number 3 is still on track. He's at the outside apex of turn 4. He is still rolling, trying to keep that car going, but is moving very, very slowly. It seems to be stuck maybe at a high gear. He's just not able to get going. It's hard to tell what the problem is with Banks, but he is very definitely in a precarious position. Most of the field has gone on by.
And Jason Bowles looking on the inside of turn 7, can't quite get around Holmes. He's right on his tail as they come out of 8 down the backstretch. He's trying to find a way to get around him. Look for him to try to cut inside when they get to turn 10.
Completing lap number 12 of the race, and here comes the surge by Jason Bowles. Bowles right up on the back end, and now another car, Greg Pursley, our 4th place car, is right up in that battle for second. So 3 cars as we begin lap 13. Bowles, Pursley, and Holmes all running together in the Bi-Mart Salute for the Troops 125.
And taking a look down on the inside, should it be Pursley, see if there's something he might be able to do, but not close enough to be able to do it. Those 3 come around the apex of the festival. That is turn 2. Walking back out the other way. Meanwhile, the number 3 of West Banks, he pulled off behind the wall over in turn 5. The number 3 of Banks is out of it, but he is off the track and away from everybody. Meanwhile, the leader, David Mayhew, very comfortably right now, all by himself in turn 6.
And the number 20 of Aaron Holmes in second place, trying to fend off the charge of Jason Bowles, the Ontario, California driver from the driving the SunriseFord.com Ford, all over his bumper as they come out of 7 and through 8. Following down the backstretch, he's not quite close enough to make a pass here, Bob, but he's going to pick his moment, and you can bet that that number 20 is going to move his way up.
Well, we're running laps of about 1:17 right now, Dane Pitteresi, and this is a pretty good start for this race. We're running very clean. Mayhew just faster than everybody else. 1:17.8 his best for the race, and 1:18.3 this last time around. Let's take a look here as we complete lap number 13 now, and Mayhew comes to the line 1:18.4, so very consistent right now. That really is the number, getting in the low 1:18s, but again, the fastest guy every session now has been David Mayhew.
Well, and Mayhew is just absolutely consistent. He hits his marks every time he comes through turns 10, 11, and 12. He's not overdriving the car. He's not letting the car swirl around on him at all. He's got it hooked up just right, and he's using it. He's been a half a second to 3/4 of a second quicker than everybody here every time he's been on the track this weekend, and he's just comfortably sailing off to a lead here. You know, he's going to have to make a mistake for the other guys to catch him. His car is just dialed in.
Herschel McGriff in the 04 quietly making his way back up through the pack after getting his lucky dog spot on the restart. He was 21st last time, just made another pass coming back. Herschel's now up to 19th place. He's done this in about 3 laps.
Herschel is doing a great job. You know, and it's just enough time. He didn't get a chance to really get any practice in. He hurt the front of the car into the tire wall here. He had to shorten that practice. He's doing a great job.
Full course yellow.
Yeah, we have something right in the middle of the track between turns 1 and 2. It's a pretty sizable chunk of something out there. Cars have been jumping off track in order to avoid hitting that, so they're going to have to go out and retrieve it, whatever it is, a pretty large piece of something, or several pieces of something they have to retrieve. That's why we have full course yellow.
And we had quite a move shaping up just before that flag came out. The number 26 of Greg Pursley was trying to put a move on Bowles. Bowles was occupied with trying to get around Holmes. He didn't see Pursley. Pursley tried to go on the inside of turn 8, actually driving up on the curbing. They were door handle to door handle till Bowles finally realized what was going on. Then the flags came out and they had to settle back into position.
Second yellow flag of the day. We'll step aside on radio. You're listening to the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125. David Mayhew is your leader in car number 17 on 95.5 The Game. Back public address only at Portland International Raceway. Bob, Dane, Phil, Dave, and Craig. Our second yellow flag of the day. Dave Bell obviously threw a piece of debris out on the track, so we can get a little break in there. But, you know, you see, anybody see a car out there missing a large chunk?
Well, I tell you what, I don't know. I still can't identify what it is. I don't know if it's a half a tire or if it's a piece of some kind of inner fender, or I don't know what it is. But
it's an interesting question to see something that big that you could lose that you
but not know
miss.
what it is.
Yeah, you wouldn't miss somehow.
Maybe something fell out of the trunk of Terry Fisher's car, because the back panel, the rear panel of his car has been peeled up since that first lap.
That might be it.
So.
Yeah, there's some supports or something probably came out. We've noticed that the tail end of Terry Fisher's car, the 09 car, is definitely coming apart.
So we'll continue our game of Guess the Debris as we go forward. Please text your guess to, and we should have set that up, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been kind of fun. Let's reset the standings here. We'll do a full reset when we get the radio audience back, but it is David Mayhew, Eric Holmes, and Jason Bowles, 1, 2, 3. And Greg Pursley really jumped into the party there just before the yellow. And this also helps Jim Englebright, frankly, who I don't know if he's flat out as fast as everybody out there. His best lap only a 1:19, but give him a chance in the restart. He might get in front of everybody.
But he's consistent, and this race just started, so Jim Englebright is still a factor in this.
So we'll give you the full reset here when we get the radio audience back in just a few moments. And after that, we'll check back with Dave for cleanup information. Lights are still on the pace car, so we're going around under yellow at least one more time. Stand by for the radio rejoin. Portland International Raceway, Bob Acamian, Dane Pittaresi, Dave Bell, Phil Beard, Craig Armstrong. 48 laps remaining in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops, 125. Second yellow of the day, this because of a large piece of a debris that nobody can identify down in the west end of the racetrack. Dave Bell, is it still there?
No, they've managed to extricate it now. And it wasn't just one piece. Actually, that was just the large one that we were able to see. They picked up a number of pieces of debris. They're bringing it back right over in the vicinity of our broadcast position. We'll try to make contact with the safety workers and find out exactly what it was. But everything is out of there. They have closed the chicane right now, so the festival is being bypassed by all of the cars. They just kind of go down the old main straightaway through the cones coming out the other side. But since everything is pretty much cleaned up, I would imagine this will be the last yellow flag lap at this stop.
And boy, if they were bringing the debris off near your tower, Dave, that means our super spotter, Will Crawford, is going to be trying to bring home a souvenir.
Well, I tell you what, he's under orders right now to identify what it is, and whatever he walks home with is his own problem.
So we should be going green momentarily, maybe one more time around. Here's your top 10 right now. David Mayhew, car number 17, fastest lap of the race, a 1:17.84. Eric Holmes, car number 20, is second. Jason Bowles, the number 6, running third. Greg Pursley, car 26, is fourth. Jimmy Englebright, the number 1, is fifth. Moses Smith, car 16, is sixth. Todd Souza, the 13, is seventh. Paulie Haraka started in the back of the pack. He's up to eighth in the Napa number 12. And Jimmy Warren from Aurora is in the 9th spot. Car number 10, Blake Cook in the 21, up in 10th place. So a rather diverse group of youth and experience in the top 10.
Well, these guys are all very good, but the one that I worry the most of is the leader, David Mayhew. You know, he it was saying in an interview with you earlier today is that last year he wasn't very consistent. They had reliability issues. They didn't get to run as much. This year the car is running good, the team is running great, and they're finding themselves running at the front. You know, they're part of this championship. He's a championship contender. So now he's kind of put in the same space as maybe Tony Stewart was a couple of weekends ago of having to do perfect restarts. When you start a race here, you go past start finish, you put your foot down when the green flag comes out, but then you've got to watch out for 2 or 3 other people who want to get by you on the entrance to turn 1. And it's a huge braking zone there. So, you know, he's really got to play defensive, yet he can't put himself in a position of getting knocked out of the race or turned around. So that's starting a race from a yellow flag like this is tough. So he's going to really get some experience today in leading restarts.
And the pace car stays out one more time around. The pits are open at this time. And pit stop is not going to be an issue today strategically. If you're going in, it's because you got a problem. We'll keep an eye on Herschel McGriff, who again made his way from the back of the pack. Now he scores 17th. I think he got to run a couple of more cars when that yellow got thrown.
You know, I think Herschel McGriff really ought to kind of sign up for the rest of the season on this deal. I don't know how many races he's going to do, but at 81, he started 24th, and now he is all the way up to 17th. He is doing an absolute stunning job in a car he hasn't spent that much time in.
I'll tell you what, we have finally identified all of the mystery material from the track. There's a couple of blower enclosures, electrical wiring still included in them. So evidently blower-assisted air intake kind of thing, and also some inner fender pieces that they picked up off the track. That's what the largest one that we saw was. So there's a whole lot of plastic souvenirs. Unfortunately, they're all in the broadcast tower right now. We're going to have to get rid of these back in the garbage can.
Uh-oh.
Wow. And what that is that's all part of a blowing system to keep the brakes cool on a road course. They've got a pretty extensive set of ducts and blowers to keep the brakes cool. You know, we have to remind ourselves that this is a road course. These are rather heavy cars at 3,250 pounds to 3,400 pounds, and they've got to bring these cars to almost a stop to go into turn 1. You know, you call it a bus stop from top speed of right around 150 miles an hour to just about 30 when they turn into turn 1. So that's a tremendous amount of wear and tear on the brakes, and you've got to keep your balance upright. You've got to keep those brakes cool, and what came out of one of the cars was part of that cooling system.
The number 3 of Wes Banks, the Valvoline Dodge Charger, being pushed around the track by the tow truck. He's should be getting pretty close to turn 10 about now, but the rest of the pack just now coming out of 7 and into 8 and down the backstretch. Hopefully they'll get the West Banks car off the track and we can get going here pretty quickly.
So, Phil, you're suggesting that Wes is not the lucky dog this time if he's getting pushed.
He is the unlucky dog, unfortunately.
He's just a dog now, and they're going to take that dog home and work on it for the next race. We'll get ready for the restart here. We're just getting a look at our tow crew. Great work, as always, by our safety crew, especially the volunteers here at Portland International Raceway. What a treat getting out here in July. Seeing a good old professional race. NASCAR back in town. We are loving it. We're ready for some green flag racing in just a few moments as the number 3 comes around right now. They'll give it the push all the way back directly to the infield pits, where, of course, the Camping World Series West cars are being paddocked, and right behind them is the field. Now, the lights are still on the pace car, so I think we're going around one more time. I do not think they're going to make it. Dave Bell, how's the cleanup going out there?
Oh, it's all, well, we do have one safety truck still on the track out here. I can only imagine that it's because of the West Banks car and not back in position.
Well, and the field would have caught them if they hadn't kept it under yellow. So that was, I think, a timing issue to just make sure they got the car all the way around. And now 3 other cars head for the pits. I wonder what kind of adjustments we're going to get here. Craig Armstrong will be on that. Did not see who came in, but 3 cars broke off from the middle of the pack and went straight through the pit lane. Craig, what can you see?
Well, one of them is West Banks. He's being pushed in, obviously. A couple of other cars. Jim Warren brings his Chevrolet in for service now, the MJ2 Motorsports car coming in, as well as the number 12 Polly Haraka car, the Napa Adaptive Brakes car. They're putting fuel only in both cars. Jim Warren now off and away as they're trying to get the maximum amount of fuel in Polly Haraka's Toyota, and that Toyota goes away down and out of the pits. Just before that moment, we had Herschel McGriff in the pits. He brought his Park Corporation Chevrolet in just for fuel, as did Jamie Dick in his Chevrolet, and Brian Wong brought the Dodge in for a little bit of service, only fuel. So it looks like fuel is the issue here. 125 miles right on the ragged edge of whether you can make it all the way or not, and most of these teams are betting not. Unfortunately, Brett Thompson brought his Chevrolet in just before the yellow flag came out, so that would possibly an unfortunate timing on his part. However, if everybody else is going to make a pit stop along the way and he can make it all the way, he may just be, he may go from 0 to hero in a hurry.
You know, Craig, I'm surprised to hear that, but you just voiced that. So there was some fuel concern about this race then, about going all the way on one tank.
No question about it. I've been 125 miles. Arguably, depending on fuel consumption, depending on how hard you drive it, depending on the heat of the day, I mean, there's a lot of factors involved in the fuel consumption equation. If they can make it, I mean, the one that makes it all the way may be the one that wins the race no matter where they started. But for those who want to give a little insurance, a caution flag is always a good place. If track position isn't all that critical, giving up a little bit to absolutely assure yourself of finishing the race is not a bad bet, and some of the teams are doing just that. However, we've not seen the top runners coming in here. Jason Bowles has not made a call to the pits. Eric Holmes has not made a call to the pits, and of course leader David Mayhew still out on the racetrack, not in the pits yet. So we'll have to see how that plays out among the top 3 in their strategy for the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125.
So, Dano, I ask you then, you know, we've already had so many yellow laps early in the race. I think you'd feel pretty good about fuel consumption.
I would feel very good about it, and we can count on maybe several more yellows before the race is over. So I'm not so sure about that strategy.
Well, I think in many ways it might be a counter strategy. We're not winning right now. We're in the top 10, 12. Let's go counter. We know we're going to have fuel at the end of the race because you don't know what else will happen.
Well, and the drivers also is that usually you'd want to run a light load, but because of the balance of the cars are so critical here, you might want to run more fuel if you were able to do it, just because it makes the car just more balanced, easier to drive, a little more consistent, keep the weight shift down.
We go around under yellow one more time.
And now we do have a couple of
Englebright goes in.
Yes, they do go in. So there could be some issues here.
And did Moses go with him? I think Moses Smith right behind Jimmy Englebright.
Yes.
So these were the cars running 5 and 6 right now. I think people know something that we don't about what they think how these cars are going to run today.
I think they do. I think Greg Armstrong is going to be very busy in the pits today.
Because you wouldn't have planned this as a splash and go finish because you don't know if you're going to get yellow late in the race. So everyone's going to just, I guess, take the chance when you can and put it in.
Quick stop for Jim Englebright. He brings the Federated Auto Parts Jelly Belly Chevrolet back out on the track again. He's actually being stopped at the head of pit lane as he then is given the go signal. There's Moses Smith and his Hasapool Products Toyota, along with the Toyota making a second stop, Polly Haraka. Again, maybe they didn't feel they had topped off properly. They were shaking the car just a little bit beforehand, maybe make one lap. They figured they didn't quite get enough fuel in it, and obviously, guys, I'm sorry, fuel may in fact play a factor here.
I guess so. That's interesting. telling everybody this is a no-stop race. Maybe that one stop's going to be pretty critical later on.
When they figured out how long this race was going to be, and they tried to make it a no-stop race, during practice sessions, they go out and they compute how much fuel they're using, how fast they're going, and the engineers in the pits may have some bad news for these drivers. They're saying, maybe we are going to have to pit for fuel. If that's the case, this is going to be critical.
I'll tell you what, we also have one other situation coming up right now because Terry Fisher's car has just come to a stop at the entrance to turn 4. Now he's just barely off onto the grass, and the safety team is running out to take a look at it right now, but the 09 car has come to a stop right at the entrance to turn 4.
Well, I think with that, we're going to take a break as we're going to be out here a couple more laps under yellow. So let's step aside right now on radio. You're listening to the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 on 95.5 The Game. And we continue PA only at Portland International Raceway. As we wade through the yellow, we'll see if we get the restart here, but chances are not. Dave, keep us up to date with if they're able to move that car.
It's still sitting there just off the racing surface, and they're over there talking right now to Fisher. Now the tow truck is going to come. The tow truck has been doing very good. We should really call it a push truck because that's what he's been doing. He's been pushing cars back to the pits all during this race, and it appears that's what he's going to do, is assume the position now behind Fisher's car, and away they go. So they're back on track again, but Fisher is being pushed around PIR.
And now we have a parade of cars heading for the pits, including all the remaining leaders. Only one car stayed out, thought about it the last second, and couldn't duck back in. Mayhew, Holmes, Bowles, all coming in. So now it's like, whoa, we all need a sip of fuel if we're going to finish this race.
This is so cool. This is so cool.
You have knowledge,
now,
Dave.
Oh, man, oh, man. This is going to be very, very good because now we've got guys that were kind of mid to backpack. They're now up on the grid. And those, the leaders that just went into the pits are going to have to improve their position. So now we're going to have critical passing, critical moving up through the pack.
All right, hang on. We're going to let the radio audience rejoin in just a second. Craig, will you want to come in with us then?
Yes.
All right, we'll come to Craig Armstrong right when we come back. Stand by, though. We're going to rejoin with the radio audience as we continue under yellow. The Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 continues under yellow with 44 laps to go at Portland International Raceway. Bob Acami and Dane Pitteresi in the PIR Tower. Everyone jumping in for a little taste of fuel now. Let's go to the pits and Craig Armstrong.
Well, the top three cars coming in for the stop. The only one that actually had a flawless stop was Jason Bowles in his Ford Fusion. That Bill Sedgwick-led team got him in and out with fuel flawlessly, just perfectly. The two of the leaders, however, had all kinds of trouble when they came into the pits. David Mayhew's Chevrolet was held up simply because he could not get the fuel guy could not get the fuel into the car. He couldn't get the fuel nozzle connected to the car properly, and it was spewing out all over the place. They had to really work at trying to get the fuel in the car. Finally he lost positions by doing that. I think he went out in second place only because Eric Holmes had even more trouble as he pulled his Napa Toyota into his pit area. His crew trying to get the fuel in, no problem there, but then they went underneath the car. They were looking frantically, wrenching on something. I'll try to get a report as to what exactly happened to the Napa Toyota as they came into the pits, looking like they're going to come back in again. Yes, they are. They're up on the wall, prepared to do service on the Napa Toyota. We'll try to get a word with the crew chief here in a moment to find out exactly what the problem was. But boy, what a beehive of activity, needless to say, and some of it was unfortunate for the top three competitors. Jason Bowles, absolutely, again, flawless as he came in, hit the marks perfectly. Crew went to work and sent him back out.
But you know who this moves way up in the pack? 7th right now, Herschel McGriff, Bob. And Brett Thompson, you were talking about being unfortunate getting that pit stop in earlier. Well, he's in 4th right now. And full of fuel, I might add.
And your new race leader is Todd Souza out of Aromas, California. Well, he was for about 1 lap because he missed getting in for fuel last time. Guess where he's going right now? Fuel. Make Travis Milburn your new race leader, car number 14. Wow, we've had lead changes under yellow. Amazing.
This is really going to really increase the interest of this race because Mayhew had just a fabulous car. He was by far and away the best car out there by 3/4 of a second. I mean, we could watch him get at least a second on the group behind him per lap, and he was just driving away with it. Well, now that's all changed. You know, this is really going to be quite the race because now the fastest cars on the course have had problems in the pits. And now they're going to have to improve their positions without wearing their car out, without making contact. Trying to come into the corners and braking at this race course is not easy with these heavy cars.
Craig Armstrong, if you're trying to join us, come right in.
Eric Holmes brings the Napa Toyota back into the pits again. Right rear is flat. They're going to go ahead and change left side tires as well. They're going to go with a 4-tire stop. Might as well do that once you're already in the pits, losing time at the tail end of the field. They're trying to get the jack underneath the car on the right side, having to push the car up to get the jack underneath in the right place. Still not able to get the jack up. Still not able to position it. Finally, the jack man then is able to get the car up into the air, big enough to pull off the left rear, or excuse me, the right rear and the right front tires as they're going to work on the front end of that car, the rear end of the car. Now the tires are finally attached with lug nuts. He's off and away, but oh, what a costly stop for Eric Holmes.
So it looks like right now our leader is Travis Milburn, who's only making his 2nd start of the year in the number 14.
Well, this is real interesting. Looking at the lap times that these cars have put down the first several laps of this race, and there's a number of cars that are all in the 1/18-second range, which are 1 or 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the group. And these cars are backed up into the tail half of this group. So we're going to have a heck of a start, and the last laps, the rest of this race is going to be extremely interesting.
This is like one of those races, guys, where you flip the coin and invert the field. You've got most of the fast cars in the back part of the track as we hear the number 20 of Holmes scream by trying to catch up with the field.
No, Phil. Craig Armstrong's back with us today. We're going to spin the wheel of invert. Greg Biffle cringes when he hears us say wheel of invert.
Looks like we already did spin
I
the wheel
know.
of invert, and everybody is inverted that was up front. So this should be a really exciting restart, and the next few laps are going to be a barn burner.
And here it comes with 44 to go. Travis Milburn out of Eagle, Idaho, the late model and modified veteran on the 1/4 mile, and he's heading to the pits. It will not be Milburn. He will go on for fuel. Phil Dugan will be the leader, at least coming down to take the green flag to restart the race. How's Phil Dugan going to hold the field off, Dave Bell? Give him the green.
We're watching the flag stand, and there goes the green. Everybody was pretty nice and neatly tucked up against the outside wall, and it looks like they're going to come pretty safely into the first turn. No, they're not. There's a big spin as Brett Thompson tried to make a bonsai move coming into the first turn when it was way too high. Never get it collected up again. Number 61 is Brett Thompson. He spins and goes out of the apex of turn 2. He's going to get it started once again, so at least that's not a problem. A couple of cars had to take some evasive action off the track and back on again, but there's nothing that would cause a problem. Phil Dugan still is the leader, and Brian Wong is in the 2nd spot.
It's Dugan, Wong, followed by Jamie Dick in the number 88, and right on his tail, the number 10 of Jim Warren from Aurora, Oregon. And look at the 89 of Brian Wong trying to make a move on the 34 of Dugan. He's going to look on the outside of the backstretch, but he's not quite able to close the deal.
So it's our first lap under green in quite a while. It'll be 43 to go next time to the line. Let's see who gets there first. And the 89 has indeed jumped into the lead. Dugan falling back. Now it's 2 abreast behind them for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They'll fall in the line. And now we straighten out down the front straightaway. And we come down to the first full lap under green after the reset. And we have a new leader. How many times have we said that under the yellow at the Weimar Salute to the Troops? 125 as they head by Dave Bell.
And it is Brian Wong that brings them into the first turn. Phil Dugan in the second spot. It's going to be the 10 of Jim Warren in the third position. And Dick making a move coming down the main straightaway. So that's your first four coming into this time. Now, watch the back of the pack, because that's where all of the cars that were fast in the first half of this race are going to be. Everything else from now, the fifth spot on, there's some real dandy racing going on back in there.
And probably the real winner of all this shuffling is the number 1 of Jim Engelbright. He's in 5th place. And right in front of Paulie Haraka, the number 12, who's in 6th. As they're chasing down the leaders, a whole pack of those fast cars are already up in the top 10.
Well, who was smart now on those fuel stops there, Dano, as Haraka and Warren right back in striking distance right now. The 89 looking pretty good right now. Take that picture of Brian Wong in the Quicksilver Northeastern University Dodge. He's running free and clear, but it's a three-way battle for second place right now as the 88 is right up in the middle of that party. Coming underneath the bridge, that is James Dick of Albuquerque, New Mexico, taking a challenge to the festival.
Coming down, he's leading that whole pack into the festival. Coming back out on the other side, Jim Warren is the first one that's going to come out. Jamie Dick is in that next position, so that's in his second and third. Now the rest of the field is all piling up now behind Phil Dugan. Dugan is quite a ways back in 4th spot. Has a lot of cars piled up behind him, so that's where all the action is. It's all behind Dugan as he's in 4th position over in turn 6.
Wong still your leader, followed by Warren and the 88 of Dick. Then here's the pass. Engelbrecht goes on the inside of the 34 car. So there's the number 12 of Paulie Haraka, the 16 of Moses Smith, Holmes, and the 17 all get by the 34 of Phil Dugan. And you've got to wonder if those new tires on Jason Bowles' car are going to be the difference to carry him to the lead.
Now Wong pretty free and clear up front, but it's 4, 5, 6, and beyond. It's getting pretty exciting, and Engelbright's getting the knock on the back door for the number 12 of Haraka right now. Underneath the Bridgestone Bridge, 39 laps remaining in the Weimar Salute to the Troops. 125, the top 10 in doubt right now. Brian Wong riding free and clear, leading as many laps as he can eat.
He's way out in front right now. Everybody is well in behind him. Working hard back there in the 4th position, trying to hang on to that spot. Right now, though, it just looks like a walk in the park for the 89 of Wong, already by himself in turn 6.
Wong down the short chute into turn 7. He looks like he's got about a 6-second lead over that pack, and in 4th place led off by Jim Engelbright, and the number 1 hot on his tail, the 12 of Paulie Haraka. Haraka looks on the inside. He's going to go on the outside of turn 8. He's going to slip back behind the number 1. Can't quite get the pass done. It will slip back to Moses Smith and the 6 of Jason Bowles. Man, these guys are racing nose to tail.
Brian Wong, his 31st career start in the Camping World Series West, and running up front right now to Newport Beach, California. Started out in Legends in 2004. The battle for 3rd is a train, and Haraka goes to the inside, trying to go from 6th to 4th all at once. There's a big line going down the front straightaway. Haraka making the lane of his own as he heads for the festival.
We are coming 3 wide down across start finish. Still 2 wide coming into the first turn. They're still going to go through there. 2 abreast all the way through. 1 and 2 coming out of 3. It's going to be Engelbright. Haraka is right in behind him, however. All of those cars, nobody lifted at all coming down into the first and second turns. They stayed just 2 abreast all the way around there. These guys are absolutely putting on a show. This is fantastic racing. It is still Engelbright though in that 3rd position, right ahead of Haraka.
Brian Warren in the 89 into and out of 7, followed by the 10 of Jim Warren, and then the peloton chasing down the leaders. led by the number 1 of Jim Engelbright on his tail. It's Paulie Haraka, the 16 of Smith, the 6 of Bowles, and David Mayhew. They're chasing him down just like in the Tour de France, Paul.
Oh, snaps to Phil Beard for coming up with the Tour de France reference. Wong all by himself takes him across start-finish. Jimmy Warren from Aurora in second, and then here's that battle. Engelbright and Haraka. This time it is mano a mano for this position as we have 36 laps to go. Brian Wong, Jim Warren, Jamie Dick, Jim Engelbright. Well, now it's not Dick anymore. It's Jim Engelbright, Paulie Haraka, Moses Smith, Jason Bowles in 6th, Mayhew, the pole sitter, in 7th. Don't forget Pursley. He's a top 5 guy running 8th.
We have side-by-side racing once again coming down into the first turn. It's going to be Paulie Haraka that is going to capture the position to move Haraka up into the 3rd spot over Engelbright. Again, they were door handle to door handle coming through 1 and 2. This time it was Haraka that was able to just out-muscle everybody else and come out with the advantage in that 3rd spot.
Brian Wong, the Newport Beach, California driver, way out in front still, but the pack closing in on the number 10 of Jim Warren from Aurora. He's still in 2nd place, about 10 car lengths. Like, oh, we've got a spin out in turn number 7. It's the number 17 of David Mayhew. He loses it, whips it all the way around, out into the dirt, back on in turn 8, but he loses valuable positions.
Bring the leaders down through 10, 11, and 12. Wong, Warren. And now breaking away from the pack is Haraka in 3rd place. Engelbright trying to hold off Smith right now. And again, the revived number 6 of Bowles right back in the mix. We've got 36 laps remaining. We've got cars off the track between 10 and 11, but everybody able to rejoin. The 61 and the 7 both had some tires off. Kyle Kelly in the number 7. We've had 61 of Brett Thompson, who's been fighting his way back since going to the pits early on that 2nd yellow, trying to make up as much ground as possible. He pedaled off into the grass, Dano.
I'll tell you, it's got to be getting slick out there. It's getting warmer, the tires are getting hotter, the grease is coming out of the racetrack. There have been cars on and off the racetrack all around it, and so it's just going to get slicker. And the competition is so close. The guys are racing themselves and not racing the track, and it is really tough. So we're going to see more of this. We're going to see more cars come
And
off.
we got a spin in turn number 7. The number 16 of Moses Smith tags the rear end of Engelbright and spins him out of the way. He was probably watching his mirrors full of Eric Holmes, but he got into the rear end of Engelbright, just touched him just a hair, but that's all it took to break the number 1 Federated Jelly Belly car, break him loose and spin him off the track.
And the 16 in big trouble, in the dirt and completely off 11, trying to keep momentum going, just rejoins in front of the number 20. Smith in big trouble, able to keep it together. He kept making the turn, even though he was sliding on the grass, and sort of maintains his position, but those tires are filthy now.
Well, sometimes a chrome horn comes back to bite you. Is that we haven't seen the chrome horn here at PIR for a couple of years. I'm glad to see it come back.
Well, the last time it was named Biffle. So there you go. So Smith, a little karma comes back and gets him. And let's see how they line up here now with 35 to go. Wong, Warren, Haraka, Bowles, Moses Smith still scoring 5th place even after taking the slide. And Jimmy Engelbright, unfortunately the victim, falls all the way back to 12th. Let's pick up the field.
The leader right now, number 89, Brian Wong, in that red Dodge, number 89, coming through 7, now through 8. About 10 car lengths back to the number 10 of Jim Warren. Paulie Haraka in 3rd place, then the number 6 of Jason Bowles, and the 16 of Moses Smith with a pack behind him.
We see him now on the east end of the track. Wong looks like he's running a conference race here, and he's got the best car of everyone. He is running free and clear. There's no lap traffic anywhere near him right now. Eventually he'll find Milburn in the 14, who is running off pace, but that's a ways ahead. So 1, 2, 3, 4 strung out, and now it is Smith and Holmes battling for 5th place. Souza has jumped into the mix as well, so now it's a 4-way battle for 5th on the track, but we're not even to the halfway point yet, just about approaching the halfway point of the race.
The battle for 5th through 8 is just now coming in. Pretty much knows the thing of these guys, but it is lead
them into and out of, with Holmes right after that, already down into the turn 4 area. The first 4 cars are already out of 5 and off into 6. The rest of that field pretty tightly bunched right now over in turn 5. That's going to be the fun. That's going to be the battle to watch here in the next couple of laps.
The 89 of Brian Wong still leading, still in second, Jim Warren from Aurora. He grew up driving SCCA cars right here at PIR, and that experience is paying off. In third place, the number 12 of Paulie Hiraka in that Napa Toyota, as the rest of the pack screams by here. How can you not like this kind of racing?
And again, it was Warren and Hiraka, the teams that made the early decisions about fuel. And look where they are right now, running second and third with 33 laps remaining. Fourth place again all by himself. Bowles, he's just going to minding his P's and Q's. I'd keep an eye on that 16 and 20 thing right now. There's already a little ding in Eric Holmes' bodywork on the left front. Something's been going on out there, and we've seen Moses Smith in action. So it's on for Dave Bell.
They come down again into the festival. 1, 2, 3, 4 in that battle for going to make that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. The 4 cars coming through, that is the Smith car that is in the 5th position right now. So there's still a pretty good battle going on, nose to tail over in the 5th turn. And Holmes is right in behind. So that Smith and Holmes battle continues through 5th.
Moses Smith holding him off going into 7. Holmes tries to work into the inside at 7, can't do it, slides to the outside in 8, now back to the inside, going down the back stretch as they fly around that big banana we call the back straightaway here at PIR. Off a little further back, the number 88 of Jamie Dick slides off of turn 7 in the dirt, but he's back on and underway.
Ryan Wong looking for his best ever finish in the Camping World West Series is your leader. We're halfway home in Portland on 95.5 The Game. We continue PA only at Portland International Raceway, halfway through this race. Some of the usual suspects up front, Paulie Hiraka we talked to earlier, and of course he is very eager to bust through for that first victory. This was a guy, he got out to Madera Speedway and started running late models there. Nobody could ever beat him, and that's how he, of course, was able to land the support of the McAnally team, the national sponsorship. This is a guy people have some high hopes for. Let's get out on the course.
Moses Smith having a problem coming through the festival, has to duck down behind the cones, hits the stop sign, had to stop and wait. Moses Smith loses a number of positions as a result of that. Still not going very fast. Car down at the west end of PIR right now, and it looks like it might have a tire down, something very slow anyway for Moses Smith. Number 16 car, very, very slow. That's what it looks like. Right front might be down on the 16
and the number 6 of Jason Bowles is really closing in on the 10 of Jim Warren. Jason Bowles making a move for second place.
Moles looking pretty racy after the early shenanigans. And of course, this is your guy on top of the season points. He does have Warren indeed in his sights, heading down the front straightaway with 31 to go. Moses Smith looking for his first victory in the series. He was the most popular driver a year ago, and he's definitely the most popular driver today. Look at all these folks from Hassa Pool Products enjoying themselves over in turns number 11 and 12.
They'll get a good look at it, Bob. His right front is gone, and they'll be able to see that as he's just about to pass right by in front of them.
All right, we're going to rejoin our radio audience in just a moment as the 16 does come into view. Well, give him a wave. The boss is coming through. And we'll rejoin the radio audience in just a moment. .31 laps remaining in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops, 125 at Portland International Raceway. The red 89 of Brian Wong continues to lead this race, and Moses Smith, one of our top contenders, out of the race. He's had a series of encounters, and he's headed for the pits right now. Phil Beer, take us back to Moses' day. While Phil ponders that, we get a look at the number 6 of Bowles. chasing Jim Warren. This is the battle for second place. Jason Bowles and Jim Warren chasing Brian Wong right now. Bowles, the series leader in points, started today in third position. Got shuffled back a little bit early, but made that early stop for fuel. And actually, he was one of the late cars to make the stop for fuel, so he's probably got as much as anybody in the tank right now.
The number 17 car of David Mayhew is really coming on strong. He had that spin out on turn 7.
Trouble in 10 right now. The 34 around backwards. That's Phil Dugan. Does the full meal 180 onto the wide spot off of 11. Stopped in the grass, kicked up a whole bunch of dust for Herschel McGriff to drive through. 34, though, fires the tires back up. And Dugan is back and motoring. Dugan was in the lead during the yellow and all the fuel changing for just a few minutes. Let's pick up our leaders now.
Your leader just now out of 8 down the backstretch, but now your new second place car, the number 6 of Jason Bowles, and in third place, the 12 of Paulie Haraka.
So Bowles indeed making the pass.
He made that on the last lap coming down into the main down main stretch, right? Made it look pretty easy, moved himself up into second.
And he's created some space right now with Haraka. So it's Bowles, Haraka really lighting him up through 11, and Warm has dropped back rather comfortably into 4th place. 5th place now is the number 20 of Eric Holmes. He started second, and 6th place is the 13 of Todd Souza.
But watch out. Number 17, David Mayhew, who was
causing mayhem.
Was causing mayhem. He spun, but he's coming back. He is over 3/4 of a second faster than any car on this course the last lap out. He is coming up through the group.
And in the race, he's the only guy running 117s. That's number 17. He's been the fastest every session on the track. Practice, qualifying, fastest lap in this race so far.
And he just broad slid his way through the festival, just absolutely broad fighting turn 2. Back out on the other side. Loose is really fast, evidently, right here on this track. He's trying to play some catch-up right now and get caught up with Paulie Haraka. Not able to do that, but Mayhew is definitely a man on the move.
Brian Wong still leading the race, but further back, we may have some more drama shaping up as Moses Smith gets a new tire. And who does he come out on the track right in front of? The number 1 of Jim Engelbright. And I don't think Jim Englebright's forgotten who it was that tagged him and spun him out of contention earlier in the race.
Don't keep an eye on the 1 and the 16 as they continue their party. Haraka, meanwhile, locking the tires up again in 11. Boy, he's braking as late as possible. Or do you think something's rubbing maybe, Dave?
Well, and that's what we wanted to take a look at, is because when they start smoking the tires under braking, that means the tires are getting worn, the tires are getting a little bit off, and now they've got to be really careful with it.
Moses Smith around Englebright as they complete their lap with 28 to go. It's still Wong, Bowles, Haraka, Warren, Holmes, Souza, Mayhew, Pursley, and Jimmy Englebright back to 9th place. Englebright doing a good job. He gets shuffled back. He was in 12th after his last incident, and he's crept his way back into the top 10.
Your leader right now coming out of turn number 6. It's the number 89, that red University Dodge of Brian Wong. He takes it into turn 7. The closing a little bit each lap is the number 6 of Jason Bowles, and then SunriseFord.com Ford. He's your points leader in the series. He's in second place right now, about 5 car lengths behind him. The rookie points leader, number 12 of Paulie Haraka.
Herschel McGriff just coming across the line. He's sitting 15th right now after starting in the back, still on the lead lap. We're showing 16 cars on the lead lap at this point. And here come your leaders as the 14 of Milburn goes to the pits. He's been running off pace. Here comes Wong to the line with 27 laps to go. And Brian Wong continues to lead Jason Bowles and Paulie Haraka. Good battle a little further back between Mayhew and Souza now. Mayhew trying to move up into 6th place. They're underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. And the 17 looking to continue his comeback in front of Dave Bell.
He's just putting a charge on as he comes through the field. Takes that perfect position down the inside of turn 1. Makes the pass. See if he can hold on to it in turn 2. That's the problem you usually have when you come into turn 1 a little bit fast. He's able to keep the battle that comes out of the festival. Out of turn 3. Now through the short chute into 4. He's made the pass and he is hanging on right now. So again, it is David Mayhew, the number 17, that has charged back through the field after having a couple of problems in this event. He's definitely the class of the field in qualifying. See if he can keep it up.
Mayhew leads Souza through turn 7. Slides to the outside, touches the curb, sets up for 8. Goes on the outside, then slides across to the inside of the track as he powers his way towards a beautiful view of Mount Hood and down that back straight towards the east end of the track.
Wong starting to encounter lap traffic. Now with 26 laps to go, he's behind the 81, but he'll make the pass, not held up too long. Let's head for the pits and check in with Craig Armstrong.
Well, we're standing down here in the Brian Wong pit, the Dodge crew led by Dan Joyner, son of early star in this series, Carl Joyner. Dan knows his way around this racetrack as well as many of the Western Holders. Dan, what's Brian telling you? How's he feeling in the car, and what's the prognosis for the balance of the race?
He's doing just fine. He's staying cool. He's just riding out right now, and I think we'll go all the way here.
Well, that's obviously what you want to do. You want to get to victory lane. Has he said anything about the lap traffic as he's approaching the lap traffic? Now he's coming on him. He's going to have to deal with it.
No, he really hasn't said nothing. He's feeling real comfortable right now. It hasn't been an issue so far.
You're okay on fuel and tires for the balance of the race?
We're real close right now. A yellow will guarantee us, but right now I think we're good. But one yellow will guarantee us for sure.
That's the word of Brian Wong's crew chief, Dan Joyner. He's a longtime campaigner in the NASCAR Camping World Series West. And as we said, his father, Carl, one of the big stars in the 1950s and 60s of this very series.
So Brian Wong's got a little bit of knowledge there in the pits, and but it's interesting about the fuel situation. But they'd like to see just a little bit more help. And here's Wong being challenged right now by Jason Bowles. A challenge for the lead coming up with 25 laps to go down the front straightaway. The 89 of a 6, 1 car length apart. And the spectator is Paulie Haraka, who's sitting in third. They come to the line. The battle is on, although now it looks like Wong's going to pull away.
Bowles is absolutely now spinning right in front of the leaders is the 07 car of Greg Rail. He spins, however, off the track. This has been a real battle, however, for the last lap and a half right now. Bowles challenging Wong for the lead. It comes up to the turn 4 area, a half a car length. That's all that's separating the two. Bowles is literally right in front of him. That spin happened right in front of him, but neither one of them had to take any kind of evasive action. They were able to drive right on past the spinning car. It's a battle still over in turn 6.
Wong defending his line, coming out of 6 through the short chute to 7. Breaks for 7, goes inside. Can't get around him there, says Jason Bowles. He follows behind him through 7 and in through 8. He's going to have to follow the 89. He won't be able to catch him on the backstretch. About 10 car lengths back to the number 12 of Paulie Haraka. And now the number 20 of Eric Holmes has moved up into the 4th place position.
And there's going to be more and more lap traffic to contend with as some of these cars start to have tires go away. Herschel McGriff looking like he had a little handling issue coming around. Well, you're going to meet the front of the pack coming real soon if you're in that trailing group. Wong continues to lead Bowles, and Haraka 1, 2, 3. Mayhew in 5th, ready to challenge for 4th right now. 24 laps to go in the Weimar salute to the troops, 125.
Wong coming down into turn 1. That last time that challenge by Bowles coming into turn 1, it looks like he just got tire problems again, kind of bobbling coming through turn 2. He's got a lot of straightaway speed, but he's really having a problem on the corners, trying to keep that number 89 car on track and keep it going straight. Wong is doing everything he can right now to stay out in front of Jason Bowles. Bowles is literally climbed right up behind him. And watch those tires, the 89 of Wong.
And remember, Jason Bowles has a newer set of tires than anybody else on the track as he tries to outbrake the 89 of Brian Wong going into and out of 7. Can't do it. He's going to follow him through 8. And again, seems about 4 laps back as they head down the backstretch. Meantime, Paulie Haraka is closing in on that pair of leaders.
Brian Wong is pursuing a degree in business at Northeastern University, hence the sponsorship of the Northeastern Huskies. And you see that Husky logo on the very front of the car. Right behind him, you're seeing the front of the number 6 car as the challenge is on. Now the 17 is off. Mayhew misses 12, but it somehow avoids the tires, keeps his momentum up, and I don't think Mayhew's losing much ground. Mayhew was challenging Holmes for 4th place. Managed to get back. I think just Jim Warren got around him. Or Pursley got around him. Mayhew hits the dirt and only loses 1 place. He's now sitting in 6th.
The leaders coming down into turn 4 once again. A real challenge by Jason Bowles coming down the main straightaway, and Brian Wong was able once again to hold him off. Wong doing everything he can to keep that car out in front. What those two are doing is racing out in front, allowing Paulie Haraka to really climb up behind him. He's part of that three-way battle.
Haraka is joining the battle Wong coming into 7. He's got a mirror full of Holmes right now. The number 6 Ford is all over his back bumper as they come into 8. But as they head towards the back straight, Wong able to pull away a little bit. He seems to be able to get away on the straightaways here. We'll see how he does in the next set of turns.
And again, back markers coming up. Dugan will be in the sights of Wong very soon. He's just on the straightaway. Wong through 11, 12. Bowles all over him. Bowles might be thinking of the pass right here. Closes within 1 car length underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. It'll be 22 laps to go at the line. And the chase is on between Wong and Bowles. The difference at the line, not that much. Last time through, 1/10 of a second.
They are side by side coming through turn 2. Once again, Wong having a problem coming down into turn 1. Too much of a problem getting his car stopped, and he loses the position. So it's moving the number 6 car up into the lead position. Already now he's having to try to get around some slower traffic, but it is very easily Jason Bowles making that pass around a very wild and careening 89 car of Wong coming into turn 1. Wong is in the 2nd spot and in danger of losing that.
Wong all over Wong has Haraka all over his rear end. Maybe his tires are just beginning to go away as we watch the number 6 of Jason Bowles already out to about a 10-car length lead as he heads down the back stretch, and Paulie Haraka trying to get by Wong.
There's a piece of debris at the exit of turn 3. Everybody's having to take a basic action on that. Another big piece of something that came off of one of the cars.
The 07 heading for the pits. Greg Rail has a right front tire down, so that car, which was running in the back, will retire. The leaders now coming up on lap traffic. It'll be 21 to go as they'll come by Dave Bell again. And Jason Bowles, the leader. Brian Wong 2nd, Paulie Haraka 3rd, Eric Holmes 4th, Greg Pursley 5th, David Mayhew continuing to push the issue 6th, and one of our local favorites, Jimmy Warren, sitting in 7th. Let's pick up the leaders.
Now heading down toward turn 4, so it is Bowles still comfortably in the lead. I say comfortably because that's about 5 car lengths difference right now between himself and Brian Wong in the 2nd position. Here comes Bowles closing up now behind 34 of Phil Dugan. He's going to have to try to get around Dugan somewhere in the turn 6, turn 7 area.
Dugan leading Holmes through turn number 7. And Holmes not quite able to get by him as they go through 8. This might be a chance for Wong to close back up a little bit. Still Holmes trailing Dugan all the way down the backstretch, and it doesn't look like Dugan is about to yield.
Moses Smith coming through 11 and 12 right now has fallen back after his variety of problems. Smith is sitting in 18th place right now, and Wong having to get around Dugan to hold on to 2nd. Haraka is right with him. They both make it through, heading down the front straightaway with 20 laps to go in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125. You're listening to 95.5 The Game. Portland International Raceway, PA only for now. Battle continuing with 20 laps to go. Dane Pitteresi, there's just not much time for anything. I mean, you need if you think you need to tweak the car, you're begging for a yellow right now.
Well, you are trying to maybe beg for a yellow,
but tires
just
more than
let
anything.
The tires, let the tires cool down, let the car cool down a little bit, and catch the leaders. You know, it's just Mayhew has had some tough luck, and obviously his inexperience here at PIR has kind of caused some of that luck. He's made some of his own mistakes down here. You know, this trying to pass between 11 and 12 is pretty hard to do, and you just kind of be patient a little bit and wait for the straightaway to come up. But he's so quick.
Now we just saw the number 20 of Eric Holmes outbreak the 89 going into 7, gets around him and holds him off down the backstretch.
So that's Holmes who's going to move from 4th up to 3rd. Haraka now in 2nd place.
That happened during our break, that happened on the main straight.
So that was the race to the festival. Well, here they come now with 19 to go. And we got trouble for the 09 hard into the tires just outside of turn number 12. Completely missed the turn, and the 09 plows into that multiple row of tire barrier built for just this purpose to absorb the blow of a car coming up. Lots of crumple, too, and front end, and we got yellow out.
Yeah, and that was Terry Fisher, and there was absolutely no brake or very little brake. Something happened with the brake system of that car. You can see
came right out of 11 and just kept going.
Yeah, and it was just steaming. He was flying through there. You could tell that the car just would not slow down. What a tough break.
And Terry backs the car out himself under power and then heads in. We're going to rejoin the radio audience, tell them about it in just a moment. Plenty of action while we were away on radio at the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. We've got 19 laps remaining, and we are full course yellow for a couple of incidents. One of them is going to be right down here in turn 12 in front of us, where one of our local favorites, former champion at Portland Speedway, Terry Fisher, has missed turn 12 and went directly into the tire barrier. They're going to have to fix the tire barrier before we can continue. So anybody that wants to get some tires or a splash of fuel, now's the time.
Yeah, you've got to think about track position here, because do you want to give that up? There's just not that many laps left, and now the drivers are figuring out it's not that easy to pass here at PIR. So, track position is going to start meaning a lot. We almost have a race from Portland to Salem now. I mean, we've got about 40 miles left, and so there's some space to do this. There's some time. And now for the drivers like Mayhew and Purley and Holmes, they're closer to our leader, Bowles.
Now the pits are closed at this time. We've not had anybody come to take a look at this tire barrier yet, so I don't know how long this is going to take, or if a decision is going to be made that the tire barrier is safe. Almost always we've seen with these double tire walls, you have to at least come out and recreate that space of air between the two rows, so even if it only takes a few minutes to pull one set of tires away, that is going to be done. We see a safety vehicle getting ready to roll now from turn number 10, so that work will take a good probably 5 minutes at least.
There's a number of cars who are looking at going into the pits and then at the last moment seeing that the pits are closed. So I think there's a number of cars that would like to go into the pits, but I would personally, I would really be worried about track position at this particular time. This is going to let the tires cool off. This is going to let those drivers who are driving so hard through lap traffic get closer to the front. So this is going to make an extremely exciting end to this race. Jason Bowles kind of got out there, but if you're looking at the times that have been turned, there's a number of cars who have gone just as quick as Jason in the last couple of laps, and they're all the top 5 cars. So this is going to be quite the finish.
And here comes our Cascade safety team right now, and they know that we want to get as many laps left, and they're hustling to hook up the tow rope to the tire barrier. It looks like it just needs to be pulled out, which is a much simpler fix. So that should get us going as soon as possible, and help is arriving. So everybody wants this to be a great finish and not just have to have a one-lap green-white checker finish to this race. That's the other thing you think about with track position. We have a bonsai restart here. We might be going yellow again right away.
And yellows make yellows. We've seen that in the past.
Dave Bell knows that.
Well, you've seen that a number of times. Just one of the thing that I wanted to bring up here. Brian Wong's tires had completely gone away when that yellow flag. He couldn't even turn in turn 1 and keep the car straight. He was having a terrible time. So now, just as that yellow flew, all of a sudden he's running at half speed or quarter speed around here. His tires are cooling down. That's going to be interesting to see how those cycle and what difference that makes in his car, because otherwise, other than the tires, he was really the class of the field.
Pits are open now, and so Craig Armstrong, you'll be watching to see who comes in, if anyone. At this point, what's going on in Brian Wong's pit? Do you have a look at that?
No takers at sold far, but Brian Wong undoubtedly will have to come in based upon what Dave Bell just said about his inability to get through turn 1. If you can't do that, there's no way you're going to last the rest of the 18-plus laps remaining in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. I'm looking now down from the vantage point of the SunriseFord.com Jason Bowles pit. Crew Chief Bill Sedgwick, multi-time series champion, former series champion of the NASCAR Camping World Series West. He is calling the shots from high above his vantage point, above the War Wagon, and looking pretty confident at this point. I'll try to get a word with him in a little bit to see just exactly what their tire and fuel management strategy will be for the balance of the race. He's got a very, very quick and he's come along just very quietly almost to Paulie Haraka, moved his way forward little by little by little, chipping away and getting all the way to second place. Then again, he's got his teammate, Eric Holmes, the defending champion of the West Series, right behind him. This is going to be some kind of motor race when green flies again here at Portland International Raceway.
All right, we had 6 cars decide to go into the pits. Jim Warren, our 7th place car, the number 10, has come in. The 13, Todd Souza, who was running in 10th place, has come in. The 61, Brett Thompson, who was in 11th, has come to the pits. The 21 has come in. Blake Cook, who was running 12th. Car number 7, Kyle Kelly, who was 13th, has come in. And the 88 comes to the pits, Jamie Dick, who was running 14th. So out of all those cars, Jim Warren, the one guy maybe who has a chance, but again, he's going to have to come back through so many cars on this restart. There's only going to be so much room, even if you are able to pull out and maybe pass a couple of rows before you get across start finish and get to the festival. You're still going to encounter the rest of the field there.
Well, Warren is counting on, he's got a pretty fast car, and if they can make it a little faster through this pit stop, he's got a number of laps that he could continue to move up and get his position back, that he's giving up on this pit stop. But he's got a quick car. He's doing good, consistent lap times, and if they can make that just a little bit better, he might be able to move up, from the 10th place that he left. So top 10 here is pretty good. What's really interesting is that NASCAR is famous for their pit stops, and what I'm watching now is that this PIR crew and how quickly they can put a tire barrier back together again is pretty phenomenal. We watched this 4 or 5 times this weekend, and they are getting pretty darn good at putting this back together. On TV we have seen major racetracks around the country spend a pretty good amount of time putting a safer barrier back together again. Well, this is our version of the safer barrier, and these guys are doing an excellent job and quick, and it looks like they've just about got it buttoned up.
Well, it was a little more surgery than we thought. They did have to rebind some of the tires, but they were able to do that. And look at them jumping back in the cars. How about our PIR safety team and our Cascade volunteers doing a great job keeping the race going today. So a little cleanup going on 10 and 11. Now, there's been a lot of dirt kicked up back there. This is a good opportunity for our Clyde West sweeper to take some dust off the wide side of turn number 10. Lights are still on the pace car. It'll be 16 to go next time around. And now that everyone's hit the line once, let's reset what the field's going to be on the restart. Jason Bowles is now the race leader in car number 6. Paulie Haraka in second place in the 12. Eric Holmes, car 20, is third. Brian Wong, fourth in the 89. That's how it was when we went to yellow. David Mayhew up to 5th now in the number 17. His comeback continues. It's going to be very interesting to watch him on the restart because, again, he has run the fastest laps of this race. Greg Pursley, car number 26, the 6th. Jim Englebright up to 7th now in the number 1. Stan Silva in the 65 is 8th. Brett Thompson, the 61, scores 9th. Jim Warren, 10th in the number 10. More cars, by the way, heading for the pits now. For some last-second rubber and perhaps other adjustments. We may have to reset this again, but right now we're scoring Todd Souza 11th, car 13. Jamie Dick in the 88th is 12th. Kyle Kelly in the 7 is 13th. Blake Cook, the 21, 14th. Herschel McGriff, 15th in the 04. Garland Self in the 81, 16th. Phil Dugan, the 34, 17th. Moses Smith, the 16th, running 18th. Travis Milburn in the 14 is running 19th. Greg Rail is listed 20th in the 07. That's of all the cars remaining running in the race. We have 16 laps remaining in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. And our cleanup is complete here in turn number 12, but there is some track cleaning. There must be, looks like there's some debris being kicked away by the NASCAR officials at the entrance to 10, and we did a little sweep back there as well, but I think we're pretty close, Dane.
Yeah, they're going to get this sorted out pretty quick, but I'm almost thinking that the way that Terry Fisher's car didn't slow down for turn 12 here is that a brake line might have broken and there's some brake fluid on or some kind of fluid
all the way back to 10
because he came through with such a huge amount of speed. You could tell that he was not going to be able to slow down for turn 12 way before he got there. So I'm thinking something broke on Terry's car.
16 laps remaining, and again, the safety vehicles, the NASCAR crew has been out there taking a look at the situation. They've left, so I think they're satisfied, and now our safety crew is also leaving the track. We'll probably go around under yellow one more time. Where's the pace car right now, boys? Who's seeing it out there?
Just now coming onto the back stretch, Bob.
So we're not ready to go. We still have a truck here at the entrance to 10, so they're not going to let them go right now. It'll be one more.
We've got a couple of safety vehicles back here on the backside that are moving up in their positions around the track, getting reset for their restart.
Jason Bowles, now your race leader, looking for his 4th victory of the season. On the NASCAR Camping World Series West Tour. He's won at PIR in Phoenix. Looking for 2 PIR wins this year. Winner at Infineon and Sonoma, winner at Irwindale. That's a pretty impressive resume, that variety of tracks.
It's a very impressive resume, and you know, Jason Bowles came from small open wheel racing right into this series. He was doing a Pro Formula 2000 series, so lightweight winged open wheel Formula cars that are just, you know, they're just like light years as far as quick and agile compared to these. He's made that step from quick, nimble sports cars, open wheel cars, into the heavy ground pounders pretty darn well, and he's somebody to watch.
He raced those Formula 2000s here at PIR in 2004 when he was the Rookie of the Year of that series. So he's got experience on this track as well.
Let's go to the pits and Greg Armstrong.
Standing by with Bill Sedgwick, former series champion, crew chief, of course, for Jason Bowles and the SunriseFord.com Ford Taurus, Ford Fusion, I should say. Bill, you're up front. Obviously, got a great young driver who's already got a road course win this year. You got 15 laps to go next time by. Can you stay up front, and do you have any problems at all?
It's going to be tough. Jason's doing a great job. The pit crew got to feel in quick, made up a few spots on pit road earlier. The alternator's not charging. We have 2 batteries in there. The battery seems to be holding 12 volts, but he can't run his air conditioner, so he's a little upset about that. But car's doing good. He's really happy with it.
Well, he may be getting a little hot in the car, but the car is pretty hot in and of itself. If you can just keep her up front, you might be able to drive to victory lane yet this afternoon.
We'll see what happens. You know, the 20 and the 17 are awful good. We'll see what happens on this restart here, but we're just looking to finish here and get some good points, see how it goes.
All right, points leader Jason Bowles. He's got a great guy on his team with Bill Sedgwick, and no better combination than that. Young man with great ambitions and a guy with a tremendous amount of resume here in the NASCAR Camping World West Series.
Bill Sedgwick, always one of those guys, very consistent, was always a contender when he was a racer, and he's still got that racer talk down now, managing the team, not taking anything for granted just yet.
Well, you know, it's great having someone with that kind of experience on your team because, you know, he can go back to what it's like, you know, just from him knowing that, well, you know, he's a little bit upset right now because he doesn't have his air conditioner going. Those cars are extremely warm inside, and they're up when they're doing these yellow flag laps. I would not be surprised to see the interior of these cars going up to 130 plus degrees inside the car. They are tremendously warm, and those air conditioners that are blowing air into their helmets are terribly important these days. You know, the cars have become so aero that no air from the outside actually gets into the engine compartment. So they're relying on cool suits. They rely on air conditioners trying to cool their heads down. And when one of those things doesn't work and you got to turn that motor off to conserve battery power, it's tough. I mean, those cars, it's unbelievable how hot they are.
2 lucky dogs now on this lap. Blake Cook and Phil Dugan both getting the pass to come back and return to the back of the pack for the restart. So they were the late pit stops. I see one other car at the very end of the pit lane right now, but I don't think it's anybody involved in the main part of the race. So we are getting ready for a restart. It's going to be 14 to go next time around, and I'm guessing we'll see the restart. Lights still on the pace car out there?
They're coming right around your corner there, Bob. The lights are out. They're getting ready to start back. But I'm wondering why the number 89 of Brian Wong is lined up in second position.
That's because he's running second right now to Jason Bowles. Lights are out on the pace car, and here we go for the restart. The final 14 laps of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125 single file. Look at Haraka coming up close. 1, 2, and 3. They can't wait to go. Bull's doing a great job of holding them up now, and they're all tucked in line right behind them as we come down underneath the Bridgestone Bridge, looking for that green flag from Dave Bell. It'll be 14 to go when the flag waves. And Dave, they're making you wait.
And wait, and there it goes. The green flag flies. And here we go. We are back underway. things are pretty much in single file line until we get right down to the turn 1 area. And immediately we see some passing going on. It's going to be Bolzo that comes out in first position. Holmes is in the second spot. And the Haraka's car is off the track. Wally Haraka's car got punted off on the outside of turn 2 and appears to have some sort of a problem right now. Looks to be down in the right front. Holly Haraka, not in contention right now, is probably going to have to pull off.
Jason Bowles leading the pack, the number 6 into turn 7. Hot on his tail, the number 20 of Eric Holmes. Then further back to a sliding Brian Wong, and all over his rear end is David Mayhew. He's been the fastest car all weekend, and now he's battling and trying to get up into 3rd position as they fly down the backstretch.
So here we go, our first lap back under green. 13 to go at the line. Jason Bowles being chased by Eric Holmes. Where have we heard those two games before? Wong now holding up 3rd place with Mayhew right behind him. So Mayhew did make up that space on the restart, and he's still in the chase for the podium. 14 to go in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125, Herschel McGriff into the mix of things on the restart. Herschel made a big jump up there. He was 15th on the restart, and they're going to come to the line for the first time. Herschel 3 abreast down the front straightaway, and McGriff just went up a spot to 14th. So Herschel trying to finish strong as well back in the hometown. Bowles your leader, Holmes, Wong, Mayhew.
Heading for turn 5, they're still going to come up on Haraka's car. He's over in turn 7, very, very slow, but continuing to motor on around the track. But it is Bowles and Holmes in turn 6.
And Haraka coming by our stand right now, flat right front. He'll stay on the outside of the back stretch. The leader's coming through 7 now. And we've got a waving black flag right here. But the 6 is your leader. That's Jason Bowles leading Eric Holmes, and Eric Holmes is pressuring him as they fly around the back stretch.
Coming towards the east end of the racetrack. We see him in our view now at Portland International Raceway. The wind behind them snapping those flags. 12 to go as they come to the line. And Eric Holmes putting the heat on Bowles right now. It's a 1-2 battle for the lead, and Mayhew clear in 3rd place. Mayhew will get one more shot at it. 13 to go, the 14. Milburn going to hit the tires at the same spot that Fisher did, although he doesn't make contact, but the 14 misses turn number 12, comes to a rest at the tire barrier. It looks like it doesn't do any barrier damage. He's kept the car fired. He's going to try to back out of there himself, so we'll see if we can avoid the yellow flag. Turn workers give him some help, give him directions to back up. Milburn has the car in gear. Got to find reverse. Where's that R, Dane?
It's awfully hard to find when the car is warm. He's got forward gears, but he just can't get.
And they're going to have to throw. If he can't get it out of there, they're going to have to go yellow again.
Oh, and that's going to that would throw the race really into Mayhew's.
Caution.
Oh, Mayhew's.
It's out now.
Sights.
Yellow's out.
Oh.
They couldn't get the car out, and this will give Mayhew a golden opportunity. Won't take long to move this car, but we're going to have a trophy dash to the finish.
Oh, my.
12 laps to go in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125. We'll have uninterrupted radio coverage of the finish when we come back on 95.5 The Game. And we're back PA only at Portland International Raceway. That's not quite what you'd expect at this point in the race. But
they both the 2 leaders, Jason Bowles and Eric Holmes, did not want to see this happen because Mayhew has been consistently 1 or 2 tenths faster the whole race. He has worked his way. Well, he's worked his way to the back of the grid. He's worked his way to the front. He was our pole sitter by a bunch. He got spun out. He spun himself out. He has had some problems, but consistently he has been 1 or 2 tenths quicker, even in traffic, than Jason Bowles and Eric Holmes. So this is exactly what Mayhew wanted. You know, when that last restart came, he was held up just a little bit by Brian Wong in the 89 car, got stuck behind him because it is so hard to pass here. Even if you're a little quicker, it's still hard to pass. Well, now he is up to the leaders again. This doesn't make this easy. It is hard to pass. He's only 1 or 2 tenths, but 1 or 2 tenths faster, it depends on where he's faster at. Can he brake better? If he can't brake better, then than Jason Bowles and Eric Holmes, then he might not have a chance to pass them. About the only way to get past people here at PIR in cars like this that are so close together is in a braking zone.
Travis Milburn still in that number 14, again, just up against the tire barrier, and we're just waiting for safety in tow, and here comes the truck right now. That'll bring him out, and there's a car coming as the safety truck, our lucky dog here, Haraka, coming back around with the tow truck coming right up the straightaway. And we're going to rejoin the radio broadcast here in just a second, so they are going to have to tow the 14 out. That might cost us another lap. Got 11 to go. We're going to rejoin the radio audience in just a moment. The 11 laps remaining in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125 NASCAR Camping World Series West Racing at Portland International Raceway. Bob Acamey and Dane Pitteresi, Dave Bell, Phil Beard, Craig Armstrong with you, and about 20,000 of our best friends here today at PIR. We've had a car into the tire barrier again on turn number 12, causing a yellow flag. This time it is the number 14 of Milburn, who had problems earlier in the race and was not able to restart the car, so we have to go full course yellow. It doesn't look like there's any need to repair the tire barrier, so as soon as they can get the car hooked up, now he may be able to fire the engine now. They pulled it back away from the tires, and if he can fire the engine, get back to the pits, we should be able to start in another lap. Doesn't look like we have any cleanup needs, but we are going to have a tremendous restart and maybe 10 laps of red-hot green flag racing to the finish.
You know, this is like a race from PIR to now West Lynn. and it's going to be flat out. I mean, we've got 12 cars on the lead lap, and all those cars are capable of running up front. But I think what's really going to be fun is the top three. Jason Bowles in the number 6 car, number 29 of Eric Holmes, and David Mayhew has been, our pole sitter, has been so quick in the number 17 car. This is going to be exciting. This is it's one of those features of a NASCAR race is that you watch the race unfold, you watch the drivers use as good of techniques as they can to be set up for the last 5 to 10 laps. I mean, it's pretty consistent lately, is that we've got problems, we get a yellow late in the race, and it sets us up for these exciting finishes.
Looks like the 14 of Travis Milburn is going to get the push back to the pits. The entire field has come through, so it is 10 laps to go right now, but still under yellow, our 4th yellow flag of the day.
Yeah, when you get into a situation like this, is that the cars have been running for some time. It's very hot out there. We've had some yellow flags. The charging systems really get taxed at this point of the race. He might not have enough to fire the motor over and get it started, but he may have enough juice still left in the electrical system to at least get it going and he can run on it. I'm a little surprised that he didn't drive for the pits. And
yeah, they're out of the straightaway. He started the car.
He did get it bump started.
He wanted a bump start.
Yep.
So Milburn wants to finish this race, and he is out there. He will be the luckiest of dogs rejoining the field, although he did go a lap down, sitting there under yellow. It's going to be 9 to go. We should get the green. No reason, as long as the safety vehicles cleared the track. So unless that's held up, Dave, I think they're going to let him go right here. And we're going to have, this is going to be just like the Speedway, 9 laps to decide the winner.
This is pretty exciting stuff. You know, we saw this, and this is where yellows create yellows. This is where the drivers think, oh, okay, now's the time to make my move. Now's the time to maybe make a bonsai pass. This is where Dave Bell is at turn 1. This becomes so critical because it is the major passing zone at PIR, and it's one of the critical ones, and you can make a mistake so easy and turn somebody else around or get yourself turned around down at turn 1.
And another race within the race to watch. Paulie Haraka, who had that flat, has come out of the pit. He's rejoined the back of the pack, and only 4 cars in front of him is the number 21 of Blake Cook. Blake Cook, Paulie Haraka tied for the rookie points lead in the series. So Paulie and Cook going to have the battle here in the back of the pack. We'll see which one of those comes out with the rookie points lead at the end of today's race.
So the drama now is, when will we be able to get this race going again? Time is very short. to determine the first winner of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. It'll be 9 to go the next time around, and we're all going to be watching that number 17 of David Mayhew. He's run the fastest lap of the day by a considerable margin. Of course, Jason Bowles, our race leader in the 6th. Eric Holmes in the 20 running 2nd. Brian Wong, who's yet to win his first race in this series, sitting 4th. He led for quite a while. Greg Pursley, top 10 driver, sitting 5th right now. The veteran Jim Englebright 6th. There's some contenders here on this restart. I'd keep an eye on that yellow number 1 on the restart.
Oh, I'll tell you, now you're going to see how wide these cars can really get. I mean, you're going to be playing more of a defensive mode. You know, most of the cars have, as far as tires are concerned, they've got a pretty good handle on what they've got. You can actually use up a car quicker playing a defensive line than you can, you know, trying to go quick. So it should be quite the start.
Well, your top 2 cars are the top 2 in the points this year. Jason Bowles, Eric Holmes each have 3 victories. And it's a very narrow 24-point lead for Bowles right now. Coming into this race today, Mayhew running 3rd in the points is sitting 3rd right now, and Pursley 4th in the points, running 5th. You're getting to see all the good guys running up front today in this series.
Well, and even though running a lap down, look who's leading the pack at this moment. Herschel McGriff in the 04 car. And if he doesn't know how to start a race, I don't know who does.
Herschel McGriff, who, again, in a car he wasn't familiar with, had some problems early, has kept the 04 out there all day and has continued to move up in the standings every time we have some kind of a restart. So the 81-year-old driver, setting yet another record by getting the start today, continues to show sometimes you've just got it.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was interesting to see Herschel come out of the pits at the end of the line and drive right up to the very head of the line in behind the pace car. So I'm not sure what the positioning was. Maybe it's the 80-year-old rule. I'm not sure what it is, but he was able to drive right back up to the head of the line and get up there ahead of Jason Bowles in that current position. We are still having some sweeping issues down here at turn 3. The sweeper had to be brought out and to clean up the track, so we still have safety issues down here on the track. Some more cleanup going on.
So it'll be 8 to go, maybe, when we resume. Dave, let us know when the sweeper goes bye-bye. But even a tighter finish coming up. Now, Herschel is scoring as the 1 lap down. I wonder if he's asking for some lucky dog to get back on the lead lap.
Well, and NASCAR keeps in very good communication with the drivers and the crews, and so they're planning something there. And even though he is a lap down, you know, being at the head of the grid, I would be very surprised if McGriff just didn't, after the green flag came, kind of move out of the way and let the guys that are in the top three spots or 4 spots lap ahead of him go.
Herschel is 13th right now, the first of all the cars that are 1 lap down. McGriff, Moses Smith, Phil Dugan, Blake Cook, Garland Self, and Haraka all 1 lap down right now. So Paulie Haraka ran very well today, and then obviously had somebody clip him and take that tire out, and that's unfortunately knocked him out. At 1:18.0, he's been, the 3rd fastest car in this race. At least has had the 3rd fastest lap of anybody in the race. And again, the kid from Jersey is just that close to breaking through with a win.
And the cleanup is complete down here in turn 3. All of the vehicles are off the track. We should be ready to go green.
Okay, could be 8 laps to go. Hopefully 8 green flag laps to decide the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Number 6, Jason Bowles. Number 20, Eric Holmes. Number 89, Brian Wong. 17, David Mayhew. 26, Jim Pursley. The number 1, Jim Englebright. Those 6 cars are going to be the ones to watch here on the restart. If you're on that front straightaway, this will be a great time to take a picture, because this could be pretty dynamic as they spread out. And I think particularly if you're sitting down maybe turn 3 where you see them all coming to the festival, that's going to be nice. Herschel McGriff is in front of the group right now, scoring a lap down. Lights remain on the Viper pace car. At least 1 more around before we restart. I think a little safety check going on once the cleanup crew left. To go around 1 more time just to make sure. Dave Bell, Phil Beard, everything clean on your ends of the track?
Yeah, absolutely cleaned up. They got it done a lap ago, so at least down here where I am, it all looks good.
Good out on 7-8 in the backstretch here, so we're just waiting for green. But Bob, you said those people would be sitting in those bleachers. I think they'll be standing.
Oh, I think they'll be standing here when they see that green flag. I'm betting on it. Craig Armstrong, what's the emotional temperature in the pits right now?
Well, to be honest with you, there's some frustration, particularly among the David Mayhew crew, that Terry Henry-led crew, motioning kind of wildly to a NASCAR official with doing this shrug of the shoulders and the arms going up like, how long is this going to take? He's the one who really wants the opportunity to take advantage of the track position that he's in, but as the laps are winding down, his chances of getting by two cars become a little dimmer. So yeah, there is definitely, we want to go back green flag racing, certainly among the Mayhew crew.
Well, and you know, Craig, now they've moved him back into the 4th spot. I wonder if that's what the conversation's about. We had him in 3rd. He's scoring 4th right now. I wonder if he was put back a place from when the yellow flag flew.
And the 0-4 car has been released by the pace car. So Herschel McGriff is ahead of the pack now, racing around to try to catch up with the tail end of the pack.
And that might be, too, why we've contended under yellow, where we're negotiating lucky dog status.
Well, and I think that's it, is that NASCAR, there has been some something go on the track between the drivers that they're trying to assess some sort of penalty there and move cars around, and they'll use a couple of laps to do that.
And remember, Herschel was penalized at the beginning of the race for unauthorized changes somewhere between, I assume, between qualifying and the start of the race. But here's Herschel right now, and there's a living legend right there, the 04, 81 years young, back racing again. You get to see him all by himself on the front straightaway, perhaps for the last time. But I'm never going to say now that Herschel's not going to race again.
And the lights are out on the Viper pace cars. They come through turn number 8. So they're lined up with the number 6 of Jason Bowles, Eric Holmes, the number 89 of Brian Wong in 3rd, and the 17 of David Mayhew in 4th.
You know, I remember the first time I met Herschel McGriff, he was on yet another comeback. This was like 1988, and to meet him then, you know, this was living legend status, 21 years ago. Phil Beard and I were out at Portland Speedway with Craig most likely that day, and he was a living legend then. He's still living, and the legend's even bigger.
He's such a great guy. I was a teammate with Herschel McGriff on the last tour car I drove with Ron Eaton's team. The 2 times I drove tour cars for Ron Eaton, Herschel McGriff was part of the team. And so it was just great to drive with him, and what a great teammate, and how much he taught me on those tour cars.
All right, here we go. Edge of your seat. Standing will probably get you better. 7 to go. Lights out on the pace car. Here comes the restart of a trophy dash to the finish of the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. And it will be Jason Bowles, Eric Holmes, Brian Wong, David Mayhew, and Pursley all lined up. And already we see Holmes starting to stick a tire out to the left. Forget about the single file. It's going to be a crazy restart as we run 7 laps to the finish, waiting for the green flag to come out. There it is.
Green flag flies, cross start finish, here they come. And already back in the pack, here comes Mayhew trying to get a position coming up, and then somebody else trying to come up on the inside of him. There's going to be 2 abreast racing coming through the first couple of turns. It's still going to be Jason Bowles side by side with Eric Holmes. Holmes taps the back of Bowles. Bowles goes sliding off into the grass. He got hit and hit again coming down through there. Now he goes off into the grass on the outside of turn 4. So the first 2 are off of the track and out of there. The overall leader right now, the number 17 of David Mayhew. Mayhew leading him into the 6th turn.
Coming out of 6 and into 7, it's David Mayhew, followed by the 26 of Greg Pursley. And Pursley all over his tail. Oh, fishtails a little bit coming out of 7 and into 8. So it's Mayhew, Pursley, the 89 of Brian Wong. Then it's Jim Engelbright and the number 7 of Kyle Kelly. Hot on his tail. He's all over his rear bumper as they fly down the back stretch, Bob.
Here we come under full power again. East end of the racetrack, turns 10, 11, and 12. And Pursley is putting the heat indeed on Mayhew. Pursley looking to pass right now. Little slide by Engelbright to the outside. Engelbright passes to move up into 4th place. Here we come with 6 laps to go. Your leader for now is David Mayhew, but Greg Pursley forcing the issue.
Pursley really not going to give up any cover coming down out of the first turn. Swing out, see if there's a place to pass. Not able to do it. Has to tuck back into the 2nd position coming around the apex of the festival. That's turn 2. Now back out again. Still battle going on a little bit further back right now as Engelbright is really battling back there with the 7 car of Kelly. So those guys are battling as far back as well. This is definitely Trophy Dash racing right now on a road course. There's the 17, however, still in the lead over in turn 6.
David Mayhew brings the number 17 KHI Chevrolet into turn number 7. Keeps it tight on the inside of the corner because 26, Greg Pursley is all over him. Again, Pursley fishtailing out of 7. He's trying to pressure, but he lost some time. He's about 4 car lengths back. Then there's Wong.
A lot of cars over in turn 6. Turn 7, the cars off all over the place there.
We've got Moses Smith off, the number 65 of Stan Silva. Off and back on a huge cloud. No harm, no foul. Everybody's going again.
Up front, it is Pursley, Mayhew, Wong, Englebright, and Kelly coming down the front straight. It'll be 5 to go. This time they are single file, but big battle further back in the pack. And look at Haraka making up all kinds of ground. And now we've got cars off in 12. The 20 glances the tire barrier. Damage to the left side. That car is still going. I think it was Haraka that might have forced Holmes into the tire barrier, but everybody still moving at full speed. 5 to go.
Contact with cars going all over the place down here. The 7th car just literally pushing Englebright down the short chute between 3 and 4. The 2 cars were right together. Englebright, I don't know how he kept that car straight because he was literally being pushed out of turn 3 and down into turn 4. We have cars all over the place. The number 17 of David Mayhew has slowed dramatically. He's way back in the pack, down in turn 6 right now. He's almost come to a stop.
Your new leader coming out of 8 down the backstretch, the number 26 of Greg Pursley from New Oak, California. Number 89, Brian Wong, back in a familiar position. He's in 2nd place. They're banging doors coming through 7, the 6 and the 21.
More cars over in 7.
We've got the 3 cars spun out in 7. It's the 17, the 34. Mayhew, he's got rear end damage. Back and adjust. It's the number 20 of Aaron. Lots of damage, major damage, front, side, and rear. He's blue smoke as he's cutting a tire all the way down the backstretch. But the 17 is stopped on the exit of 7.
4 laps to go in the race. Pursley, Wong, Englebright, Kelly at the line. Let's pick them up. I see a flag down there, Dave Bell. Is that yellow?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at a flag that looks like a black flag down here. Now we do have full course yellow, yes.
Full yellow, and here comes the number 20, battered, smoking tires, but staying out. I think we've got an angry man inside car number 20 there who was battered and beaten Eric Holmes twice on the same lap, and he won't come to the pits.
Bob, you know what we were talking about? You can go 3 in, but you can only go 1 out. We saw that right here, and about 3 groups of cars tried that. The pack is now coming around. They're going to have to pass the 17 of David Mayhew. Mournfully stopped dead in the middle of the track as they'll go past, and you've got to feel for David Mayhew. Had the best car out here all weekend long. Had a great opportunity to get the win here. And now dead in the middle of the chute between 7 and 8.
Well, this is the beauty for many of us of stock car racing. You can play bumper cars and keep on racing. People love this, but look who ends up getting taken out of the equation. The top 3 cars all eliminated now in the final stages.
The Chrome Horn is alive and well in NASCAR racing at PIR this weekend. This is just incredible. And if you look, what's going on is that Herschel McGriff, the 81-year-old legend from the Northwest, has now moved up to 11th place and on the lead lap.
And speaking of chrome horns, part of the chrome horn is hanging off the rear end of the number 16 Hasa car of Moses Smith. There's some damage from his mishap, still dangling by some wires underneath his right rear as we watch him go by. And it's still hanging there, so it hasn't fallen off on the track yet.
Let's go to the pits and Craig Armstrong.
David Mayhew's malady, he ran out of gas, guys.
Wow.
We were talking about that early on, speculating that maybe 125 miles wouldn't be too much to go on a tank of fuel. Well, they gambled and lost, and they even had topped off. But remember, we talked about that pit stop they got where they had so much trouble getting the gas filler to engage. It was not engaging, and it was just spewing fuel right out of the thing, and it wasn't going in the tank. That little bit may have made the difference right there for David Mayhew. Despondent.
And of course, you don't know that where you're at. So that's very disappointing for that team that really worked so hard this weekend, the fastest all the time. You know who else has gotten fast here late in the race and is a contender now? He'll be the 4th place car in the restart, Kyle Kelly, who's now run a 1:17.8. That's the 2nd fastest lap, and he and Jim Engelbright now will be in that 2nd row at the 3rd, 4th position on what will be certainly now the final restart of the race.
Kyle Kelly in that number 7 car, he qualified very well, and then in the first couple of laps of the race, he moved to the tail end of the grid, and I was wondering, I thought, wow, I wonder where he went. So
let's go back to the pits and Craig.
Eric Holm brings the battered Napa Auto Parts Toyota Camry back into the pits. Not a happy man. Clearly, crew very upset. They're trying to change the right front tire, but there's a whole bunch of damage to the front end. Looks like it's mainly sheet metal pushing against the tire, which of course caused the tire to go flat. They can't put another tire in there until they batter it out. They literally are taking a bat now and bashing the sheet metal on the front end, the right front of that Napa Toyota out. The Bill McAnally Racing crew frantically trying to get him back out on the track. You can tell just by the actions and by the set jaw of the race car driver sitting inside there. Eric Holmes not at all pleased with the turn of events here. He went from the penthouse to the outhouse awfully quickly. They're going to try to get him back out on the track here.
Mayhew's number 17 has been bump started. Now it looks like he might be under power a little bit, Dane, but rolling to the pits right now. A nice piece of that left rear panel sticking out.
We have another problem out on the track, though. The number 07 Rails car has come to a stop at the entrance to turn 4, and he's sitting right in the middle of the track. So the 07 motionless right there.
Well, you know what this spells? Green-white checker.
Well, and I wonder how many other cars are right on the verge of running out of gas as the number 17 was. This is going to play out. It's going to be a pretty mysterious green-white checker, I think.
You know, one of the other things to watch here, too, you mentioned the 7 and the 1, Kelly and Engelbright. They were the ones that, on that last restart down here, it was Kelly that was pushing Engelbright through 3, the short chute, and down into 4. It was Engelbright that was trying to hang on as best he could going around the track because Kelly was just literally pushing him down the track. So on a start with those two side by side, that's going to be one to watch as well.
Now, Kyle Kelly, a go-kart driver, started out in the mid-90s, and then a pretty good sports car driver as well. Driver of the year, in fact, in 2002. Dave Bell, you got more? Or is that Phil?
I believe Craig does.
Craig, let's go to the pits.
Yeah, David Mayhew brings the Chevrolet in and absolutely dead out of fuel and completely rolling silent crew. This time the filler went into the nozzle very, very well, and they were able to get 4 or 5 gallons in, sprayed a little of the ether in the breather, and he fired it up and went away, laying a lot of rubber. He wasn't paying any attention to the pit road speed limit as he went back out on the racetrack. Not a happy camper as any of these guys down here in the Mayhew pits are.
Oh, there's going to be some interesting discussion down there after the race. And now we're looking at Greg Pursley. You'll be your race leader on the restart, the 26. You've got cars mixed in now that are a lap down, and we'll see how that gets sorted out before the restart. But Pursley is your leader. Brian Wong, who, again, looking for that first victory, has been very clean, led earlier, and he held his spot while others were in trouble. He's second. Jimmy Engelbright is third. Kyle Kelly is in 4th place. Todd Souza 5th. Brett Thompson 6th in the 61. Jim Warren back up there. He's 7th now in car number 10. Jamie Dickham, the 88th, is 8th. Jason Bowles is 9th, car number 6. And the last car in the lead lap, 10th place, as you said, Dane, Herschel McGriff. We have now completed our assigned 64 laps, so it will be a green-white checker finish, unless we hear otherwise. I'm sure that's what we're going to get here. We're not under a time limit. There's no live television today, so there is no limit. So we're almost certainly green-white checkered. Craig, if you hear otherwise, obviously, bust in and let us know. But green-white checker has its own little bit of drama.
Rails car is still down on the track, and now they're backing a tow truck up to it. So it may be more than just a fuel management problem.
And this will be the 3rd race this year to go to extra laps. Season opener at Thunder Hill, Pursley winning. with the extra time, the green-white checker finish, and Bowles a winner at Phoenix April 16th. So these guys have been used to this before, getting wired up for that kind of finish. It'll be very exciting here, and again, a little bit of a cleanup, and then we're going to have a bingo, bango, bongo finish here at PIR.
This is where you really want to have a strong rear bumper, because this is
you're
where
going to feel something.
If someone can get to you, you will get moved out of the way.
Let's go back to the pits and Craig.
Well, the Eric Holmes crew brought the Napa Toyota back in one more time. The NASCAR officials were telling them they had to fasten the hood pins. Everything had to be fastened down. Speaking of bingo, bango, bongo, they were doing their best impression of that, trying to get that hood to fit back over the hood pins so they could pin them down and send them back out legally. And let me tell you, there was just a lot of frantic beating. They were doing their best impression of Bam Bam, the character from the Flintstones, as he were trying to get that hood down. They finally did that and pinned it down, and they sent him back out. This has just gone from a great day to a terrible day in a big hurry in the Bill McAnally Racing Eric Holmes pits.
Bill Cook, that 21, is indeed the lucky dog. He's sitting in front right now, and it looks like they'll send him back to the rear of the pack when we're close to restarting. So that's your first car. Now Kelly, the 7, going to the pits. So this is our car in 4th place, and this is probably a fuel situation. Pits are open, and the number 7 is heading in.
That's how frustrating this has got to be for some of those guys who were thinking they were going to make it right down to the wire. One more yellow just put them over the edge. They're going to have to win it.
Eric Holmes has rejoined the back of the pack, and the 17 has rejoined. There's no quitting David Mayhew, and he's back in the back end here, ready for the restart. So we're in overtime, so to speak, waiting for cleanup, cars to be moved, and some activity in the pits right now as the number 7 comes in. It looks like he's on his way back out, but he's not moving fast, Craig.
No, he came in out of gas completely. Crew tried to get some fuel in the car, and they had to push him to start him.
There he goes.
Finally got him fired up. He's coming down pit road now, but it didn't look like he was going to go anywhere. And apparently the can of ether must have been AWOL, because there was nobody there spraying it in there, and he had to get a good workout for his crew to get going again.
Well, they're bringing Greg Grail's car back up against traffic right now. The field is going by in the short chute between 3 and 4. Well, the tow truck has the 07 on the hook coming back up track to counter direction to the rest of them. So they're not going to mess around. They want to get this car off the track and get this event wrapped up.
And in the meantime, out in turn 8, we've got the sweeper truck cleaning off some debris, dirt that's been kicked up out here, some rocks actually out in the racing line, so they're getting that cleaned up. The NASCAR officials must be pleased with what they've seen, because they're driving away in their Ford pickup safety truck, and the sweeper is going to make a couple last passes and hopefully get off the track and get underway.
It's almost going to be anticlimactic here. I mean, we've got, and every time we do these restarts, we have a new set of contenders. So now it's Engelbright, and now Souza, who's up in the 4th spot. He's got a chance to do some damage in a restart, as does Thompson. Now, Thompson has not been as quick as those 4 cars ahead of him today, but Jim Warren in 6th place, he's been in the 118s. Might be a chance for the local guy to get up there and do something on the restart.
You know, this just throws everything up into the air, especially on these restarts, and especially 2 miles around this course almost. They're going to have to try to get around it. So there's a bunch of different corners. In fact, on every braking zone, on every time they turn left or right, there is going to be a try for a pass. And, you know, at this point of the game, you know, there's an awful lot of cars that are pretty beat up, and these guys are probably a little hot under the collar too. You know, they're even using baseball bats in the pits, you know, to fix these things. So this is really going to be pretty much of a bar fight on the last lap. I mean, this is pretty cool. You know, put the carbon fiber fly swatters away. You know, this is the time to really use the bumper and see what you can get on the last lap.
The last hot lap through, they were using baseball bats in turn 7, which caused all of this.
Yeah.
Hey, isn't this what you people came to see today?
Hey, you got to think somewhere, someplace, Willie T. Ribs is really smiling big.
Lights remain on the pace car, so it's at least one more time around. And of course, again, we have to send the 21 to the rear of the pack. So how many cars on the lead lap? We got 12 on the lead lap. Kelly does rejoin, and he is 12th right now. He's right behind Mayhew. Although he's ahead of him lap-wise, but Kelly has now rejoined the back of the pack. And again, we are in extra time at the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125, live on 95.5 The Game. Live with you here at Portland International Raceway. A tremendous turnout. The word from above is that this turnout today exceeded all expectations, and everyone at Chris Evans Racing and Bi-Mart, our staff here at Portland International Raceway, Cascade Sports Car Club, thank you, fans, for coming out and welcoming NASCAR back to PIR. And I'll tell you what, a day like this, we're got to do it again next year. Cleanup continues now on the west end of the track. The field cycling through. And we'll look for the green-white checker finish to this race. So there's at least, again, we talk about down to Jim Warren, there's at least 6 cars that are going to have an opportunity here to attack on the restart.
Now, Blake Cook's car has been released from behind the pace car, so he's going around to try to catch up all the way around the track with the rear of the field. And that is usually indicative of the fact that we'll get it started next time.
If you're listening on 95.5 The Game, stay tuned. Sports Business Radio will be heard following the race today. They'll have a little talking to do about auto racing, and a very successful day for the sport in the city of Portland. A beautiful thing to see here at Portland International Raceway, and a great day for it. Delightful mid-July weather and that breeze blowing in off the river. I don't think there's a place I'd rather be right now, Dane, and I know you're the same way.
Oh, absolutely. This is just a great, just an absolute great afternoon in mid-July. July is the time to have motor racing in Portland, Oregon, and this is absolutely perfect with the amount of spectators that have been here that came out for this race. This is just great.
Blake Cook has been released from the front of the pack. He'll drive around to the back end. Will be the lucky dog. Last car in the lead lap.
Lights are out on the pace car as they make their way down the backstretch, Bob. Cars weaving, trying to get some, I hope they're trying to get heat in their tires and not trying to slosh the gas around. The number 1 of Jim Englebright in the 3rd position there, working the heat back into his tires.
So here we go. We'll bring him around. It'll be green, white, checker, winner at the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops 125. Field working its way down the back stretch now. We'll get ready for some drama on the restart. And this is what Dave Bell lives for from his position high above turn number 3. The pack now in our view. Greg Pursley leading the way. Brian Wong right behind him. Jim Englebright kind of holding back. I think he wants a little bit of momentum here in the 3rd spot. And running 4th is Todd Souza in that 13. Also Jim Warren getting up snug in the 6th spot right now.
Every seat in the house has now become useless.
No kidding. You got to be on your feet for this one. Pace car to the pits. Cars underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. Here we go. Green, white, checker to decide it. Dave Bell, get it going.
Here we go, coming down to start finish, and there goes the green flag. So we are back underway, and immediately farther back in the pack, some people are really grabbing some advantage, trying to get out and get going, get moving. It's Greg Pursley, the leader of the pack, coming on through. In the 2nd spot, Jim Englebright has moved up into the 2nd position. Brian Wong is in 3rd, but he's being challenged. Now he's going to have to fall back into the 4th spot as he was passed, but that car fell off the track there. Todd Souza had made the pass, but was just too hot coming into turn 1. So Souza is off track, trying to come back on further back in the pack.
It's the 26 of Greg Pursley from Newell, California in that Star Nursery Chevrolet. A 5 or 6 car length lead over Englebright, coming out of 7 and into 8. Englebright in 2nd, Wong in 3rd, the number 61 of Brett Thompson in 4th, and the number 10 of Jim Warren of Aurora in 5th place as they scream down the backstretch one last time.
And we'll bring him around to the front straightaway now. Your leader, Pursley, huge edge over Englebright. Wong sitting in 3rd. The 61 of Thompson is 4th. Heading down the front straightaway underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. They should see the white flag. 1 lap to go in the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops. 125, your leader, Greg Pursley.
Coming around for the final time. Coming in no-wheel threat right now as Englebright is several car lengths back in 2nd position. Everybody pretty much staying in position right now. They come through. Brian Wong in that third position. So that would be your podium right now as Pursley, Engelbright, and Wong through 4. And they're headed now down toward turn 5. The field bunching up a little bit farther back in the pack. However, everybody's staying in line. Here comes your leader, Greg Pursley. 4-car length advantage going through turn 6.
He's 4th in the points overall. He's got 1 win already this season. Will it be 2? He's leading going into 7. Slides to the outside of 7. Goes to the inside of 8. 5 car lengths back to the second place car, the number 1 of Jim Engelbright. Wong still in 3rd. And the 61 of Brett Thompson, followed by Warren, 4th and 5th.
Greg Pursley started his racing career road racing motorcycles. He's doing pretty well on 4 wheels as well. He won the season opener at Thunder Hill in Texas, and he's going to move up big time in the points if he can keep the car on the track. He goes off on 12, gets the tires of a dirt. Engelbright takes the lead underneath the Bridgestone Bridge. Jimmy Engelbright running to the finish, looking for the checkered flag at the Weimar Salute to the Troops 125.
It is Jim Engelbright, the first one across the line. You got to race every lap of the race. Jim Engelbright coming across the line all by himself.
Pursley hangs on for second, somehow kept the momentum going, and Brian Wong, his best finish ever in the Camping World Series West, he will finish 3rd in the 89. That's why it's worth it to stick around for the end of a race, Dane Pitteresi. And of all the turns, we talked about the entrance to the backstretch, we talked about the festival. Turn 12 was the big demon today.
Oh, it was. It was. He absolutely, Pursley overdrove into 12. He could not get the car turned, just came in too quick and just couldn't get it all collected up. He used all of his car control to keep from nailing the tire wall sideways, but he lost too much speed getting into the dirt. And look at the winner, Jim Engelbright. This is not the first time that Jim Engelbright has won a road course here at Portland. We said this when this race started, that Jim Engelbright could take this away.
Let's go to the pits and Greg Armstrong.
Rodney Haygood has got a big smile on his face, crew chief for Jim Engelbright's Chevrolet, the Jelly Belly Federated Auto Parts Chevrolet. Rodney, what a surprise win, but what a gratifying day for you.
Yeah, we kind of got spun out there, and Jimmy hung in there and dug like heck, and he won the race.
Well, what an incredible day for you. I mean, you were up, you were down. The crew never gave up. You just were right there. You always stayed right in contention, and you know, in order to finish first, you first have to finish, and obviously Jimmy did that.
Yep, Jimmy's the man on a road course. He's the man.
He is definitely the man, and let me tell you, some happy campers down here in the NASCAR Camping World Series West. They are really celebrating in the Jim Engelbright pits.
And we're going to get back to Craig when he has an opportunity to talk with our podium drivers. There are going to be some interesting comments. Mr. Wong, of course, best finish ever for him. Pursley, who's been up there in the points all year, already has a win. Just has one slip away on one turn. Dave Bell, this is why we love stock car racing on this track.
Oh, absolutely. You were down here and we're just going to say, okay, well, that's it. We're going to call the end of this thing. And right now it's Jim Engelbright is doing some donuts down here, spreading some cones right down in the festival. He's come down and he's going to have to work on his donuts. If he's going to continue to win in this series, he's going to have to work on that. He got around a couple of times, so good enough to smoke the tires.
Well, Jim's not the youngest guy in this series. He's old enough to run in the Great American Stock Car Series. I can tell you that. He ran his first West race back in 1995 and, of course, was dominant on the Southwest Tour. He won here at PIR in the combined Northwest-Southwest Tour race in the mid-90s, and he'll have his second PIR win, first victory of the season on the Camping World Series West. Phil Beard, your impressions?
Well, how close was it on fuel? Just ask Jim Warren. The number 10 is sitting in the middle of turn 6 right now. He ran out, and I'm not sure if in trying to avoid him, the number 7 of Kyle Kelly got punted on the cool-down lap. He's got some significant left rear damage. Somebody ran into him and spun him around. I don't know if that was a, hey, thanks for nothing during the race, or if it was a friendly because he was trying to avoid the slowing number 10 of Warren. So hot emotion still, even on the last or on the cool-down lap, Bob. My impressions, give me more, baby. Bring it on. This is great. And the fans out here are out here in their cars, pumping their fists, clapping. They're loving it.
Phil Beard and Dave Bell, thanks for your great work today. Let's go ahead down to Victory Circle right now and Craig Armstrong.
Well, Greg Pursley, not exactly a happy man, even though a third-place finish is great for points. But, Greg, you had him covered until that last corner. What happened?
I don't know. I didn't do anything different. Just went in there. Same deal. Made it. Got in there a little too deep and slid off the track. I gave that one away, man. I'm just got to say sorry to my guys. They gave me a great car today. Gene Price Motorsports had great car. I mean, it was there all day, and I just gave it away pretty much.
Well, it was obviously a great race for you as far as the points are concerned. You have a victory, their first at Thunder Hill Raceway in Texas, the first race of the season. And third place, the top 5 has obviously got to be great in the overall championship point scheme.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the big picture, it's really good. I mean, the guys worked their butts off to be in this position, and I can't say enough about them. And I just really appreciate all the work they do, and I'm really sorry I gave that one up.
Greg Pursley, very, very despondent, still sitting in his Ford, and really wishing he could be in victory lane today. Not to be done, but I think once he gets a little time to think about it and a little time to maybe contemplate, he's going to be a lot better off, and he's going to know that the points are really the important thing this season.
Thanks, Krager. And I want to remind fans down here of a start-finish line right now. The gate is going to be open, and fans will be welcome to join in the Victory Circle celebration. Not in Victory Circle, but certainly gather around and get up close as we give the trophy to Jim Engelbright in just a couple minutes. Craig, whenever you're ready with Jim, just let us know.
Well, I actually do have Brian Wong down
great.
here.
Let's hear from Brian.
Finisher. Brian, what a great race for you. I mean, you were down, you were up, you were down, and then you came back again, and you got a great runner-up finish here at Portland International Raceway. Take us through your race.
Well, it was a crazy race. We started off, and my crew chief Dan Joyner made a great pit stall call and came in early, and we led part of that race, and we had a good car. But I just got to thank Quicksilver Northeastern University, Junior Motorsports, all my guys worked so hard over the weekend, and it was a good effort. To come up third is to be disappointed for third is not too bad. We could have won that race, but first time here, and I had a good time. So.
Not typically a road racer, but what did you think of the PIR road course now that you've had an opportunity to run it, race it, and come home in second place?
Definitely. I mean, this is the first time here. First couple laps during practice were a bit difficult, but all in all, I love the facility. The fans came out. There's a bunch of people out here supporting us, and we appreciate that. And I definitely recommend this track. It's a great track. I'd come back here again. That's
the thoughts of Brian Wong. He's got a smile on his face. He did very, very well to finish second here at the by Mart Salute to the Troops 125, and onward and upward to him. He's going off to Miller Motorsports Park. A great way to do it.
And that'll be another great test for the young man as well. And again, in just a moment, we'll hear from Jim Engelbright as he's out of his car right now. And then Craig will take the rest of our Victory Circle celebration on the PA system only for our fans here at PIR. So gather around down by timing and scoring. Permanent Victory Circle. And Craig, are you ready for us?
Oh yeah, we have a smiling, hugging, high-fiving Jimmy Engelbright down here in the Jelly Belly Federated Auto Parts Chevrolet. Let me tell you, what a thrilling finish to a thrilling race. And you had to think at one point, this is not going to be my day.
Well, yeah, you know, we were running out there, and 16 got in the back of me, got me turning around. And, you know, my team just rallied, said, hey, keep digging, keep digging. You know, I kind of gave up there. And about the two-thirds of the race, this car came in, and she was a rocket. So we were able to run people down and get back in where we needed to be. You know, honestly, 26 car Greg Pursley had me. He had it won. Something happened to him right there in the last corner. But, you know, unfortunate for him, but fortunate for me.
Well, at any time you come to a road course, whether it's in Finion or, of course, you've raced here a couple of times at Portland International Raceway, you know your way around this road course. You're always a threat to win. You're always there contending.
Well, we'd like to think so. You know, I just love the road racing. Last time we were here, we were in contention to win 2 in our tour cars. So, you know, I just, for some reason, I've adapted to the road courses a little better than I have the short tracks. But I just love this place. I'm glad everybody came out, and I'd like to salute the troops. Thank you for supporting us overseas, and our hearts go out to your families.
Next stop, Miller Motorsports Park?
Yes, sir, 2 weeks.
And that's going to be another road course. Obviously, that's to your liking as well.
Yeah, we had her one last year till we ran out of gas, so I think we got something for them next week.
You got to get this gas thing figured out. We were speculating about how you could maybe go the entire distance of the 125 miles today, and there's just no way, particularly with this road course, which is an awful lot like Miller.
Yeah, and you're on and off the gas so much that you use a lot of gas up. Actually, under yellows, what I was doing, I was killing the motor and coasting. So, hey, if it bought me a half a gallon or half a cup, whatever it bought me, it was enough to win the race.
Dana, remember we were talking a little off air about in order to win, you really have to know how to win. Jim Engelbright knows how to win, particularly on road courses. Jim, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Craig Armstrong. And again, we'll be joining Craig down in Victory Circle in just a moment. All of you at the track, welcome to join in there for the trophy and photo opportunities. Jimmy Engelbright back in Portland wins the Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops, 125. Dane Pitteresi and I will be back with final thoughts after this on 95.5 The Game. Hey, just a reminder to all our guests here at Portland International Raceway, if you're parked in the main paddock area, the Broadacres Road exit at the south. So that exit is open. There is a second exit out of the track right now. We invite you to drive carefully. Had a great turnout here today. And it's like the good old days where it takes a while to get out of PIR, but that's not a bad thing. Thanks to everybody for coming. Thanks to all our friends at Chris Evans Enterprises and Bi-Mart, our guests from NASCAR, the Great American Stock Car Series, and the Historic Stock Car Series, Cascade Sports Car Club, and all of our other volunteers who made this possible this weekend. Drive safely. We'll see you next year. The Bi-Mart Salute to the Troops, 125. 2 more great weekends of racing coming up at the end of August here at Portland International Raceway. Drag racing fans, you'll want to be with us August 29th and 30th for the NHRA Northwest National Open, all day, every day. And then, of course, on Labor Day weekend, the tradition of the British Field Meet. So 2 more great weekends to spend here at PIR, plus our Wednesday night bracket racing series and our Friday and Saturday night late night drags. We love having you at Portland's fastest park, Portland International Raceway.